V14, Chapter 167 Namantu. Cone Forest, March 25th, 2026. Delilah is out with her boyfriend and leader, Captain Bailey Robinson. Vanguard 5 is on a mission, scouting out the Cone Forest. Coming along with them are some high elves, led by Hodder himself. "What was your home country like, boss lady?" James asks. "I have been told that you have been with us since the raid." She looks at the new guy and smiles. "You are new, correct?" "Correct, ma'am," James replies. She has not gotten to know James yet. He is new to Vanguard 5. He is not the only one. Over the past 6 months, Bailey has been getting more rangers to replace the unit's losses. Early in the war, half of Vanguard 5 was either killed or wounded during the Ely's Forest campaign from Imperial ambushes. During the raid of Sadera to rescue 4 Americans and 1 Brazilian slave, Sergeant Oliver Harris was mortally wounded, and Staff Sergeant Gerald Foley was mauled to death by a Valradin. She always felt terrible about what happened in Sadera. She convinced General Stanford to rescue her queen, Tayul, from Prince Zorzel too. Because of that, a part of her thought she was responsible for Bailey's loss of one of his men because it was her idea to save her queen. She was being selfish, and it got strangers hurt. In the beginning, she was just trying to pay Bailey and the rest of Vanguard 5 back to save her queen. However, it turned into something more, and now she is in love with the man. Specialist James Ward, Private First Class Daisy Wallace, Private First Class Adam Hopkins, and Private First Class Dohate, or known by his Native American name Kiowa, are all new to Bailey's command, with James being the most recent. She thinks about the question and smirks. Normally, when a male asks her a question about her people and homeland, it is usually full of ill intent and prejudice. Many Imperial citizens consider warrior bunnies as savages that need to be put down due to the extreme racism toward non-humans. However, it is different with these other worlders. When they ask questions about her people and homeland, it is more like a naive and curious child than ill intent. Furthermore, the other worlders maintain a strict policy of anti-racism. As Rory explained it to her, everything to these other worlders is new and exotic. While noble and powerful, they lack the general knowledge regarding all the different races on Falmart. She knows why James is asking that. He previously heard many rumors about her people's society. The stories of a warrior race that consisted of all female bunnies. He is fantasizing about how a country with over 99% female population would be like. She even saw female soldiers fantasizing about it. "While my homeland doesn't have tall buildings like you, humans have," she replies. "However, you have these beautiful huts everywhere covered in a sea of flowers." "When you say huts, do you mean like tribal villages?" James asks. She replies, "Yep, we bunnies are a tribal society and a very social people. We were always outside together, working as one community. We don't treat huts like your people's houses." Daisy looks back at her as she walks. "I hear your kind have lots of offsprings much like bunnies with their fecundity." She looks to the only other female soldier on Bailey's team. "Not quite, we look like bunnies, but we don't breed abundantly like normal bunnies. It is to prevent overpopulation. In an all-female society, how did you get children?" James asks. "You still need a dude to have children, so..." She chuckles, expecting that question. She was about to respond, but stops herself, remembering that she must be careful on how she answers. "As you know, all babies will end up as female warrior bunnies. Even though we were isolationists, we let in what we call honorable and desirable characteristics into our villages to breed with." While that was partly true, she decided not to tell them about the raid parties that used to attack villages and kidnap males. They would bring them back to their tribes to get impregnated, and that is how her people maintain their numbers. She then smiles as she thinks of a memory. "I remember seeing hundreds of little girls running around, playing games, getting dirty, getting in trouble. It was so peaceful before the Empire invaded." "Ah," Daisy says, "that is cute." James smirks at Daisy. "You like to know who else is cute?" Daisy looks at him and smirks. "I love everything that is cute, just not that little stick in your pants." She hears Adam and Trenton laugh, hearing what Daisy says. She could not help but chuckle, hearing that. "Damn," James says. "That's cold." "That is because you say it wrong," Hodder Marceau comments. "What do you mean?" James asks. She looks to the high elf. Hodder, Tuke Luna Marceau's father. She has heard many rumors that Hodder is a great leader, leading his people through 8 years of travel after being betrayed by the Edris Kingdom 3. She also heard that he is a ladies' man. Rumor has it that he already slept with 100 of the female otherworld soldiers. "Let me show you," Hodder says. Hodder speaks to Daisy. He looks her up with his eyes and speaks very smoothly, implying what a great time they could have. What surprised her is how she barely says anything. Everything he says and facial expressions implied everything. His gaze from his eyes beamed what he wanted her to think into her. He gives her a seductive smirk. She sees all this and is impressed by Hodder's skill. Only getting a glimpse of him, even she feels a sudden attraction. If they were not on a scouting mission, she wants to take Bailey alone somewhere. "Knock it off, everyone," Second Lieutenant John Callahan orders. "We are on a mission, so keep your wits." In Hodder, "We are here because your people want to set up a new village, not to hit on our troops. Get with it." She sees everyone getting back into formation. Daisy winks at Hodder and looks forward. "Damn, Hodder," Adam says. "You're like James Bond." "My name isn't Bond," Hodder says as he walks forward to join Bailey and John. She chuckles, understanding the reference. What John says was correct. Many elves want to establish a village close to Alnus. Alnus Command agreed with Hodder's proposal and saw the Cone Forest as an ideal location. The idea is to help booster Alnus' eastern flank. Early in the war, the Flame Dragon destroyed either all the towns or forced everyone to flee so this region should be free of population. After some time, Daisy looks back at Delilah. "You don't have to answer this question, but did you have children before?" "Well, before what happened?" She glances away as she thinks about the day her country fell to the Empire. "There's nothing to worry about, Daisy. I guess I was lucky that I didn't have kids yet. When I was fleeing, I saw cages full of bunny kids." She continues, struggling with the memories. "I saw my fellow sisters being tortured, raped, their kids taken from their arms, never to be seen again." She stops herself as she sees everyone's reaction. All the Rangers have a horrified expression. The elves, while they look sympathetic, they know how this world is like and are used to this story. She does not want to drag the morale of the Rangers down while on a mission. She smiles, placing one hand behind her head and the other on her chest. "But there is hope now. When I saw Vanguard 7 and the 101st flow into Italica for the first time that challenged the current power. Hearing new boyfriend Miloslav's Suckanek story 5. Well, I am glad," James says. "We are here to kick ass, make names. That is what Tyul and I are hoping," she replies. "But the truth is our way of life will not come back." "That is a shame," Daisy says. "Not all of it is bad," she replies. "My people were very isolationist. I think that might have a hand in the fall of our people. If we are to be free, we cannot go back to those ways, especially after all the sacrifice by your people." She then glances towards Bailey. "Also, and I think more importantly, your people value relationships. We didn't believe in marriage and such." She stops for a moment to think. What did Bailey call it? The nuclear family 6? Anyway, I never saw the value of such an arrangement because we were one community. But now I have grown to like being in a close relationship. Daisy comments, "If we're going to live together, we will have to change by starting to commit to a long-term relationship," she continues. Delilah then stops as the elf next to her stops. Shinny look around and draw their weapons out. Having enhanced natural senses, allow the bunnies and elves to be able to detect the slightest movements around the environment in a near and far from their position. "We got companies." Delilah alarms the entire group. A single arrow lands in the middle of the ground. Some of the Rangers begin to lay suppressive fire as everyone else rushes to cover. She quickly rushes up to Bailey. "Single arrow shot," Hodder says. "Yeah," Bailey adds. "That means it is a warning shot, probably by those trees." "John, take 3 guys and 2 elves," Bailey says. "Flank to the left. The rest of us will advance with suppressive fire." "Delia, I want you to move around to the right and flank the bastard," Bailey says. "If there's one guy, he will probably retreat seeing us advance. Stop him." She smirks and then rushes toward her target with her new kukri knife as the newest weapon for the bunnies to be used in conjunction with their short old swords. Sharpe and Bailey thought the bunny vicious melee attacks should be improved with the kukri knife as it gives more chopping power and vicious wounds to the opponents. As everyone moves out, she rushes to the right, using the trees and bushes as cover. She stops as she hears some weapons fire. While she always has been impressed by how powerful the other worlders are, she never liked how loud their weapons are. It makes her assassin job harder. Based on how little engagement there has been, she assumes Bailey was right. It is a rogue archer. She sniffs the air, hoping to pick up a scent. Like their hearing ability, bunnies have a good sense of smell. The air is very humid, which normally hurts her ability to smell. However, she can smell through the humidity and discover the rogue archer. She was expecting to smell a human archer, but she smelled a wood elf. While she does not like how loud the other worlders' weapons are, she loves their communication devices. Bailey, I smell a wood elf. The ones who have been after Sharpe's kid, Selena. Shit, Bailey replies over the radio. Sharpe is going to be pissed. Capture the elf alive. Hearing her orders, she rushes through the forest, heading directly towards the archer. She can smell that he is running away as the scent gets stronger. She jumps and then jumps off a tree. She lands right in front of the wood elf. The wood elf stops and looks at her, scared. Hey, she replies and pulls out her kukri. The wood elf aims and fires an arrow at her. She blocks the arrow and charges at him. She slices the bow in half and then kicks him. The elf flies backward and hits a tree. He slowly gets up and places a hand on the tree. Before she charges, she notices the tree come to life and she realizes it is an ant. A large branch arm tries to hit her. She jumps to dodge and lands on the arm. She runs up, slashing all the branches that are in her way. When she gets to the head, she slashes it. She jumps off the ant and lands on another branch. She can hear the roar of the tree beast. The beast looks to her and its branches start heading towards her. A fire blast hits the back of the tree beast, which causes it to be engulfed in flames. She sees Hodder use his flame magic to burn the tree. As the tree starts to burn, it starts stumbling around as it screams in pain. One of the rangers fires an incendiary grenade at the tree beast. Again, the tree beast engulfs in flames and falls to the ground dead. She hears the wood elf fleeing. She hopes on 3 branches and lands right in front of the wood elf. She grabs the elf arm and flips him over. She then secures the elf as the other elves and rangers rush over to take him prisoner. Bailey walls up. Good job, sweetheart. She smiles. It was nothing. Why are they here, though? That is why I want him, Bailey says. Maybe we can finally get some answers. She looks at the wood elf as he struggles. She feels bad for Selena and Sharpe. It must be scary for Selena, knowing there is a group of people who are committed to murdering her. Sharpe knows that his daughter is always in danger, so he keeps one eye out. She never knew who her father was, never cared until recently, but she wonders what that feels like. Sir, John says over the NW radio. You're going to want to see this. Roger, Bailey says. He points to 2 rangers and 1 elf. You 3 take him back to our vehicle. The rest of us move out. She follows Bailey through the forest, staying alert. She heard stories of how dangerous wood elves are. Masters of using the forest with their fey magic and their affinity with the Ents against their enemies. When they reached Lieutenant John's team position, she didn't see anything wrong. That is when she smells someone new. She looks around and sees this boy sitting on the ground. Next to him is the team medic Dohate treating him. She also sees Daisy next to him, taking care of him like a mother. Who is the boy? She asks. John looks at the boy. He's from the farming family that was murdered 6. I thought he looked familiar, Bailey says. She looks at them confused. What are you 2 talking about? Bailey looks at her. I will explain the details later, but the short story is the people who are after Selena are tracking down everyone whom Sharpe befriended outside Alnus and murdering them. She quickly sees the gravity of Bailey's word. As long as Sharpe protects Selena, they will kill everyone else whom he has ever met. The Wood Elves are trying to find out how many dead bodies he can accept just to protect one. They are using American ideals against him. She is impressed with the strategy. It shows the Wood Elves are smart enough not to fight directly. The Americans are too powerful. It shows their leader is smart, and what scares her is that Lord Lashin is an elf. That means he can wait as long he wants, having a long lifespan. All right, everyone, Bailey says, let's get out of here. Adam, contact Alnus Command and tell them to send in the German battalion to sweep this area for signs of hostiles. As everyone leaves, she follows behind Bailey. I see why you're always so nice to Sharpe. You're a good friend. It's not like we have a long history, Bailey replies. I just don't try to be another chip on his shoulder. The man has enough issues to deal with. Yeah, she replies. I've never seen him look stressed or angry. He never talks about it. Well, he is a guy, Bailey says. It is illegal for two guys to talk and get all feely. She crosses her arms, glaring at him. That is dumb. That cannot be a real rule between men. You need to talk about things. Bailey looks at her directly. It kind of is. What would you want? Me to remind him of what he already knows? That any day now that they kill his daughter? Because of what her bastard father did. Bailey looks away annoyed. They kept the boy alive to send a message. This is a game, and the worst part if that Sharpe understands this game. I know you don't know much about Earth, but there are some very nasty people there too. Sharpe used to go hunt them down and kill them, so he knows what will happen. First, it is the farm family. Then it's some other village. Then maybe one of his soldiers. Maybe go after Sarah or Lelei because they're close to him. If they do not stop, soon God knows who they will kill next. Just to murder a 13-year-old girl. So, Bailey finishes. Do you want me to remind him of all that? She crosses her arms angrily. She knows he is technically right. I still think it is dumb that men don't talk. Besides, he is your friend. If you're not going to talk to him about it, then do something else. Help him some other way. Fine, Bailey responds. I will figure something out. Fort Minnick, March 25th, 2026. Alicia is sitting in the mess hall. She is talking to Shino and Ling, getting to know her allies. By her side are Baludi, Andrew, and Jerry eating. I still can't believe Atami and Sharpe are friends, she says. They are so opposite of each other. It gets annoying, Shino says as she eats. What pissed me off is when he does his job, he's pretty good at it. While he's just plain lazy, and I once suspected he cheated to get a ranger badge. You think Sharpe is lazy? Baludi asks, confused. She means Atami, Jerry corrects. Honestly, Sharpe should get a little lazy for his health. Well, I enjoy it, Ling says. I find it relaxing. I bet, she comments. I mean it, Ling replies. In the last unit, my CO was a hard ass. He made it a living hell to work for. I don't have to worry about getting yelled at for no reason now. I noticed that, Andrew says. It seems like the Rose Knights have taken an interest in him, she adds. Is that true? Yes, it is, Hamilton says as she walks by. She looks over and sees Hamilton standing there. She sets Andrew up first. Can I get you anything else, Andrew? Hamilton asked. Andrew looks nervous as he glances away. Oh no, please sit down and eat. As you command, Hamilton says. She sits down next to him. Command, she asks in a strange tone, making sure that she heard that right. Andrew looks at the other two women. What? She won't stop saying that. If I am going to be his wife, I must follow my wifely duties, Hamilton says. It is my people's way, to love and respect my man. Sounds like a normal marriage to me, Baludi says in a slightly confused tone. I dreamed about those days after the war with Mwilk before he was murdered by Herm. Don't you have marriage on your world? She gives Andrew a strange look, a look that warns him not to take advantage of her. She then looks to Baludi. Of course, traditionally, the husband is the head of the household. However, that isn't a strict rule, Jerry says. Women in our country are not considered doormats. Just because a wife brings her man a sandwich doesn't mean it is a mandate, Shino says. To use a Western metaphor, fascinating, Ling says. It is like going back in time and experiencing how everyone lived. So different. Just play nice, Andrew, she says. She knows that Andrew won't hurt or abuse Hamilton. He is too much of a nerd to do so. Plus, she has noticed that Andrew tries to model himself after Sharpe, and he seems very respectful of women. Still, she knows a good reminder could not hurt. She knows Hamilton and some of the other knights grew up in an ultra-traditional family unit. It is her culture. What bothers her the most is that she wishes she has a man to bring a plate to. If he doesn't treat you well, just tell us, Hamilton, she says. We girls need to stick together. Damn right, Baludi says with a big smile. Did I swear in the right context? She chuckles hearing that. Yes. She and the other girls at the table giggle, leaving Andrew confused. Andrew, Jerry, want to play poker tonight? Real money. I am up for it, Jerry says. Yeah, count me in, Andrew replies. No, Hamilton says. You will lose money again. Remember, the last time you lost $500 to Lelei. It is just for fun, and besides, I am not going to play poker with Lelei again. She read me like a book, and she has that poker face of her, Andrew says, annoyed. Come on, Hamilton, Shino says. It is just for fun. You can come to join us too. Join what? She looks up and sees Sharpe and Selena walk up. She finds the two together adorable. She didn't think Sharpe could be a good father, but having Selena around really helped him turn himself around. She thinks back to her conversation with Rory during the Ely's Forest campaign. While asking Rory's opinion about Sharpe, she says, "All you need is love, 7." She is glad Rory was right, and now she and the others are willing to follow Sharpe to whatever end. "Hey boss, hey kid," she says. Sharpe and Selena take a seat. "Hello guys," Selena says. "Hello everyone," Sharpe says. "I hope we're not interrupting." "Not at all," Jerry says. "We weren't really saying much." She leans forward. "Do you have any news on our next mission?" "I do," Sharpe says. "It is coming up very soon. I just need the knight to be better trained. It will be a tough mission." "And what about your training?" Hamilton asks. "Training?" Validity asks. "Gray offered him sword training," she says. "We are all waiting to see that." Sharpe sits there and thinks. "We will see. I've been very busy to dedicate time to that." "We were watching A Bug's Life yesterday," Selena says. "Traitor," Sharpe says to Selena. "I can see you are busy, sir," Shino says. She knows that Sharpe wants to learn swordsmanship. Fighting Crisis and facing those wood elves showed the Rangers they should know some swordsmanship skills. She thinks that Sharpe is still pissed at Gray for not telling him that Selena royalty and that people are wanting to murder her. "Speaking of training, sir, but I think you should join us when doing martial arts," Ling proposes. "I already know martial arts. I was trained in the art of karate and jiu-jitsu while I was in Japan. I even learned some Muay Thai while I was in Thailand," Sharpe responds. "I think I have it covered." "I know," Ling says, "but from what I can tell you that you still have not achieved the true essence of martial art." She then points to her chest. "You still have not achieved inner peace. So I can teach you with that along with the concept of chi." Sharpe takes a slight breath. "I will think about it. Maybe once some things calm down." She knows what Sharpe meant by that, Sophia. Everyone saw what Sophia tried to do. She snapped, and it looked like she tried to kill Princess Pina. While she is only a non-commissioned officer and understands what diplomatic and political shitshow killing a princess would bring on Sharpe and the unit, her anger and desire for vengeance clouded her judgment. "What are you going to do with Sophia, sir?" she asks. "Is she being court-martialed, sir?" Jerry asks. Sharpe looks at everyone. "Mind the team and mind your training. I will deal with the issue." Sharpe then looks to Selena. "Alicia, when you have time, can you take over in her workouts? I want her to learn some self-defense." "Oh." "And Shino, can you also teach her some karate moves too, since you are good enough to wrestle a Valradin or an orc to the ground?" "I don't mind," she responds. "I love to spend more time with the brat." "Hey," Selena says, chuckling. "Let's hope she is tough enough to endure my teaching." Shino smiles evilly. Right then Sharpe's cell phone rings. He takes it out of his pocket and answers. This is Sharpe. She looks at Selena. She is happy seeing how much she has grown up. "I think it will be a good idea. I will show you how to kick some boys, but if they get a little too close, if you know what I mean." She then winks at her, being silly. "That will be cool," Selena said. "Why are they back so soon?" Sharpe said, using his commanding tone, not happy with what he is being told. "What?" Sharpe stands up and almost leaves. He stops himself and looks at Selena. "Ah, Selena, stay with Alicia." He then storms off. "What was that?" Shino asked. "It is like a switch just went off. Just like in the forest with the wood elves and Legrath," Hamilton adds. "Yeah," Jerry agrees. "I haven't seen that look in his eyes for a long time." She saw his eyes. He was not happy, like a bad dream that just came true. "Let's go check it out." "Is that a good idea?" Jerry asks. "We have to watch Selena." "I'm not a kid, you know," Selena says. As she said, she is not a kid, she says. "Besides, Sharpe told her to stay with me. He never said all of us stay here." "That is pushing it," Andrew says. "But I like to know what is going on." "That settles it," Shino says as she stands up. "Let's go." Selena is holding Alicia's hand as they walk on the pavement. She wonders why her father dashed off from the mess hall table. Up ahead, he sees her father talking to Captain Bailey. The conversation seems intense. However, neither of them is yelling. "What is happening, Alicia?" she asks. "I don't know, kid," Alicia replies. As they get closer, she stops as she hears a struggle. She sees 6 military police, or MPs, dragging a wood elf out of the JLTV. "Let go of me, you filth," the wood elf says. The wood elf stands once he sees her and suddenly stops moving. He looks directly at her, his eyes filled with pure hatred and the intent to kill her. "You Edrin," the wood elf says. "You might shelter her." However, our will and resolve have only strengthened. Your kind has slaughtered my people, and you will pay for your crimes with your life." Her eyes widened hearing that. When Lashin threatened her, it was more logical and meaningful. This was a direct threat. She sees Sharpe walk over. He grabs the wood elf chin and then punches him hard. "You cannot do that, sir," one of the MPs says. "That is against a prisoner of war rules." Sharpe looks at the military policeman. "And threatening a 13-year-old girl is allowed? Get him out of here, then you can arrest me." She can see that the military policeman is not going to arrest Sharpe. She smiles, happy to see her father knocking out a man who threatens her, feeling that nothing will ever hurt her again. As the MPs take the wood elf away, Sharpe looks at Alicia, Andrew, and Jerry. "Why are you all here?" "Sorry, sir," Alicia says. "What is happening, sir?" Jerry asks. Her father starts to explain what happened. He brings up when the Wood Elves killed that nice farming family and that Bailey's team ran into the Wood Elves on their mission. That is when she sees a boy standing next to Delilah. She recognizes him, Namintu. She knows the look in his eyes, traumatized from losing his family. It reminds her of the day her parents and little brother were murdered by the nobles. She rushes past her father and a few of the rangers. She gets to Namintu. "Hello, Namintu." She waits for a response until Namintu starts looking at her with a cold, blank look. She then hugs him. "I'm sorry, Namintu. You are safe now." She lets go of him with a smile. She looks behind her when she hears someone coming. Sharpe kneels on one leg while smiling. "Hey, Selena, I have to take care of this, but I need you to do me a favor." "Yes, father?" she asks. Sharpe leans closer. "Take Namintu to our place. Make him something nice. Find some clothes for him. He is your responsibility right now. Can you handle that squirt?" She smiles. "Yes, sir. I can do this." "Good," Sharpe says as he lightly pats her on the arm. "I am trusting you. I will have Tuke come over soon to keep watch." She nods and takes Namintu's hand. "Follow me. Everything will be okay." As she leaves, she overheard either Delilah or Alicia saying how that was cute. She doesn't care, just wanted to help her friend. After she gets to Sharpe Officer Barracks, she sets him down on the couch. She found something for him to wear, along with some blankets and a pillow. Once that is done, she is in a small kitchen. Her father told her to make him something nice. At first, she thought taking care of him would be easy, but she feels incredibly nervous. Her father placed a lot of trust in her, and she doesn't want to fail. Plus, Namintu is one of her few friends who is nice to her. She leaves the kitchen and walks over to the couch. Namintu is sitting there wrapped in her green, fluffy blanket with flowers all around it. She thinks back on when she met her father, wanted to do what he did with her, 9. She walks up and sets a plate of food on the table in front of him. "Here you go, Namintu. It is called French toast, however, father always likes to call it American toast. I know it doesn't make sense, but father enjoys not making sense, which I know makes no sense." "Sorry." She cuts up the French toast into pieces. "Please eat. You need your strength." Namintu looks at her. "Sorry, I am not hungry." She knows he is lying. She understands how he must be feeling. She sits down next to him and glances at him. "I know how you feel. My first family died a few years ago. My father, who was a king, was murdered by people he thought he could trust. I saw him get cut down by a dozen men in the throne chambers." She takes a deep breath, holding back her tears. She knows she needs to be strong for Namintu, and her father trusted her to do so. "I saw my mother be taken by the nobles, and they cut her throat open. There was so much blood. Then they took my little brother and quickly put a sword into him," she said as she rubs her eyes. "They were all murdered because of some treaty with the Empire. Then they handed me over to the Empire to become their slave. I was held by my slave traders for months," she continues. "It was the worst thing I have ever experienced. They treated me like I was not even human." She then looks at him. "But then my new father appeared out of nowhere. Then it became the best thing ever. I miss my first parents, but I just want to say that you are not alone. I understand what it is like to lose your family." She then remembers what Sarah said almost a year ago, during the raid of Sadera. She was talking with Sarah, scared that her father would die and that she would be alone again. She told her the difference between boys and girls, 10. That boys are usually fighters, whether good or bad. They build, fight, defend, and provide. Sarah also said that girls usually are the ones who makes a boy good or bad. That girls help bring beauty to the world, which is peace, love, and happiness. Sarah said that a girl has a massive impact on how a boy acts if given the right encouragement. She never understood that, but she saw how Sarah influenced her father. She helped change her father from a cold warrior to more of a family leader. Same with Rory. She has massive help with her father. She looks at Namen too and smiles. I know you have been through a lot. Those Wood Elves are bad people, and they never should have killed your parents. I'm always here if you need me. I am your friend. Also, she mumbles nervously, I know you will be fine. You are a boy and boys are strong. She then kisses him on the cheek, wanting to show him that he is not alone. I know you miss your parents. I miss mine too. But just remember you are not alone, Namintu. We are friends. Namintu looks at her and nods. He grabs the plate and starts eating. She smiles, seeing some life in his eyes again. She looks at the TV. While the adults talk, let me show you what father showed me. If you need anything, just ask. I will get it for you. V14, Chapter 168. The Venezuela peace process failed today as the three warring factions walked out. The three factions could not agree to a power-sharing agreement, with each group saying they are the true group to govern the body. The combination of the Venezuela protest in 2014 with the total collapse of the economy in 2015 led to the nation going into total civil war in 2021. The Russian Federation and Cuba supports the old regime of Nicolas Maduro, while the United States, Colombia, and Brazil supports President Juan Guaido's regime. Each side has maintained some form of civil unrest as they struggle for control of the country. During the Civil War in 2021, a hardline faction within the military led by Major General Luca Carrera. It is believed that the Chinese are providing funding and weapons to the Carrera regime. With the failures of the peace summit, nearby nations worried that the civil war would spread to other nations and destabilize the region. With the United States, France, Colombia, and Brazil having their attention fighting on Uros, there seems to be little hope to the end of the conflict. Free Alness News. Fort Minnick, Vanguard Headquarters, Colonel John Yang's office. March 27, 2026. Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe leans on Colonel John Yang's desk, looking at the TV screen. On there are Lieutenant General Charles Stanford and the CIA head agent Branson Castillo. What do you mean you are considering this offer? He asks, demanding an answer. Calm down, Sharpe. Yang orders. This is just a conversation, nothing more. He looks at Yang. He is proposing to give those Wood Elves my daughter. How else am I supposed to react? Stand down, Lieutenant Colonel, Stanford orders. Selena Sharpe is an American citizen, and by law, we cannot hand her to people who would murder her. Even if she wasn't, we wouldn't hand her over to these people. Now hold on, Castillo says. We cannot pass up on this offer. What Castillo is referencing is that Lord Lashin wants to make a trade for Selena for vital intel. Somehow the Wood Elves know that NATO is looking for information on the Harrio tribe and the U.S. people they had captured. They know about the location of the missing American slaves the Harrio tribe has won. Wasting no time, the CIA has taken the lead on finding the remaining captive American and countering the Harrio tribe. He understands the importance of rescuing his countrymen. They have been missing for over a year now, and it has been proven harder to find than initially believed. Handing Selena over wouldn't mean they would give us anything, he states. We saw what these elves did to that farm family, Yang adds. The only reason they left the boy alive is to send a message to us. They are also willing to go as far as they can. They will murder everyone we make contact with, all of the friends we made in this war, just to get to one girl. Point is, this is a trap, he says. He is saying what you want to hear. He probably heard that we want our people back. It is not a state secret how far we are willing to go to get them back, so he is going to use that against us. Except the fact that he mentioned the Harrio tribe, Castillo says. We have not publicly released that information. Is there a way we can trick the Wood Elves? Stanford asks. I know mages can create people using illusion magic. That is not how it works, sir, he says. From what I understand, it is like a hologram. There are limitations. Lashin has dedicated his life to killing Selena, and he is a powerful magic user. He will know the difference. I read the report, Castillo says. Listening to Castillo is giving him a headache. He had worked with the CIA before and never enjoyed the experience. While on the same team, he rarely approved of their ways of getting the job done. What is worse is that he is listening to a debate about his adopted daughter. Selena has had her other family murdered. She has been enslaved, raped, sold, kidnapped to be sacrificed, experienced racism, and more. The last thing she needs is this. She was a second away before being burned to death. Agent man, he says in a furious tone. If you think it is so casual in handing over a kid to a group of psychopaths, then you must not do it for fuck's sake. Sharpe, Stanford says. Control your emotions. I already stated handing Selena over is out of the question. The reason I wanted you in this meeting is that you had direct experience with these elves. If you keep this hostility, then I will remove you from this meeting. He takes a deep, relaxing breath. He knows Stanford is doing his job and is right. Sarah has been telling him that he needs to keep a level head when topics get personal. What has the prisoner said? He asks. So far, nothing of value, Castillo replies. All we know is his mission was to lure Vanguard 5 to the boy's location to deliver the message. It seems after your encounter, his tribe had split up and kept on the move. That explains why NATO has not been able to track them. They move around and leave no trail. Any trade with them won't be a good idea, he says. We have nothing of value that we are willing to trade, and anyone we send will probably get an arrow in the head. Young looks at him. Maybe. With all due respect, Sharpe, but I was there. When they kidnapped Selena, they didn't kill anyone, too. They were trying to minimize their impact, hoping we cut our losses. What is your point, he asks. My point is that we cannot view them as barbarians, Yang says. They are clear on their mission and have been very tactical on how they operate. They are elves, so they can play the long game. Is there any way we can use this? Stanford asks. I want to end this group once and for all. We cannot have them going around killing everyone in the countryside. Still, we also cannot abandon our captive people. If it is true that the Wood Elves know something about the Hario, we need to get more information about these people. Yang replies. Permission to talk to our elven allies? Maybe they can sneak someone inside their ranks. Granted, Stanford says. Sharpe, talk with your elf friends and see if they can provide any other options. We will continue this conversation in 3 days. He nods and sees the screens go dark. Yang looks at him. I understand this is a hard subject for you, but you need to keep a level head. I know, sir, he says. It is just Lashin got awfully close last time, and now he is starting to undo all the work I have done. I can't find a way to not make this personal. I understand, Yang says. I don't think Lashin will go on a murder spree anytime soon. He seems to wait after each action. We will figure it out. Just focus on your current assignments and the upcoming mission. He nods as he thinks about his next headache. Sophia, Fort Minnick, Vanguard Rapid Task Force 2, Sharpe's Rifles Compound. March 27, 2026. Sharpe looks at Private First Class Sophia Everett. She is standing in front of his desk. He leans forward at his desk, tapping his finger on his desk. He hates being in his office. He feels like he is in a jail cell. Overseeing a unit brings a lot of paperwork, especially being a lieutenant colonel. However, he never could focus on it. Sitting around just allows him to think, which is never good. He opens his desk drawer and reaches in. He grabs his PTSD pills that help him relax and focus. As he takes the pills, he notices his Christian cross necklace. He used to wear it all the time, until a few years ago when he lost faith in the big man upstairs one. He wonders how it got back into his desk. He remembers tossing it out when they moved to this base. He looks back at Sophia, intentionally making her stand there for a long period before he drills into her. He takes his pills and leans back into his chair. What the hell is wrong with you, Private? What do you mean, sir? Sophia replies. You tried to murder Princess Pina, who is one of our vital allies, he states, remaining regimental with his tone. You tried to kill her during training. We were training, sir, Sophia states. I was not trying to kill her. I hope so, he says. I don't think you understand the gravity of the situation, Private. He cannot believe what is going on. This is the worst possible time for this drama. He already has to deal with a man who's killing civilians in order to get to his daughter. All the work he spent building trust with the natives, Pina, Delilah, Baludi, and others. All that work is at risk because of her. Sir, Sophia says before he stops her. I didn't order you to speak, he says, pissed. Let me get this straight. You were part of the first military response to Philadelphia. That is correct, sir, Sophia responded. Our job was to defend the police station, too. We failed. I saw the feed, he replied. He remembers being stuck at Fort Bragg, Georgia, watching the slaughter. It was at peak rush hour, people going to work. That also prevented the local law enforcement to respond more quickly to the sudden attack. It was a bad timing that led to a death toll of 7,000. Everyone was either stuck in their cars, stuck in shops, or otherwise concentrated in one location. Bullshit, Sophia says, but then stops herself. Speak freely, he says in a commanding tone. You weren't there, sir, Sophia says in an angry tone. You didn't see all the bloody executions, corpses, and the rape. All those people who were hammered to a fucking cross. Sophia looks directly at him, feeling emboldened. These people attacked us. They have no value for human life. A fucking cat would see more value in us than they do. You think you can work with them? Be friends with these monsters? Continue, he orders. Sophia takes an emotional breath. Continue? Oh, I will. How would you feel if your hometown was burned to the ground? I lost 3 childhood friends. Places I grew up with are gone now. Half of the unit I was in was murdered. I was forced to witness an innocent girl being raped by goblins and one innocent boy being eaten by them while he was screaming for his mother, who was also raped. I learned 2 days after the attack that my uncle was killed by those bastards. They mutilated him so much that the only thing they had to identify him was by his fucking teeth. You want me to work with the woman who literally leads the imperialists? Sophia says angrily and tearfully, getting upset by the memories. I lost everything, and I have to pretend that nothing happened. The people who work with the Empire, they are barbarians, sir. They all deserve a bullet in the head. And then there is you, sir, Sophia says, still trying to control her anger. You are worse. You allowed yourself to befriend murderers and rapists. You risk your soldiers' lives for a photo op. You brought these people into your team, and you even adopted one of these barbarians. You betrayed and spit on everyone who died by these barbarians' hands. He can see that she is done venting. He could see all those thoughts were building up. So, you came here just for revenge? He says. He knows the answer, but he wants her to say it. His question angered her greatly. Revenge? I want a bullet in all their heads, so fuck yeah, I want revenge. He looks directly into her eyes. And you are willing to close the war for your revenge? Sophia stands there, confused by the question. You are not implying that we are going to lose? We have tanks and fighter jets. They have swords. There is no way we can lose. Of course not, he replies. We will win this war. It is only a matter of time. If we do it your way, it will be far quicker. Just gun down everyone in sight. Then we plant the flag on their emperor's corpse, yell freedom, and hold victory parades. The president makes a speech and so on. She continues. He then wages his index finger. But then 20 years go by, and we are still here fighting, sending more sons and daughters against all of Falmart who hate us because we killed their homes, friends, and families. Everyone forgets about why we went to war in the first place, wondering why our troops are still here, dying against a determined enemy. He then stands up from his chair. We won the war in Afghanistan in a matter of months. We won the Iraq War in 3 weeks. But you know what they have in common? We pissed everyone off from all the callous air and drone strikes, and we stuck around for a decade or 2, doing nothing and having that victory turn into a footnote. In the end, many people of the Middle East hated and reviled us. The Taliban and ISIS are the direct and indirect result of all of that. But who gives a shit about winning the war, right? As long as Private First Class Sophia Everett gets her revenge, who cares if we lose in the end? Who cares if our sons and daughters will have to fight the Empire, the Rose Knights, Rory, and everyone else? And the way you scream revenge, in terms of putting a flag on the Emperor's corpse and holding a victory parade, makes you no better than the imperialists when they paraded the corpses of our people and burned our flag during the attack in Philly. That is not fair, sir, Sophia says in a defensive tone. You're damn right it's not fair, he replies quickly. You act like you are the only one who wants revenge, he says. But you have no idea what that is. It is not some Hollywood movie where everything works in the end. Hell, even some movies depict that revenge never guarantees happy endings or solving anything. There are real consequences, and it is a very real thin line. By the way, do you know how many people we've lost so far? 533 NATO personnel. And the casualties would be much higher if it wasn't for the knowledge of this world and support from Rory, Pina, the Rose Knights, and the other natives whom we befriended. May I firmly remind you, Everett, if it wasn't for Tayul for informing us about the Hario tribe's method of operation, our president and the entirety of Congress could have become mind-controlled slaves that would have destroyed the whole country by now, he firmly reminds her. He can see that she understands his point. Revenge feels good, However, it rarely works. Everything has consequences. Now back on track to your attempted murder of Princess Pina, he says. I hated her after that event, after the first peace attempt. I hated her so much I threatened to put a bullet in her head, 5. But I didn't, and she then put her knights' lives, as well as her own, on the line to find many of our people and bring them back to us, 6. She betrayed her own country to make things right. She was disowned by her father and brother. Now imagine this, he says. Americans killed the rebel leader Princess Pina. The Empire would tell all of their subjects that if they work with us, we would kill them, that they are better off siding with the Empire. Why would anyone work with us? This war would go on forever, and there are millions of them. We cannot keep killing all of them forever and have our brothers and sisters die for nothing. If we didn't help Italica, then why would any of these cities ever join us, he asks. If the only two options are a bullet or siding with our enemies. And let me enlighten you on some geopolitics private, he continues. If we abandoned Italica to those bandits and let them get slaughtered, do you think the surrounding cities would have been so welcoming to us? No. Why would anyone side with us? Because we have more powerful weapons. That rarely happens. They might have surrendered, but that didn't mean they are on our side. Saving Italica has allowed us to strengthen our position in the region, he adds. What this did was show everyone in this that there are more than two options. They can work with us. We cannot win this war if the only two options are getting a bullet in the head by us or siding with the Empire. They will side with the Empire every time. Do you understand? I understand, sir, Sophia says in an annoyed tone. Don't hate anyone. Wanting revenge is bad, and just smile and wave. Hearing that pissed him off. No. Do you think none of us want payback? There is nothing wrong with wanting revenge. Hell, I have a growing list myself. You just need to make sure you take out your revenge on the correct people and in the right manner. Winning the war is not just about gun blazing, but also about making allies. You are damn lucky Pina refuses to press charges since she sympathizes with what you have been through, he states. I didn't allow you on the team just to destroy everything. He takes a breath, looking at her. You are on dish duty for the next 2 weeks, and as of now you are demoted to Private Second Class. Sir, Sophia says and salutes. She then heads to the door. One last point, Private Second Class, he says. If you take one thing from this conversation, then remember to watch your 6. In battle, the troops need to know you have their 6. You have already shown that you won't watch theirs because of your rage. If you ever run into trouble, you better hope you didn't push people so far away that they cannot or will not help. And remember, if you keep drowning in your blind vengeance, you will end up in the ground. There is only one way that it ends. Now get out. Captain Rose's office. Captain Sarah Rose is at her desk, and in front of her is the Rose Knight Shandy Gaffmaria. She glances towards the wall that is between her and Sharpe's office. She could hear him yelling for a moment. I need to work on that. You asked for me, ma'am? Shandy says. She looks back at the young girl. She has bright brown hair with each end tied, going down to her shoulders. Yes, I did, Shandy, she says. Thank you for coming. She can see that she is nervous, like she did something wrong. She smiles at the sight. You don't have to worry. You are not in trouble. So why am I here? Shandy asks. I ask you here to talk about your future with the Rose Knights, she says. First, can you please confirm your age? The question confuses Shandy. I am 14. I will be 15 in a few months. She nods her head, already knowing that. Thank you. The United States military does not allow anyone under the age of 18 to enlist into the military. Because many native warriors like Lelei and some Rose Knights are under that age limit, NATO has been looser on that rule when it comes to native recruitment. People must be at a minimum age of 16, which is considered an adult in most cities on Falmart. As you know, we have laws about child labor, she says. The next part she has trouble telling the young girl. You must be 16 to be able to be a soldier. Shandy's eyes widened. But that means I am 2 years too young. I am sorry, she says. But that is a pile of horse's dung, Shandy says, upset. I gave up everything to be here. The Rose Knights are the only place I felt like I belong. She then rubs her eyes, wiping away the tears. My parents disowned me when I came here, Shandy adds. I have to help Pina. She needs to defeat her brother to save the Empire. I know, she says. I have been watching from afar, and I have always been impressed with how hard you girls work in the Rose Knights, and how loyal you all are. It is not easy being a female warrior. always trying to keep up with the boys. But you all keep pushing. Shandy nods as she wipes more tears from her eyes. Please, Sarah, please do not take me away from Pina. I have to help. She admires how loyal Shandy is to Pina. All the Rose Knights, just like Vanguard 7, they have been through a lot together. While still young and learning to be proper soldiers, they are proving to meet the standard that was set up. It is out of my hands, she says. While we have been flexible with the law because we are following local standards, a 14-year-old girl is just too young to be sent to the front lines. So, if I was a boy, it would be okay, Shandy asks. She thinks about how she said that, realizing that was not the message she wanted to send. I am sorry, that was not what I meant. If you were a 14-year-old boy, I would still be saying this. She leans forward and places her chin on her hands, which are together. However, I have a job for you. A job? Shandy asks. Because the Rose Knights are an official unit under Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe command, they need a logistical officer. I was going to assign someone to do that task, however, I think it will be better to have a Rose Knight assisting their own, she says. But I thought you thought I was too young? Shandy asks, confused. For frontline work, yes, she replies. However, we can bend the rules to allow you if you want a job. The reason I am doing this is because I've had my eye on you for a while now, she continues. Your grades have been perfect. You have quickly picked up on our terminology. I've been very impressed by your progress. Shandy smiles after hearing that. Thank you. I find it fascinating how everything works. You will be working here with me and the others under my command, she says. Your responsibility will be to prepare upcoming missions for your team, to get support and up-to-date intelligence for your knights. Anything they need to complete their mission. I understand, Shandy says with a big smile. I watch how you and Sharpe interact. That might not be the best of examples, she says. She then sees Sophia walk past her office door, meaning Sharpe's meeting with her is over. One look at her face was all she needed to know Sophia was absolutely livid. She looks back at Shandy. Do you accept my job offer? Shandy looks out the side window, seeing the operation center. Does that mean I get to be in that room? With the fancy chairs and what you people call AC-7? She chuckles. It is pretty nice. Yes. Shandy nods with excitement. Yes, I accept the offer. She shakes Shandy's hand. Welcome aboard. For right now, your rank is private until your training is complete. Once you pass and show you can do the job, you will take the rank of Warrant Officer 1. She then points to the blonde woman sitting at Vanguard 2 station. Lieutenant Hill will be training you. You are dismissed. Shandy gets up and runs off, all excited. She chuckles at the sight. She then sighs heavily, knowing she needs to go into the lion's den, Sharpe's office. She gets up and heads to Sharpe's office. She knocks. Permission to enter? Enter, Sharpe says. She enters and sees him leaning back in his chair. He is flickering a pen between his fingers. She has seen him do that with a knife before. She sees on his desk the paperwork she needs him to do, barely filled out again. How did it go? She asks. Is this a formal meeting? Sharpe asks. If you want, sir, she replies. But I just came to see how things went. Sharpe looks at her. Did Shandy take the job? She smiles, seeing this as an informal meeting. Yes, she did. She is very excited about it. Good, Sharpe says. Glad something positive happened today. That bad? She asks. Sharpe flicks his pen again. Do you have any idea how painful it is to listen to someone talk about cooperating with someone who is trying to kill your kid? They're not planning on handing her over, are they? She asks. No, Sharpe says. The Lieutenant General himself said there's no way that's happening. But they still want to find some way to move forward with this offer. I tried telling them that Lashin only deserves a bullet in the head. He then leans forward. Shit, I'm starting to sound like Sophia. She can see the frustration in his eyes. He usually is particularly good at hiding his emotions. She is glad he is not bottling things up as much anymore. Sharpe, she says. With all due respect, sir, Private First Class Everett is a bitch. You two are nothing alike, and I am glad she is being court-martialed. Sharpe takes a breath. No court-martialed for now. But she is no longer a PFC, but a PSC. She could not believe what she just heard. While she approves the demotion to Private Second Class, but she does not believe that is enough. You're kidding, right? After what she tried to do to Pina, she has been undermining your command since day one. Didn't Alicia have to stop her from hitting Selena? I know, he responds. My decision is final. I am giving her another chance. She cannot believe that. Why? After everything you and Pina have done? Everything you two have been through? She nearly undoes all of it. I know she has been through a lot, But she is lost, sir. Sharpe takes an annoyed breath. She is confused about why he is being this nice to Sophia. He never allowed matters like this to go unchecked. While fair, he greatly values maintaining order. You knew she would act like this? You had to? I'm trying to help her, Sarah. Sharpe replies. Based on her report and what the Ranger drill sergeant said, she is driven, very driven. She is just misguided. What Sharpe said made sense to her. While he is a soldier to the core, one thing that attracted her early on was his big heart. Even Rory saw how big his heart was. He was just wounded. I know, Sharpe. You have a big heart, but this is not the same. Sophia is much like Lashin and those Wood Elves, driven by blind vengeance. She does not know who the enemy is. If you keep her around, it will only end up bad. I don't think so, Sharpe replies. Sir, she says, frustrated. It is not worth putting everyone's lives at risk. Sharpe then stands up, leaning forward, looking directly at her. You have no idea how it feels, Sarah, to lose everything, to be alone watching everything crashing around you. And worst of all, to be alone during all of this. I was so close to pulling the damn trigger. 8. He stops himself and looks down. She stands there, eyes widened. She cannot remember the last time Sharpe snapped at her. She feels like a prick now. She places her hand on her forehead. I am sorry, sir. I didn't see it that way until now, but my point still stands. She is dangerous. I know you think that you two are similar, but you're not. She decides to sit down in the chair, seeing this conversation is going to be longer than she thought. I understand she has been through a lot from the invasion, 9. I saw the videos. It was hell, but you've been through so much, Jackson. 8 years fighting with Delta, experiencing so many horrors. You went through far more than Sophia did, and yet here you are now. That is the point, Sharpe replies, calming down. I had you, Rory, Selena, Lelei, and Tuke. I had a team. That is what brought me back. If Rory didn't stop being a brat, I have no idea where I would be. He stops and takes a relaxing breath, holding onto his hand. I have to try Sarah. If I cannot find a way to help her, how the hell can I after everything I have seen and done? She finally sees what is going on. Sharpe is trying to pay it forward what Rory and the girls had done for him. She wonders if he fully understands the risks, but decides he does. She trusts him, even though she thinks it is unwise. She can see the amount of stress he has with what is going on. The last thing he needs right now is one of his soldiers going rogue. Okay, sir. I understand. Sharpe nods. I know you don't approve, but I have to try. Now, was there a reason you came to visit, or you just wanted to talk about Sophia? She takes a breath, knowing she is about to open another can of worms. Yes, there was another reason I came here. It is school-related. All right, Sharpe says, leaning back. Everything okay? The school is doing great, she says. I got 2 more students last week. It is just that Selena is struggling. Struggling? Sharpe asks. From what I understand, her grade improved. Yes, she replies, hesitant to say more. The thing is, Selena got into a fight with one of the students. Did she win? Sharpe asks. She rolls her eyes with frustration after hearing that. Of course, you would ask that. It doesn't matter if she won. This is a problem, and she needs her father. I don't see the problem here, Sharpe replies. If someone picked a fight with her and she won, problem solved. I don't want her to grow up unable to defend herself. Please don't tell me you are one of those teachers who tells kids if you defend yourself, you're the bad person. Of course not, she replies. She did win, but that's not the point. While Sharpe has been distant with her school project, he has been supportive. He provided funding, namely support, made Selena go, and provided time for her to go there. However, she has noticed how hatred for school sneaks out at times. She knows that Sharpe had a rough school, and it bleeds out. It is not about her fighting back, she says. One of the boys tried to take the necklace you gave her, the one with the North Star. Then I am happy, Sharpe replies. You are not seeing it, she says. She has no friends. None of them like her, because she is from Edras and she is smart. She doesn't help the situation by closing herself off from everyone. So, she isn't popular in school, Sharpe replies. If people are going to judge her like that, then screw them. I fail to see the issue here, Sarah. She is a tough girl. She doesn't need those friends. Oh, for God's sake, Jackson, she says, frustrated with him. I get it. You had a shit school life. That doesn't mean Selena has to follow in your footsteps. I want her to be happy at school. Sharpe then looks directly at her. This isn't about you wanting to gain favor with Selena. Remember when we first talked about this school, Sarah? Selena will hate you if you did all of this just so you two can get closer. 10. The truth is that she did start school for Selena. She wants to get closer to her. She loves both Sharpe and Selena and wants to marry Sharpe. She thought the school would help with this because she wants a future here at Alnus with them. While this was not the only reason she started school, it was one reason. However, she has no intention of telling Sharpe that. Jackson, she says, looking at him, let me ask you this. Do you honestly want Selena to have the same school experience as you did? She can see that question worked. She realized that she should have been more direct with him. Selena is a young girl. She is about to enter her teen years. You are off fighting the war, and when you are not, you're busy here at the base. Furthermore, the girls are also as busy as you with all the war efforts, training and researching like Lelei. She cannot sit around waiting for you or her big sisters to come home to play. She needs some friends of her age. She needs a life. Friends are especially important at this stage of girl life. I see, Sharpe says as he thinks. I don't want Selena to be that outcast kid like me. But what do you expect me to do? You of all people know I am not good at first impressions. Why do you think Colonel Yang had you come with us during the peace summit? The thing is, the other students are bad kids. There is just this divide that I cannot crack. Even Mentiv is shocked by the stigma of Selena. I just don't know how to fix this situation. I just wanted to bring this to you and see what you think. And you think I can fix this? Sharpe asks. You are her father. If you cannot find a way, how can she? She says. The thing is, you are good at getting different groups to work with each other. You have a way of breaking that barrier. Fuck, when you first met Selena, you showed her cartoons, and since then she idolizes you. At Italica, you just spoke straightforwardly and rallied the city. I just want you to try and do this with kids. She takes a deep breath as she thinks. She feels tired now, not knowing what else she can say to make her point. She then sees Sharpe's frown turn into a smirk, an uncomfortable smirk. What? I just got an idea, Sharpe says with a chuckle. What? She asks nervously, scared of what she just created. Tomorrow, Sharpe says. After class, have your students stand outside in front of the school. Have none of them leave. I will show up then and fix this problem my way. What are you planning? She demands. Sharpe shakes his head. Nope, not saying, but this is going to be fun. Now I have to take care of something. See you tomorrow, Sarah. He winks at her. V14, Chapter 169 Playgrounds. Secretary of Navy Finley Reynolds says the large unmanned surface vehicle, or known as the Dale-class contract, is running as planned, bumping production up to 2 hulls a year. Production should begin on the new unmanned corvette warship late last year. This marks the third major unmanned warship in the past 4 years. The Dale name is from Richard Dale, one of the original U.S. naval officers during the Revolutionary War. He became one of the 6 original commodores, and the U.S. Navy felt it was important to name the first unmanned warship to one of the foremost naval officers. The Navy is planning to replace the old Cyclone-class patrol boats with the new Dale. The Navy says these new unmanned corvettes will be cheaper and more heavily armed. Unlike the Cyclone patrol boats, the Dale is designed for blue water operations. The U.S. Navy proposed in 2021 to raise the fleet to 530 hulls, building on top of the original 355-hull plan. The plan is to maintain most of the 355-ship program. They are manned warships. The rest will be unmanned to lightly manned warships to offset the growing need. This is part of the Navy's smaller hull fleet, moving away from 50 years of relying on large but few warships. With the extra large unmanned undersea vehicles, or known as the ORCA-class Success Unmanned Submarine, and the Medium Displacement Unmanned Surface Vehicle, or Sea Hunter class, the Navy has awarded full production in 2024. However, Senators Natalie Ellis from Washington and Sullivan Foley from Puerto Rico have criticized the Navy for pushing unproven technology into the front lines. They are concerned that the Navy is making the same mistakes as Gerald R. Ford class and the Zumwalt class. Alnus Community School, March 28, 2026. Sarah Rose is standing outside the Alnus Community School, waiting patiently. As requested by Sharpe, she has all the students outside after school. Yesterday, she asked Sharpe to help find a way to integrate Selena with the other students better. She sees all the students being restless as they wait. They usually would go home right after class. She glances over and sees Selena standing there, looking down at her phone. She is not alone. Mentiv's younger brother is there asking her questions about the phone. At least she isn't alone, Noriko says. She looks at Noriko and sees her holding her son. She has been her assistant from the beginning, helping her set up a schedule, organize and mark tests, get school supplies, help create subjects, and everything else. Yeah, she replies. However, I see this split in the class forming. I don't want there to be a small outcast group. Sharpe seems not to mind. Noriko says. I know, she says. I don't think he has fully grasped what domestic responsibilities are yet. It was only about 6 months ago or so when he adopted her. They're both still figuring it out. I just cannot believe that my brother has more friends than a human, Mentiv says. No offense. None taken, she replies. Well, Mentiv, Noriko says as she struggles with her fussy son. During the earthquake, you did bring a lot of food. I think that went a long way, one. She looks at Mentiv, the local Batgirl. She agrees with Noriko. To her surprise, she is a lot better at kids than expected. She knows how to install fear and laughter into them. She is making class fun. She walks over and takes Tenchi, trying to help. Everyone is fussy today. Thank you, Sarah, Noriko says. How are you and Sharpe? She looks at Tenchi and wonders what it is like to have a baby. He looks so cute. We are fine. We don't get many date nights right now because of the war. Surprisingly, that is helping because he is still learning how a romantic relationship works. Please correct me, but is it against the rules for you two to date? Noriko asks. Technically, yes, she replies. However, there are some loopholes. While we are on the same team, we work in different areas. I am in the office, and he is on the field. We maintain separate quarters in different buildings on the base. As long as we maintain some professionalism and boundaries, the brass is looking the other way. And it has nothing to do with the fact that your boyfriend is a badass? Mute asks as she walks up. She stops next to her and looks at Tenchi. Well, Sarah, one day, you will carry a little one in your arm like her. She brushes off what Mute said. No. I would like to have a few kids with Sharpe one day, but way too early for that. She knows what Mute said is true. Sharpe is a man who gives all or nothing. Through the NETT camera, she has seen how he acts on the front lines, and to this day, she cannot believe what he has been through. Young, Stanford, and the president seem to trust him to get the job done. She is good at her job and knows Colonel John Young values her work. She understands that he trusts her a lot, and more importantly, can trust her to help keep Jackson in line and not work himself to death. What shocked her the most is Mute baby comment. No, it is way too early for a baby. We finally got Selena off the baby train, and I do not think Jackson can handle it. Besides, there are enough girls in his life, and the last thing he needs is more bills. You cannot use him as an escort forever, Sarah, and besides, the girls are earning their own income so that they can also supplement his income, Noriko comments. And I noticed you didn't say we weren't interested in the idea. Also, Mentiv adds, it is a good way to trap him into marriage. Men cannot help but put a brat into us. A good way to trap them for life. She then winks. She looks at Mentiv and sees a sadistic side of her. But that is not what shocked her. That is what my mom told my sister and me. She hears all the ladies' giggles. By the way, Sarah, Mentiv asks, what happened to those kids who were with my brother? The one who lost his arm and the other two? She remembers seeing it over NETT. Vanguard 7 was forced to fight and kill a few kids who were forced into the servitude of the Empire. A few were saved, but only a few. The boy who lost his arm is still in therapy, she says. He and the other boy were taken in by Carlin. They are staying at the orphanage NATO built. I am hoping that they will join the school when they are ready. However, the team was forced to kill some of the boys as they were too brainwashed to listen to reasons. She then looks to Mute. By the way, Mute, why are you here? Shouldn't you be patrolling the streets? Or helping the adventurers? Or sleeping with that hot stud? Mentiv adds. Mute giggles and blushes. Before you ask, he is fine. He is returning to work in a few weeks. The surgeon was a complete success. But I saw you standing here with all these kids, which isn't normal, Mute says. New rules. Always investigate if you see children around. She knows of that rule. After the Hario tribe kidnapped those children and turned them into brainwashed slaves, 3. The Alnus military police and NATO are investing in more resources so that never happens again. Makes sense? So why are you all here? Mute asks. Shouldn't the kids be going home? Sharpe asks Sarah to keep the students here after class. Noriko says as she takes her son back from Sarah. He has a special surprise for everyone. Mute stands there and blinks. Oh, should I call for backup? When Sharpe gets big ideas, heads usually roll. She chuckles. I don't want my boyfriend to go to jail, so no. She then thinks about that thought. But it might be hot if he chose to go to jail. The bad boy. As they all giggle, she sees a Humvee coming around the corner. She then sees a striker right behind it. It is the Dragoon version with the 30mm cannon. Oh no! The vehicle stops right in front of the school. The striker rams open and she sees Jerry, Alicia, and Andrew, plus other soldiers. She looks at the children and they are staring at the $4 million military hardware with awe. She looks up, seeing what Sharpe's plan is. She sees Sharpe walk out of the striker. Sharpe is in full body gear, like everyone else. Sharpe stops at a confused Selena. Hey kid, ready to go? Selena mumbles, confused about what is happening. Sharpe whispers something to her and pats her on the back. He then looks at the other kids. All the kids are looking at the striker or the armed soldiers, all with these amazing eyes. Hey Sarah, Sharpe says. I'm taking Selena and we're gonna go blow stuff up. Blow stuff up? Algron asks in a jealous tone. Sharpe looks at the kids and smirks. He then points to the 30mm cannon. Well, yeah, that cannon right there. We use it to tear up the enemy. All the kids do a collective wow. Sharpe smirks. Pretty cool, isn't it? There was this one time we used a massive cannon that is built inside a floating black ball to blow up a planet. It was amazing, rubble everywhere. She watches Sharpe as he tells a story on how he blew up a planet, saved the day, got the girl, and so on. She cannot believe what she is hearing. I think your boyfriend just ripped off Star Wars 4, Noriko states. And I think he made the Empire the good guys. Noriko is referencing the 4th Star Wars movie where the Empire blew up a planet. Sharpe is ripping that idea off to impress the kids, but putting a spin on it. What she cannot believe is that the kids are eating it up. She does not know if they believe him or just enjoying the made-up story. Anyway, Sharpe says, let's go, Selena. The group does another collective as they are jealous that they cannot come. Well, Sharpe mumbles and smirks. He looks over to Selena. I guess they can. We were just going to drive around and blow stuff up. Selena, you don't mind your friends coming along? Selena gets nervous as everyone looks at her. Sure. All the kids then collectively praised. All right, Sharpe says. Alicia, Jerry, round them up? Jackson, she says, taking control of the situation. She gives him a he is in trouble look. I guess I am in trouble, kids, Sharpe says, joking around. Better get permission from the hot teacher. Oh Lord, Alicia mumbles as she rolls her eyes. Sharpe walks over as the kids make fun of him for getting in trouble. He walks up to her. Hi, Jackson, Noriko says, waving Tenchi's hand for him. Say hi, Tenchi. Hey, kid, Sharpe replies and pokes Tenchi's cheek, making him laugh. He then looks at her. What is up, Sarah? What are you doing? She asks, arms crossed. Doing exactly what you wanted, Sharpe replies. I asked you to help Selena, she says. Not show off. Hey, Sharpe says in an excited tone. What is the coolest thing ever invented? Giant military hardware and giant explosions. She will be so popular after this. Trust me. He then winks in a cocky manner. She takes a stressful breath. Okay, speaking of all that epicene, Sharpe mute says. You do know you need a permit to drive that M1128 Dragoon Striker into the city? You can only bring those things in here during emergencies without a permit. She then crosses her arms and smirks. She looks at Sharpe, knowing he did not fill out a permit. She sees him looking confused. Sharpe mumbles. Permit, yeah, totally have one. I just forgot it at the office. Right, Mute replies. She chuckles, expecting that response. She can see him glancing at her, hoping that she bails him out. Fine, I will go get the permit for you. You're the best, Sarah, Sharpe says. She watches him walk off. She is happy that he is happy and taking more interest in Selena's life, even though angry about the manner of it. However, there is one more thing. Jackson, she says. Sharpe stops and looks at her. Yes. Say thank you, she says, smiling. Sharpe raised an eyebrow, confused. I said you were the best. Thank you. Noriko giggles. She means to give her a kiss. She smiles, wanting a public thank you kiss. She can see the embarrassing look on his face. She can tell that he has never done this before. Sharpe debates the idea in his head. He then walks up to her and gives her a thank you kiss. In the background, she can hear the soldiers and kids hooting and laughing. Love ya, Sharpe whispers and walks away. Everyone in the striker now. She smiles. She sees Jerry, Vanguard 17 medic. She is surprised to see him, being one of the more responsible rangers. Jerry, keep those kids alive. Jerry stops, Yes, ma'am. She watches them leave. She is very frustrated. Great. She is annoyed because she is not happy that Sharpe went crazy and broke many rules to do what he is going to do. That he is showing off military hardware to impress kids. At the same time, all that made her love him more. Going all out, being incentives, being fun with her students, calling her hot in front of them, being alive. Right now, all she wants is him taking her into the classroom office and fucking her. She sighs. Damn it. Now I'm going to be frustrated all day. She pinches the bridge of her nose. Hours later, nearby Valley Training Zone, Selena is standing there watching everyone have fun. After leaving Alnus, Sharpe took them all to an empty valley. All around, she can see destroyed targets and every other thing you usually see at a mechanized training ground. When Sarah told her that her father was picking her up today, she was excited. The idea to get to spend time alone. However, she is here with her class, which she hates. She hates all of them except for one. The only reason she is going because her father said so, and that Sarah is the teacher. She looks around and sees some kids around Jerry. He is talking about some of their advanced medical supplies. She looks back at her father as he stands next to the striker. All right, kids, Sharpe says. On top of this 10-ton death machine is what we call a 30mm MK-44 Bushmaster 2-chain gun. It fires explosive shells at the enemy. She watches her father enjoying himself. He is telling a story about how a single 30mm shell can destroy a world. While she knows none of them believes him, he has a gift of telling crazy stories that sounds true. She likes that about him. It always makes her laugh. To her surprise, she has seen his crazy stories get him out of trouble. To this day, she does not understand how that works. You see our truck over there? Says Sharpe and points. See how someone is up through that hole manning the .50 cal. And see how the striker doesn't have that. Yeah. Nasiko replies. What is your point? My point is that the soldier is inside, Sharpe says, smiling. There is a camera on the turret that is connected to a computer. That means the turret operator is safe inside while he kills the enemy. Sharpe yells to the turret operator. Corporal, fire single shot. She looks downrange and sees one of the targets explode. She watches her fellow students get excited by the small explosion. She finds the destruction impressive, reminding her all the times she saw battle. That was cool, Nasilo says. Damn right it's cool, Sharpe says. Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe, Nasiko says. Have you fought with this thing before? What is it like out there? Sharpe smirks. A striker is the standard combat vehicle in the U.S. Army. It is the backbone, so yeah. I've seen it fight the Empire many times. Cool, Nasiko says. What was it like? I can just imagine you shredding down the Empire. She watches how everyone likes her father. This only frustrates her, feeling like she is losing her father. All she wanted was a lovely day with her father. She enjoys those special days with him because he takes a particular interest in her life. She doesn't understand why her father is focusing so much on her classmates. She takes a deep breath, arm crossed, feeling ignored. She debates leaving and hanging out with her aunt, 5 Alicia. It is called Gun Down Nasiko, Sharpe corrects. I have a few stories, but Selena can tell you some. She looks at everyone as she notices that she is suddenly the center of attention. What? Selena, Sharpe says. Remember when you were with us during the Ely's Forest 6 and Italica 7? She remembers those battles. She only witnessed the siege of Italica from afar. In the Ely's Forest, she stayed in the vehicle. She mumbles. She looks around, seeing the other students looking at her. She was not expecting to get all this attention. Yes. Wait, Nasiko says in a confused tone. You've been out with them? I mean, for real? She nods. That was why you were at that science base, Joseph Alice says. Yes, she responds. What was it like? Nasilo asks. Her father has been teaching her to be more confident with herself. He did not want her to become reserved because of all the horrible things that happened to her. She thinks she has gotten more confident, acting on her own. Right now, she feels nervous. She did not realize how comfortable she got being the class outcast. I didn't do much myself, she says nervously, rubbing her hand on her arm, doing what she can not to ramble. At Italica, Lieutenant Johnson and I were watching from a rooftop, but I did see their attack helicopters come in and blow up the bandits. She sees the interest in the students' eyes, which makes her nervous. She does not know if she should stop talking or not, but we were in the Ely's Forest. The Empire took one of the rangers, so we had to go find him. There was this group that we ambushed. After my ranger friends there asked, one of them talked and told us where the missing ranger is, and she hears her father's speaker name. She then realizes that she was rambling again. She looks at her classmates and sees them interested in the story. I cannot believe you were there, Nasuko says, surprised. Sharpe said you saw that striker fire, Nasulo asks. She nods. Yes. When we got to the Empire fort, I saw that firing nonstop. It took out all the Empire defense in minutes. She smiles as she feels more confident now. It was very cool watching all the soldiers attacking the fort. Did you help or hide? Nasulo asks. Oh no, she replies. I think I was a runner. Kids, Sharpe interjects. A runner is coming, and one carries a message between units. She nods. Yup, I was told to warn everyone that the Empire had cavalry coming. She then smirks at the memory. You should have seen it. One of their airplanes flew over. 8. And ... All right, kids, Sharpe says. That is enough stories today. He then points to some students. Your half will get the first turn in the striker. Corporal Barrett will show you how to use a computer. Everyone else goes with Specialist Alicia Moore. She will let you call in an artillery strike. She looks around and sees the students rush around, all excited to do their assigned tasks. She decided to follow her friend Joseph Alice to Alicia. Once the group gathers around, Alicia explains how everything works. She has seen Alicia talk over the radio and knows how complex it is. Alicia is giving a dumbed-down version for the event. Princess, Alicia says. Ladies first. She follows Alicia and sits down. K kid, Alicia says as she sits down next to her. Let these blows be how girls blow up stuff. She looks at her and giggles. Okay. Alicia hands her the radio and shows her a note of what to say. She looks at the note. First Cav Actual, requesting friendly fire support. Practice rounds. As she gives the coordinates over the radio, she looks out into the distance and sees the actual targets about a kilometer away. She then hears the loud booming sounds above her. In front of her, she sees the artillery hitting the target she radioed in. She sees about a dozen explosions hit the target before everything goes quiet. Cool, she mumbles. Cool indeed, Alicia says as she chuckles. Hey Selena, Alicia says. I notice you haven't talked to your pops since school. You understand he did all of this for you. If he did, why did he invite everyone else? Selena says, now annoyed. I wanted time alone, not time with everyone I hate. I don't know, Alicia replies. It looked like you guys were having fun over there. Give it a chance. She looks at Alicia and thinks. She did enjoy them asking her all those questions. They all seemed to be nicer. However, she wonders for how long they would keep that attitude up. Alicia stands up. All right, who is next? She stands up and brushes off her skirt. She gets back in line as the next kid sits down. As she watches the other students take their turn calling in artillery, she sees Nasuko walk up. I'm not in the mood, Nasuko. Just go blow some stuff up. I can in a moment, Nasuko responds. He walks up and crosses his arms. Those explosions are cool and all, but I want to hear about that airplane story. I always wanted to see airplanes blow stuff up. She blinks in confusion. Okay. She then tells the story of when the AC-130 gunship flew overhead and killed all the Empire cavalry during the Battle of the Ely's Forest. Alna's Community School. March 29th, 2026. Selena is at her desk. Sarah is back at base, so today Mintiv is there teaching. The topic is covering all the known races of Falmart. As she takes notes, she stops at the what else part. After yesterday's event, she wanted to hang out with Lelei, but she was busy with her bookworm activities as Lelei buried herself with more physics, astronomy and chemistry books, and scientific information from the internet along with her usual magic spell experiment. Tuke was busy practicing the guitar and the piano. Rory was drunk due to her usual alcoholism, and Yao was busy learning the NATO terminology so she could travel around Vanguard 7. Her father had a late-night shift, and the only time off was when he was driving to Fort Minnick. She places her elbow on her desk, bored of the topic. She notices that she accidentally knocked one of her pencils onto the floor. She looks down to look for it. Hey, Nasulo says with a smile. She is the class purple snakehair Medusi. Here you go. She sees her pencil in Nasulo's hand. She takes it from her. Ah, thank you. Nasulo chuckles. Yesterday was fun. Yeah, she mumbles. It was, I guess. I didn't realize you did so much, Nasulo whispers. I heard you and the Bat Boy. I mean, Joseph was at that science base 9. I heard they fire stuff in the air. Is that true? She smiles. Yes, it was an interesting place. I know my father liked it a lot. Cool, Nasiolo says. During lunch, do you mind telling more stories and helping me study math? Okay, she replies. She then listens to Nasiolo talk about how she wishes she could travel around and see the world. Besides being a refugee from Maria's farmlands, she realizes that Nasiolo is far more friendly than before. She then realizes what Alicia meant by her dad doing all that yesterday for her. Her father got everyone together to normalize everyone, to give everyone something in common to bond over. When her father had her tell everyone her adventures with Vanguard 7 and the things she has seen, it showed all the students there is more to her than being an Adrian. More than being a princess, or as her father's favorite saying, more than meets the eye. She grabs her phone and texts her father, saying thank you and that she loves him. She then hears a loud noise and looks up. Mintiv slammed her hand on the whiteboard, looking directly at her. No texting in class, Selena. Is that because you're jealous that you cannot type on one of those talking devices with those razor claws of yours? Nasiko says in a sarcastic tone. Many of the students laugh. Huh, very funny. Nasiko, perhaps you'd like some detentions? Mintiv threatens. V14. Chapter 170 Dark Magic. Today, Artemis V has reached the Lunar Gateway space station orbiting the moon. The Artemis 1 mission is to bring supplies and a new habitat module to the space station to allow more astronauts to be assigned to the space station. Currently, the United States has 2 permanent astronauts at Gateway, just like the International Space Station. The purpose of this expansion to the space station is to prepare for the 2028 construction of the Lunar Foundational Surface Habitat, nicknamed the Armstrong Outpost. While the outpost and Gateway Station is an American venture with an international effort. Unlike past ventures, NASA is bypassing the European Space Agency and working with national space agencies directly, either with Artemis, Gateway, or on the lunar surface. A recent funding source has come from the U.S. Space Force as planetary defense against alien threats became one of its roles. While the Empire went through a portal called the Gate, General Logan Barton of the USSF states in a Congress hearing that since the existence of life outside the solar system has been confirmed, it could be possible that other alien groups, more advanced than the ones we know of now past the Gate, could travel to Earth by ship, bearing technology more advanced than anyone on Earth and Uros combined. With Congress's approval, the USSF intends to install a deep space monitoring module into Armstrong Outpost to monitor the solar system for threats in space to Earth as a whole. These threats include asteroids, solar flares, and anything else that can damage and maybe even cripple civilization as we know it. Both Russia and China have criticized the US and NATO for utilizing the Gate situation as an excuse to militarize the moon and claim ownership of it. While the primary focus of Artemis V is to expand Gateway to allow a total of 10 astronauts at once, the crew will go to the moon's surface for a 5-day expedition. The objective of the expedition is to follow up on potential resources deposits that have been detected on the lunar surface. Space News. Malo Plains, east of the Blue Sea coast. March 30th, 2026. Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe is kneeling on the long grass. He and the rest of the Sharpe's rifles, too, are on Operation Headhunt. Colonel John Young had him deploy his full force for this operation because the threat level was high. Vanguard 2, Vanguard 5, Rose Knights, Legrath Knights, some of the Alnus militia, and his Vanguard 7 unit. They are attacking a magic research facility. Air Force intelligence claims that a body part of Fryen is here, being tested on. The brass is so worried about this facility that they even brought Fryen's head just in case. Fryen claims he can detect his body parts when he gets close. I do not like being carried like a bag, Fryen mumbles to himself. Be quiet, he responds. You're lucky I'm the one lugging you around. Your head is heavier than it looks. Lack of exercise, Fryen replies. He hears a few of his soldiers' chuckles hearing that. I don't remember you being so chatty, Lelei states. When you lose your body, young one, you gain a new perspective of things, Fryen answers. Besides, if I don't speak, then people ignore me. He knows Fryen is right about that. From what his DARPA friends told him, that he is helping them a lot. Fryen is the apostle of Alange, the god of knowledge, understanding, and intellect. He once was a willing slave to General Chrysis, being a Dark Elf 3. When he and Chrysis were betrayed by the Empire, General Herm conducted the ritual of Ulbago on him, where an apostle is cut into pieces and sent across the lands so they cannot reconnect and regenerate. While this cannot kill an apostle, Rory has described it worse than death due to the state of being helplessly immobilized, which would open many unsavory experiences such as being tortured or being completely killed if devoured by a beast. The military brass wants to put him back together so he can help NATO in the war effort. While he understands the value Fryan could have to the war effort, he has not forgotten that time when Fryan shot him in the chest for. The enemy mages have been identified to be dark mages from Darlco, a puppet city of the Empire, and a rival city to Rondel. When he asked Lelei for details about the city, she said absolutely nothing positive about them. The big difference between the two cities' ideology when regarding magic is that Darlco believes there should be no restrictions on magic and specializes in dark magic. Darlco is also the reason why the Empire invests so much in Rondel, as Rondel is the only magic city that put a rein on Darlco. Recently, based on CIA reports, the Empire seems to be more on friendly terms with Darlco, trying to secure all the power they can get their hands on to fight against NATO. He looks around to see Vanguard 7 and Princess Pina's team, consisting of Uros Knights all round, hidden within the tall grass. The grass reminds him of his missions in Thailand and Vietnam. While grasses are simple, he learned how easy it can hide an enemy force. He finds it pathetic that the mages at this facility allow these grasses to grow this tall, as it is providing a stealthy path for his team to get close to the facility. However, he is assuming that they don't have the same detection abilities like thermal, night vision, or some other form of sensor. Based on what he has seen from Lelei and other mages do their magic, and he has seen them do many things he still doesn't understand. He knows to be careful. Because of this mission, his command got some new equipment like the new and HPSL-60 2 hyperspectral digital visors, 5, or HSDG, or just visor. Unlike normal goggles, the user cannot see through these, however the HUD is a screen. The visor records what is in front of the wearer and creates a digital image just like with modern night vision. The visor was designed to help reduce glare and flash, so the user doesn't have so many distractions. The visor also has a built-in identification friend or foe or IFF system. This IFF also has an identifier to tell the user if it is a Russian, Chinese, an English soldier, or in this case, all the different humanoids and creatures in this world. It is also integrated with NETT, so he can see everything through the visor, simplifying everything into one system. The user can see his teammate's camera, see other local assets, like the RQ-11 Raven, in the area. Just like most military goggles, the visor has the standard night vision and thermal technologies all built into one. The user can switch between the settings without having to touch anything. Unlike the prototype versions he tested during his time in Delta, these Mark IIs have 3 new features DARPA added. The first one is a limited version of X-ray, so the user can see through some walls. The other is that the visor can detect mana signatures. Mages emit some form of energy and radiation when they are about to use a spell. The visor can see this, and the user can see it in advance. This also allows the visor to detect ghosts, or as Lelei and Rory explain it, spirits. When Fryan uses phantom magic and phased out of this realm, 6, DARPA is looking for a way to detect anything in the phantom realm or any other realm. However, all of it is untested. DARPA has struggled to adapt to the magical side of things in this world. Fryan has helped DARPA develop this technology, trying to help NATO close this disadvantage they have against the Empire. Lelei once mentioned that if they have a chance to go to Rondel, her older sister Arpeggio could be a great help due to her expertise in alchemy and enchantment, which could enable NATO to develop more magic-related technology. He looks around and sees the waypoint. Move out and stay low. When Vanguard 5, the Legrath Knights, and the militia make their distraction, we move in. Knights first, then Rangers. Chief Master Sergeant Carlos Cruz and Captain Yoji Itami train the Knights to work closely with Rangers. The idea is to utilize both sides' strengths into one unit. He looks at Pina. He can see that she is nervous. Just remember your training, Princess. Pina looks at him. I am fine. It's just, there was a reason why the Empire preferred to work with Rondel than Darlco. Just remember your training, he replies. He then looks at Lelei. She is still goofing around with the visor, amazed by the technology. Don't break them. Oh, sorry, Lelei says. I'm still trying to figure how you people made this. He chuckles, hearing her innocence. He then hears an explosion and sees the signal from Vanguard 2. A javelin missile hitting the opposite end of the facility. Move it, he orders. Rory, bust the door down. All right, boys and girls, Randy says. 2 by 2. 2 knights after Rory and secure. Then 2 rangers and keep going. He moves up as Sergeant Major Randy Dodson organizes everyone. Rory uses her halberd to tear a hole in the wall. He sees 2 Rose Knights enter the facility in their new Black Knight armor. Just like the Rangers, the Knights and Militia received new prototypes of armor and weapons. The new armor is based on a heavy riot uniform design after the 2020 riots. It is the latest generation of riot cop armors outfitted with nanocarbon plates and soft Kevlar armor, which enables the armor to be both light and resist effectively any cut from the bladed weapon, blows from blunt weapons, or even arrows and bolts. Their new swords are made from adamantium, that was discovered on Falmart. These new prototypes are being used to field test how adamantium can be used to improve military armor, weaponry, and general technology. Earlier tests in the lab showing that adamantium swords are far more durable than normal steel swords, as the sword never shows any signs of damage after being applied with tremendous pressure of 90,000 pounds per square on it and never dulls. These advantages are also being amplified with laser forging technology, enabling the swords to even bifurcate a full armored Imperial soldier in one swing, slicing through both the armor, shield, and the flesh. The Knights were so amazed at the swords and even thought that it was made by magic that rivaled even the works of Mortar Mobkes, the apostle of the Smith god, Duncan, who was in charge of making the apostle's weapons. Most U.S. personnel comment that the adamantium material revives the legendary lost technology of Damascus steel. Each knight and militia has a small side-bow gun, while more specialized units like warrior bunnies utilize compound crossbows, while being lightweight, however more accurate than the ones the Empire has. The bow gun fires 2 types of bolts: normal aluminum bolt and explosive tip bolts. Finally, they are also being equipped with flashbangs and smoke grenades as well as tasers. With all that, they have their visors and NETT system so they can better integrate with the Rangers. As stated before, native warriors will get all NATO technology besides offensive weapons like rifles. Once the first groups get inside, he sees Rory wave at him. Everything is clear, Colonel. Roger, he says. Everyone, roll out and secure the breach. First Lieutenant Charles Johnson looks at the damage from the javelin missile through a binocular. Nice shot. That should get their attention, Bose states. He looks at Lieutenant Bose's co-Palesti and smiles. They have been dating since right after the Battle of Legrath. They worked together when hunting General Herm 7. They learned that they had some chemistry. Sure did, he replies. He gets on NETT and sees Wolf's point of view. He sees his militia and Bose's knights forming up. All right, people, here they come. Wolf, they are coming right at you. He sees what looks like Darlco knights forming up. He sees 3 mages among them. I still don't understand the difference between a knight and a soldier. He asks, how can I explain it that makes sense to you? Says Boses before being interrupted by a female human Legrath Knight. He looks at the female knight. She has black hair, blue eyes, and a blush-pale white face. The Empire is the only one to have an official army, the woman says. A soldier who serves the greater need and goes off to fight wars. A knight is a special position that protects their city and count or duke. While the soldier goes off and fights, a knight stays home and defends their home. They are considered to be more honorable because they are the defenders of the home. However, they usually are made up of nobles who use the title of knight to avoid war. Safety at home while defending it while the soldiers fight and die far away. He sees Boses cross her arms, annoyed being interrupted or begrudging how disrespectful the noblewoman's comments were. While Boses and the rest were disowned and declared traitors by their families, she still clings to some noble life traditions. He looks at the other women. That is a good way of putting it. Thank you. Boses looks carefully at her. It is a good summary. But we Rose Knights didn't sit back and avoided battle. We went out and fought. True, the dark-haired woman says, although seeming to not care about what Boses had just said. But the Rose Order of Knights is known to be the most elite of nobles. They claim to be open to others. However, they're only open to friends. Outside of their little circle, no one else is allowed. The Rose Knights are as elite as the Fools of Sadera. Before she can get any ideas, he places his hand on Bose's shoulder, trying to calm her down. Ever since he had lived with her, he has learned that she is quick to anger. "You brat," says Boses as she squeezes her fist. "You say that like we met before, but you've never experienced everything we have been through." "We could have, but it was not meant to be," the dark-haired women reply calmly, which angers Boses even more. "And you claim personal experience as a shield and assume no one else has suffered. I also have experienced things in life, some only a woman can experience. While I am new to the Legrath Knights, Guardian Pinky has welcomed me with open arms." She is talking about the Pink Siren Woman Captain, or Guardian, Baludi, Guardian being her title at Fort Legrath and among her troops. She and her loyalists switch sides and join his commander, Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe, during the battle. Because of the urgent need to follow Herm, he nicknamed her Pinky because she is pink. Since then, her nickname stuck. She complains about the nickname, but he thinks she likes it in secret. "Have we met before?" Boses asks. The dark-haired woman pulls out her sword as she prepares for battle. "I was past and now present. A hollow shell with no presence or value. Just here to serve and do my duty, hoping to be worthy of a knight one day." After saying that, she leaves to join her ranks. After the woman leaves, Boses sticks out her tongue. "What a bitch. Who the hell does she think she is?" He looks through his visor. "Corporal Fyra, Legrath Knights. She joined 2 months ago. Check your visor next time." "Fyra, it cannot be. How did she end up in Alnus in the first place?" Boses shockingly mumbled as she looked at her visor. "I wonder if the princess knows this?" "Contact Sir," Sergeant Okamasaru says over NETT. "Looks like a large ghoul wave is incoming." "I hate ghouls," Boses scowls. "Mindless undead beasts, but loyal to their masters. Darlco is full of them, as well as their skeleton troops. They are hard to kill since the only way to dispose of them is through decapitation or burning, much like vampires. If not properly killed, they just shrug off sword slashes, arrows, and even gunshots." Lelei mentioned that, he adds, her people in Rondell consider necromancy as barbaric as it disrespects the deceased. He looks as he watches the horde of ghouls charging forward. He counts about 200 of them with about 20 knights hanging back protecting the mages. He also sees a company-sized Imperial force with them. "Guardian mind coming here?" Baludi quickly rushes over. "What is it, sir?" He looks at her. "Can you give us a cover?" "Yes, sir," Baludi replies and smirks. She then jumps forward and lands on the edge of the small mound they are on. He watches her put her hands together. A small gust of wind flows around her. It gets bigger and bigger until the battlefield is covered by her wind magic. Baludi then focuses her wind magic on the ghouls, having the wind blow crisscross. Its immediate effect is clear, both slowing and distracting the enemy. He's impressed by this sight. So far, he has only seen Lelei consistently conducting magic. He sees the desired effect on the charging ghoul. Everything is going as planned. He mumbles and then gets on NETT. "Wolf, they're almost on top of you. Engage at will." Within the tall grass, he sees Wolf and his 20 Alnus militia, Boses' Rose team, and Baludi's Legrath Knights. Their new swords enable them to easily kill the first wave of ghouls like chopping trees. They then begin battling the ghouls in a surprise attack. He then sees Wolf let out a roar and kill 2 ghouls at once. He grabs one and tosses it into another ghoul wave. "Rangers," he says, "selective fire. We don't want the enemy to retreat into the facility." He sees his team open fire, picking off ghouls and summoning monsters from the mages. He looks out and sees a mage perform a summon spell. A large dirt monster comes out of the ground. It starts charging towards them. He understands that threat. Being made of dirt, the dirt monster is a bullet sponge. While he was part of Vanguard 7 and cleared out the path of Hydritis, near to the town of Euskero 8, they faced a summoned monster like this, and it was hard to take it down. Rory had to kill the mage for them to do real damage and kill it. "Focus fire on the summoning monster," he orders. "If you can snipe out the mage who is summoning it, we should be okay." Sharpe and the rest of Vanguard 7 move through the facility. It is not like how things have progressed. They were in the facility for 10 minutes, and they had no contact. Maybe the distraction is going better than planned? Pina says. Impossible, he replies. Planning never works. Always remember that, princess. Plans rarely work after the first contact with the enemy. That explains a lot, Pina mumbles. I thought I was just a bad leader. He pats Pina on the shoulder and walks over to Lelei. Hey kiddo, know where you are going? I have never been to a Darklow facility before. Their layout is illogical. Your satellite mapping of this building is a mess. That is why you have to use your gut, Lelei, he replies. If this place is illogical to you, then think illogically. Pick a path you normally wouldn't go down. If what you said is true, these people are like that jealous sibling who is angry at dad. So they do the opposite of what you do. My brain is in my head, not my gut, Colonel Lelei responds. Besides, it would help if Fryen could guide me. It's just a saying, Lelei. He points out and then looks at Fryen. Well, you are supposed to be our tracker. Where is your body part? Fryen closes his eyes and thinks. He opens them back up. I am sorry, Lieutenant Colonel. However, I can't feel my body part. It is either not here or somehow I am being blocked. This place is full of magic barriers to prevent me from tracking my body parts after all. Then my gut says left, Lelei says. He then raises his hand, pointing to Randy, signaling his team to advance. Randy and his mixed team of Rangers and Knights rush past him. They move down the hallway. He then orders everyone to advance down the hallway. When they get to a staircase, he sees that Randy has stopped. This annoys him as they are not making as much progress as he was expecting. What is going on? I saw this, sir, Randy says. He then points to the wall. He looks at this strange, faint purple symbol. This is something he has never seen before. He looks at Lelei and waves her up. Why don't you ask me? Fryen asks. He ignores Fryen and watches Lelei rush up. Lelei, this looks magical. Do you know what it is? Lelei looks at it and nods. I read about this. It is a magical trap rune, somewhat like your anti-personnel mines. Oh shit, Scott says, shocked by that news. Oh shit indeed. What those runes gonna do? Burn us? Electrocute us? Or freeze us? Alicia asks. I'm not sure, Lelei responds. This is not my specialty. Wow, the bookworm doesn't know something, Alicia jokes. Lelei glares at Alicia. I apologize. I never completed my training with Master Cato L. You people found me before he came back from Rondell. Besides, runes are my sister's Arpeggio's specialty. She knows how to deal with them properly. No one is mad at you, Lelei, Randy says. Alicia, knock it off. He looks at the rune, studying the design. He gets on NETT to contact Vanguard Actual. Sarah, are you getting this? Yes, sir, Sarah responds. We are studying the design right now. However, we have no references. Roger that, he says and looks at Lelei. Can you remove it like in Mount Tube? This is not the same runes as in Mount Tube, and much like bomb disarming. If I defuse the runes incorrectly, it might backfire and kill all of us, Lelei replies in a defeated tone. I am sorry, I cannot risk it. All good, he replies and pats her on the shoulder. As you said, not your specialty. It is my fault for not being more prepared. He then looks to Fryen's head. Can you remove it? Now you want to listen? Fryen replies. Yes, I can remove it, however, it will be hard without arms. I will need Lelei's help. He unclips Fryen's head and hands it to Lelei, which she takes. The experience of handling a head that is still alive disturbs him. None of this feels natural, and yet it is happening. How long will this take, he asks. Fryen looks at the rune. Definitely a high-quality rune. It is a lightning rune, where the intruder walks past it, and they are electrocuted to death. That sounds horrible, Pina states. Horrible. This place should be its own horror movie, Andrew points out. So, we are stuck here until you remove this, he says, annoyed. Sarah, please tell the other teams we are delayed. Yes, sir, Sarah says over NETT. Just to inform you, Lieutenant Johnson is holding the line. Bailey's team has broken the northern sector of the facility and is heading to their objective. He is glad to hear that everyone else's mission is going smoothly. He looks at Randy. Sergeant Major, give guys and go down that other path. See what is there? Yes, sir, Randy says. Sergeant Major Randy Dodson moves through the right pathway, as ordered. With him is Scott, Frost, and Tuke. From the Rose Knights ran Balalaika and Jalen. When it became more official that the Rose Order of Knights and other native organizations would be integrated into the NATO military structure, everyone was given ranks. The ranks are more of an honorary title to help them integrate and for NATO troops to see them as fellow soldiers. While Princess Pina is a captain, she doesn't have the full weight of the rank unless directly given to by a superior officer. It didn't take them long before they ended up in what looks like a barracks. "Keep your eyes focused," he orders. "If we found that one rune, there might be more. I wonder if there will be different colors?" Jalen asks. He looks at Jalen, one of the few male Rose Knights. "You don't seem to know much about magic?" "I thought magic is this amazing power in this world that nobles like you should know." Jalen uses his sword to move some cloth. "Some people like I never cared for magic. I find it disrespectful to the arts of the warrior. Besides, do you know of every topic in your world?" "I guess not," he replies. "Look around to see if there's anything of value." As everyone starts searching the crates, boxes, and the bunks for anything of value, he takes a good look around. He's impressed by the way these Falmartians live. He has heard soldiers complain about not having a candy bar in their MRA. He knows that it's just venting talk, but seeing how barren these bunks are, he cannot imagine living like this. On a mission, yes, but this is normal to these people. He sees Jalen walk into a bunk. He grabs a bag and empties it onto the bunk. He walks over to Jalen. He has been impressed that a man works alone in an all-female unit. He has a wife and daughter, and the drama sometimes drove him crazy. Being in an entire unit and not getting angry, he is impressed. He also noticed that he has solid views. He has been somewhat critical of the Rangers and NATO troops, pointing out their differences. While it is not in a disrespectful way, it is proof that there are bridges that need to be closed. "Jalen, have a minute?" he asks. "I have as long as you need, Sergeant Major," Jalen says. "I have found nothing of worth yet." "That is fine," he replies. "I was wondering, how are you fitting into the team? I know you had doubts." Jalen looks at him and thinks carefully about his response. "Everyone, as well as myself, in the Rose Knights grew up with the Empire. I had to work hard to get into the Rose Knights. It was the only path to a higher station." "I understand," he says. "You do what you have to do." "I agree," Jalen says. It's just never easy being a traitor to my own home, but sometimes I feel like it was too easy to become one. Don't get me wrong, the new Emperor and the Imperial Senate have gone mad, but these are my countrymen and I have to kill them." He nods as he thinks. "Then don't look at it like that." "What do you mean?" Jalen asked, confused. "This war will end one day," he says. "Today, you are enemies, and tomorrow, when the war ends, you are friends again. Fighting them does not have to be personal. It helps to dehumanize your enemies, however they are still human, or whatever race they are. Not a bad way to look at things for a people with no warrior code," Jalen says. That statement confused him at first. One topic he has heard from the natives is they think NATO troops have no warrior code. From what he understands based on different media and what he has seen here, the warrior code includes sword duels, the idea of living by the sword and dying by the sword, aiming for personal glory, their different types of oaths, and so forth. Being a swordsman means being intimate with their opponents as they can see each other face to face. There is a special set of skills a swordsman needs to beat your opponent. From what he can tell, there are just differences between the native warrior code and modern-day one. "I thought so too," he says. "But let me explain something. I know you and the other knights see us as honorless warriors." "I didn't mean it like that, sir. It's just that the warrior code has become worthless when you people have all these destructive weapons and war machines. Who cares about warrior code when you can just kill thousands of enemies at once with a single bomb or with one of your machine guns?" Jalen says nervously, thinking back about the movie Midway and Saving Private Ryan. "I know," he replies. "I know what you mean, but let me explain this. The warrior code you speak of never went away. It just changed." "Changed to what?" Jalen asks. "I mean, no disrespect, sir, but it just seems all you people do is shoot and kill the enemy en masse from afar. A code of honor seems pointless with your weapons." "Not true," he counters. "Our code is the manner of the soldier. We still protect civilians, protect others. Our code is the unit serving our country. We set ourselves a standard, and most importantly, we don't leave our people behind." "You see, Jalen," he continues, "you are right that it is easier to kill with a rifle. Bad people use these weapons and kill defenseless people all the time. Our honor is using this power with responsibility and to help. You think joining us means that you must give up your code of honor, but it doesn't. You just update it. He can see Jalen thinking about what he said. He hears Scott yell something, so he turns around and leaves. Sharpe walks away from Lelei and Fryen as they are halfway done removing the rune. This reminds him of a mission where his Delta team had to break into an installation in Laos. The information the NSA-9 gave them was wrong. His team had to hack through the security system, which took up time and left the team vulnerable. While North Korea taught him what happens when you go on an operation unprepared, that mission taught him that there are some things outside his control. As they wait, he suddenly hears weapon fire. He and everyone else looked towards the direction. The battle sounds far away, on the other side of the facility. He checks his NETT and sees that Bailey's team has engaged an enemy force. Everything is good. That is Vanguard 5. But we need to hurry. Oh yes. He hears Rory and looks at her. She is holding both of her arms, licking her lips. Rory. Rory's only response was looking at him, with eyes quite obviously carrying lust. As the sound of battle intensifies, he sees her hand move down and rub her leg. That is when he figures it out. Shit, Rory. Try to regain control of yourself. Everyone, get back, Alicia says cautiously, having caught on the moment Sharpe figured it out. You don't want to get close. He understands what is happening. This has happened before in battle. How Rory explained it is that when there is a battle, she feels the souls passing through her body. This triggers an orgasmic effect. The more she resists as the souls pass through her body, the more sexual tension she feels. The only way to release the tension is to join the battle. She says this is how Roy makes his apostles fight battles. He walks over, not knowing what is going to happen. All the other times this happened was when they were in battle, not somewhere else 10. And right now, this is the worst time for this to happen. If the Dark Mages learn of their position, they can get ambushed. Rory, get control of yourself, he orders. I feel it, Rory says. And there is another. She then twists her legs and looks at the direction of the sound of battle. I am sorry, Jackson, but I must. Roy is calling. Rory, no, he says as Rory pushes him away down onto the ground, moving past him. Rory uses her weapon and rams through the wall. She then rushes down the path as she laughs. Holy crap, Hamilton says in shock. Yeah, Alicia added. I used to get jealous, but now, too much craziness. Jerry rushes up and helps him up. Are you okay, sir? It looks like she pushed you very hard to the floor. I'm fine, he replies. Andrew rushes up. Should we go after her? Or should we let her go? I vote to let her go, Alicia replies. Pina rushes up. Why would you go after her? She is an apostle after all. She can take care of herself. Yeah, Andrew. He listens to what was said. He doesn't like the idea of letting Rory run around randomly. He understands their logic. Rory is a wild card, a rampaging beast. While good at teamwork, Rory is better when operating as a lone wolf due to her battle frenzy, and he knows she prefers that. People like Pina are used to the apostles doing their own thing, so having her run off is the norm. He hates the idea of letting her run loose. Besides, it could ruin the mission. He cannot accept the fact if something happens to her like Fryen. However, he is in command, and he cannot just leave everyone for personal feelings. Go, Jackson. He looks around to see who said that, but sees no one. The voice sounded like it was his head, so he assumed it was Sarah. He then looks back down that path Rory went. Princess, he says as he checks his clip. You are in command. Get that rune thing removed and advance on the objective. Get Randy's team back here. I am going after Rory. He then rushes down the path Rory made. Lieutenant Colonel, Sarah says. What are you doing? You cannot just leave your unit. He takes a stressful breath as he runs as fast as he can. He is impressed by the amount of structural damage she inflicted. What do you want me to do, Sarah? He replies. I know the commander cannot just leave his unit, but I cannot split the team even more and none of them could take on Rory. Take on? Sarah asks in confusion. She then realizes what he means. You think she would attack her own? I saw her eyes, Sarah, he replies. Would she attack us intentionally? No, but when she is full of bloodlust? We need her to complete the mission, sending anyone else to try and stop her. I don't know if they can control herself. He keeps running and sees two dead bodies slashed apart. As he runs, he hears a scream. He jumps on a table and jumps to this hole in the wall. Once on the other side, he rolls on the ground and stands up looking around. He sees Rory standing there holding up this man in a brown cloak with a skull necklace. He also sees two skeleton warriors charging after her. He aims his rifle and shots at one. Some of the bullets go through it, but the ones that hit shatter the bone parts. Because there are no body parts, he sees that he must break the bones to kill it. He then aims at the joints and fires one shot for each joint. The skeleton warrior falls apart. He looks up and sees Rory already killed everyone else. He sees Rory about to rush away again, halberd in her hand. He aims his rifle and shoots the pillar next to her, making her stop in her tracks. Rory stops. Rory looks at him and licks her lips. "Hi, Jackson, so much fun. I need more." He lowers his rifle and holds out his hand to show that he is no threat. "You need to stop this and come with me. We are a team. We do not split up." "You don't understand, Jackson," Rory says as she holds her arm. "I am close enough to the outside battle now. I can feel the souls pouring into my body. I can feel the screams, the sweat, the love, and passion." "Rory," he calls out before getting cut off. "Roy calls me to collect," Rory says as she twists her legs. "If I stop, then I lose control of my sanity. The pleasure will overwhelm me." He then hears loud noises nearby. He is surprised by the number of enemy warriors here. He wonders if this place is more than just a research facility, probably more of a staging ground for Darlco forces. He sees Rory about to run off again. He moves up and grabs her arm. What surprised him was that she stopped far easier than he thought. This changes when he looks into her eyes, seeing a predatory glare consisting of both anger and lust. "Oh shit!" Rory grabs his vest and tosses him onto a table. When he lands on the table, the wood breaks immediately. He rolls once and stands back up, a little dizzy. "Rory!" "Oh!" He dodges as Rory just misses him. He notices that she has stopped using her halberd, giving him a moment of relief, glad to see that she wasn't trying to kill him. However, he does feel her grab the back of his vest and tosses him into the wall. He ignores the pain from being tossed around. He turns around and grabs Rory's incoming fist. He uses her momentum against her and swings her around, tossing her into the wall. Rory rams into the wall at full force. He stops to catch his breath. "You are crazy Sharpe," Sarah says. "Why is she suddenly focused on me?" he asks as he is still catching his breath. He watches Rory climb out of the hole in the wall, laughing almost manically. Well, not almost, just plain maniacally. "Remember, sir," Sarah says, "this thing Roy did to her is to make her want to fight. You are giving her that." "Oh," he replies absent-mindedly as he dodges Rory's next charge. Rory then stops, jumps, does a backflip, and then lands next to him in a smooth sequence. She swings her leg to the back of his, tripping him. He falls onto his back. Letting out an oomph when he impacts the ground. Then, he sees her fist coming at him. His instincts kicked in, making him roll to the left. He hears her fist hitting the floor. He rolls back to his feet and rebalances himself. He looks up and sees her attacking him. He tries to deflect as best as he can. However, as an apostle, she is faster than him. He grabs her arm and twists her around. Rory moves around and grabs him. She lifts him into the air to the point where his feet are hanging about half an inch off the ground. He looks down at her. He can see this lustful look in her eyes as she smirks and giggles. Rory then rams him into the wall. She lets go and then punches him in the gut. He places his hand to his chest, nearly throwing up. He falls to one knee as he struggles to catch his breath. "That's a rib." He hears Rory laughing. "This is a fun fight. It is time to please Roy." He looks up at Rory. He knows she could have killed him easily, but hasn't. "Jackson," Sarah yells into his radio. "Kiss her." "What?" "Trust me," Sarah says. He looks directly at Rory and then tackles her to the ground. Rory grabs him and tosses him across the room. This time he lays there. Rory walks up to him and grabs his vest. She raises her fist to punch him again. He grabs Rory's shoulder and then kisses her, giving her a passionate kiss. For a few seconds, nothing happened. He stops and looks at her. He can see that she is crying. He sees in her eyes that she is back to normal, that lustful desire is gone. "Rory, I am so sorry. I am so sorry, Jackson. I didn't mean to hurt you. I cannot control myself." Rory mumbles as she cries uncontrollably. She drops to her knees and holds him up. "That's okay," he replies in a tired voice. "I am glad you came back to your senses now." "Great job, Sharpe," Sarah states with a prideful tone. "Damn, she kicked your ass hard." Tuke replies over NETT. He hears some of his teammates cheering, impressed by the fight or the kiss. He cannot figure out which one. He is glad it is over. How did that work? He mumbles, confused. There is a lot you need to learn about women, Jackson, Sarah replies. We need to do something about that battle frenzy of yours, Rory, or else you're going to hurt him more than the enemies, Tuke states. Rory helps him stand up. He has his hand on his side. Are you okay? I didn't hurt you? I am fine, he replies. Just a broken rib or two. Let us head back. He grabs his rifle and starts going back the way they came. Pina, Randy, get everyone together. We roll out when we get back. After getting his orders confirmed, the way back is quiet. He can tell that Rory is ashamed of what happened. He wants to cheer her up, however, he knows there is no point. He understands it was not her fault. It is part of being an apostle, and he accepted things like this would happen. Hey, Jackson, Rory mumbles. I see now why you have me at the bottom. He stops and looks at her in confusion. What are you talking about? Rory stops, placing her hands behind her back. She glances up, but refuses to look at him in the eyes. You listed me at the bottom on who is your favorite. He blinks as he tries to think. Again, what on earth are you talking about? Rory looks at him now, confused. Back on Earth, you listed who you like the most, that being Lelei. I was listed on the bottom. Every time I go berserk, I never had a situation like this. People usually let me do my thing. I try, but it is hard. He tries to think about what Rory is referencing. Rory, I would never list you or anyone at the bottom. That is not true, Rory replies. Rory then explains about the night he ranked all the girls, leaving a space for any late entries to the team, 11. That he said Lelei was on top because she never caused any headaches while Rory was on the button for being a daily headache. Oh yeah, he mumbles. Rory, I was just picking on you. I thought we were just teasing like always. Besides, even if that a joke, you are never at the bottom since that is the place for Pina. She pissed me far more than you do. Okay, Rory mumbles. He knees so he is at eye level. Look, I am sorry. I thought I was just teasing, and I don't want you to worry about what happened. I am in charge, and when I was planning this missing, I overlooked this sexual thing that Emroy does with you. He looks directly into her eyes. I am in charge. You all placed your faith in me that I would keep you safe. I need to do better in understanding you all so I can properly apply it to you. And besides, about that list, if it is based on headache, that means I am below you. But I broke your ribs, Rory replies. And who knows what else is hurt under your armor. Just remember rule number 1. He replies and then stands up. However, when he fully stood up, it hurt. That you are always wrong, or that you deserved it, or that no socks on Tuesdays, or was it that what you're gay on Thursdays? I will never understand that one. Rory mumbles off the list. I will never understand that last one, but how about agreeing to whatever you say and then do the opposite? Okay, he mumbles. They get to the rest of the Rangers. He sees everyone there. Jesus Christ, sir, Scott says. You look like shit. Jerry walks up with this pissed off look. Why is it every mission I have to patch you up? How else would you use your medical degree? He replies and looks at everyone. All right, Rangers and Knights. We're linking with Vanguard 5 and going after that body part. Let's end this. Roll out. V14. Chapter 171, Dark Magic. The Ministry of Economics, Guild and Trade, Praetor Flavius Delamandus, has reported an economic downturn. Tribunes from the farming, mercantile, and slave guilds have reported a decline in both growth and revenue. Tribune Potatus Flautiferus of the Farming Guild has reported that since the Empire lost the greater Elis region to the other world of savages, the Empire has entered a food shortage, forced to tap into its reserves to feed the army. He has stated the remaining crop lands must triple production to replace the losses. The Farming Guild is the largest source of revenue for the Treasury. Tribune Lucius Co. Titidius Salatus of the Mercantile Guild has reported that profits have been cut in half ever since the loss of Italica and Valtris to the Otherworlders. Traders have struggled to maintain their supply lines since the Empire was effectively cut into two. Lucius has stated that his priority is to turn Belnago and Napni into a new trade route to restabilize the economy. Lucius has also prioritized relocating many mines away from the heart of the Empire where most of the fighting at and relocating them away from the heart of Falmart. Many of the relocations are going to the mountain range of ice and snow, the western mounts by Edras and the southeast between the eastern Swestuals Kingdom and south of the Avian Sea. The main salt mines along the Blue Sea coast have been consistently harassed by the Albion army and NATO airplanes. However, the 5 dwarf vassal kingdoms have increased metal production with the main producer Galrash. The Imperial Army requested its largest order of swords and armor since the 30-year war against the Dark Races. The formation of the Falmart League has helped offset the damages of the war as trade with the Ticaret Conglomerate. Since the formation of the Alliance, trade restrictions and hostility has been lessened, allowing both the Empire and Ticaret to trade more freely, bringing a small, albeit greatly needed boost to the Imperial economy. As the war economy continues, a major issue that has been impeding progress has been the inflation of the cost of slaves. Tribune Gnaeus Hob, Pilatus of the Slave Guild, has struggled to meet the new demand for slaves as both farmers, merchants, and miners need more labor to meet production quotas. The guild says they were promised by ex-Emperor Molt to receive 20,000 new slaves in the invasion of Earth. However, only a handful were ever received. Furthermore, mass escape of slaves has become more common than ever. Any escaped slave that has been recaptured, please hand them over to the Slave Guild or the Adventurers Guild for processing. Any slave that escaped will either be sent to the front lines or be sent to the mines. The slave economy has always been a critical industry for the imperial labor market, especially now as the Empire has placed a mass conscription from each citizen and freehouse. Gnaeus has changed a policy that anyone who volunteers for slave work will be automatically freed in 5 years with all debts forgiven, depending on debt size. As of now, the imperial economy is in limbo as it rebalances and recovers from last year's devastating losses against the savage enemy beyond the gate that threatens the entirety of civilized culture and society. While some areas of the economy are growing thanks to the war, others are struggling to rebuild. Ministry of Propaganda. Malo Plains, east of the Blue Sea coast. March 30th, 2026. Delilah sees a skeleton warrior in front of her. She smirks as her blood boils with lust to kill. She blocks the skeleton sword with one of her short swords and slices her opponent with the other short sword, hitting its arm and torso joints. The body of the skeleton falls apart, disarming it. She kicks a skeleton warrior, using her bunny strength, utterly shattering the skeleton. She looks around and sees some of the Rose Knights fighting the skeletons. While not as good as her, they're not doing a bad job. She looks at the Rangers and sees them engaged in a firefight with some mages. Some of the facility's security had ambushed them. Bailey ordered the melee forces to fight the skeletons and ghouls while the Rangers dealt with the mages. Ever since she started working with him, she is constantly surprised on how well NATO adapts to changing situations. She looks to the 2 Rose Knight leaders, Beefeater and Panache. They just cut down 2 skeletons and have already started attacking the remaining skeleton warriors. She tolerates the Rose Knights in the name of peace. She understands Sharpe has worked hard to integrate ex-Imperial soldiers, and she understands they were branded traitors by their people. Still, they are the daughters of the men who massacred her people, attached chains to them, and sold them away as wares to be sold and used. Panache is just an elitist, always shooting glares at her and the other non-humans. She can see that she still believes that demi-humans are inferior. However, even though Beefeater is a noble woman, she does not act like one. She does not detect the standard haughty, I am superior to you attitude she picks up from most of the Rose Knights. It seems like she wants to live life to the fullest. She notices another warrior charging at Beefeater, this time of night. She reacts on a whim and charges past Beefeater. Her blade hits the knight's armor, but she then swings her kukri blade to the gap between the helmet and body armor. The knight's head drops down to the floor, and she sees it was a green-colored orc, one which shocked her. There are 2 types of orcs. Green are the more humanoid ones who act more like men, just bigger and stronger. They call themselves Urakia, so people don't get them mixed up. Thank you, Beefeater says as she gives a thumbs up. That prick would have overpowered me. She smiles and waves. I see you picked up some of the American terminology. Can't beat them. Join them, Beefeater replies. Just be careful, Beefeater, Panache says. She glares at Panache, but hears Beefeater chuckle. Just ignore her. She's like that to everyone. She smiles. All right. She can see how tired the Rose Knights are. It has been a difficult, grueling fight so far. Since they first broke into the facility They have been fighting pretty much non-stop. She looks at the remaining enemy forces and smirks. She points her blade at the Rangers. Go protect them. I will handle them. She then charges forward, going faster than expected. She swings her blades at Athos, summoned monster, with such rage. She was trained to be a killer. She knows that she is more potent and faster than the average human male. But right now, she feels this surge of energy throughout her body. Her senses are going crazy, able to detect every slight movement. She attacks the remaining enemies, moving past them all. With the skeletons, she attacks the joints so they collapse. Everything else she cuts down, until she sees a mage. She smirks. Hello there. The male mage holds up his hand. The surrounding objects start to grow black and lift into the air. She has seen Lelei do this. It is telekinesis. The crates, stones, and body parts start flying towards her. She slashes the crate, cutting it in half and scattering wooden splinters everywhere around her. Then she slashes at the incoming stones, but failed to stop the stones. She looks forward and sees a large stone coming at her. But then she sees the black glow around it disappear. Tayul tackles her as the stone passes them both, hitting the wall. She sees Tayul suddenly looking at her in a strange way. What is it? Nothing, Tayul says with a smile. Just as I suspected, you are irrational right now, but don't be stupid. Sorry, she responds. I got carried away, but I got most of them. She stands up and looks at the dark mage. She sees a bolt pierce through his head, the rest body jerking suddenly before dropping down dead. She looks towards Beefeater, who is looking at her bow gun. She is impressed by the accuracy of the small one-hand ranged weapon. At first, she thought it was a small crossbow, however Scott explained they called one-hand crossbows a bow gun. Thank you, Beefeater. She could not believe she said those words to an Imperial woman. However, she just did. All good, Beefeater replies. I can't believe this thing even worse in the first place. Because of how light it is, I expected it to either break or miss the target entirely when fired. That's composite for you, Corporal James Ward comments as he walks up. It makes weapons like that lighter than wood and metal, but just as durable. Bailey then walks up. Are you all right, Delilah? She looks at her boyfriend and gives her a thumbs up. Everything is great. I am having the time of my life. Why do you ask? Because you are being more reckless than normal, Bailey says in a matter-of-fact tone. She chuckles upon hearing that. She has observed that most males from most species have this urge to protect females. She finds it cute that he thinks he is trying to protect her, even though he knows she can kick his ass in a fight. The Knights needed to cover your 6, she says. And I'm on my most fit for combat right now. What is that even supposed to mean? Bailey asks. You've been acting weird over the past few days. Before she could reply, she saw Private First Class Adam Hopkins walk up. Sir, Adam says. Lieutenant Elliot is reporting in. Captain Sarah says Vanguard 7 needs support. Right, Bailey says. Rangers, Knights, we are moving to support our sister unit. Bunnies, up front. Roger that, boss man, she replies. She lowers her HSDG, too, so she can see the IFF beacon. The beacon shows a waypoint that allows her to see the general direction of friendly units. She just needs to figure out the correct path to get to them. Down this way, she says. Follow me? She rushes down this hallway. Up ahead, she sees this skeleton just standing there. The stories of these skeletons are that they were either once warriors or ordinary people. They were brought back to life like this through dark magic, which Darlco specialized with. They use this magic to turn people into ghouls or skeletons for their own bidding. She rushes up behind the skeleton and slashes it in half. She chuckles as her kill, but then looks to her left. It looked like her visor detected something, but she saw nothing. She blinks, and just as she finishes blinking, she swore she just saw a dim glow right then and there. Interesting, she mutters. You're fast today, Tayul says in a shocked tone. She looks in the same direction at her. What are you looking at? My visor said it saw something, she replies. But it might be broken. Interesting, Tayul says. Well, they said these things are prototypes, so they might not be working properly. She mumbles. She then hears an intense firefight. We better go. Sharpe is kneeling by a pillar. He is reloading his M4. The path behind him was closed off by a mage, using some kind of ground-based magic. Then, the enemy forces unleash their ambush. Some enemy knights and mages are taking cover up ahead, pinning them down. Normally, this would be easy to handle, however, a minotaur came through the ceiling right on top of them. Ghouls came down after it as well. Rory is fighting the minotaur right now, while the Rose Knights fight off the ghouls. He decided to let Pina handle his right flank. Close combat is her specialty after all. Maintain suppressing fire rangers, he orders. His rangers are lined up, taking covers by the pillars. They unleash a hail of bullets at the enemy. Some of these bullets find their mark against an Imperial soldier. Safe to say, he died pretty much immediately, his blood splattering against the ground with audible splats. Others take cover by a dirt wall that was erected by a mage. There are way too many Imperialists here for a research facility, Andrew says. He had the same thought. He expected some Imperial soldiers and Darko Knights, but this was just ridiculous. Yeah, this confirms that this is a staging area. Yeah, but for what? Jerry asks. Wouldn't they be afraid of an air strike, being above ground and all? It will take the Ospreys, a fuel tanker, to get back to Alnus, Randy explains. Stop the chatter and engage, he interjects, wanting his rangers to pay more attention to the here and now. He sees a mage behind one of its defensive walls create fire with magic. This high elf moves up to the mage and takes control of the fire and swings it towards the Rose Knights. Pina, heads up, he says over the radio. Before hitting the knights, the flames turn into ice. Then the icicles drop to the floor. He moves from his position and heads to Lelei and Tuke. As he moves, he feels a sharp pain by his ribs where Rory broke them. Nice shot, Lelei. Keep those mages pinned down. Tuke, try and take out that mage. Both nod at his order. Lelei stands and fires an energy blast, covering Tuke's advance. Tuke Luna Marceau moves to the right and fires an arrow from her composite compact bow, killing the high elf. He looks at the enemy position and sees they are being suppressed. He looks over to Rory and the knights. They all seem to be holding their ground. Rory seems to be struggling with her fight against the Minotaur because of just how little space there is. Rory likes open space to move around to strike the flanks. Pina and the other knights are holding. The new armor and sword seem to be holding up. He starts to move to help Rory and the knights. He feels someone grab his vest and sees Randy. Hold up, sir, Randy says. You will just get in the way with your wound. If you go down, we all go down. He hates to admit, but Randy is right. Lelei, you plug that hole in the ceiling. Specialist Alicia Moore covers her and supports Rory. He then looks at the enemy position, not like that they have been pinned here for so long. Frost blows them to hell. Alicia goes with Lelei and starts shooting at some ghouls, putting her bayonet on her rifle and decapitating a ghoul with the bayonet. While Alicia is a hothead and gets carried away, he knows he can trust her to get the job done. She hates to lose. Frost pulls out his M320 grenade launcher. He fires a fragment grenade into the forward enemy position. The barrier is destroyed from the blast, creating an opening. Let them have it, Randy orders. He and all the other rangers open fire. He sees many of the enemy fall. He sees one of Tuke's arrows hit a staff, damaging the orb in the process. Redirecting his attention and gun, he fires at the damaged orb, destroying it in its entirety. Yao watches the battle wage. At first, she thought they were in trouble, but soon they turned the battle in their favor. The hole in the ceiling is blocked, and the Rose Knights are now cutting down the remaining ghouls. The other enemy group is getting cleaned up as well. She then hears something happening behind her. She looks around and sees the wall move away, revealing a new chamber filled with numerous Darko Knights. She also sees two mages, one a human man who is moving the wall, the other a female mage casting a spell with a purplish hue. Sir Scott, she says nervously. What is it? Scott asks. He then looks and sees what she sees. 7 o'clock. Rear flank. She watches as Private First Class Marvin Scott turns around. His machine gun lights up as he lays suppressing fire. However, it is too late. The female mage fires the spell and hits Scott. Scott hits the pillar behind him and slides down, screaming in agony. She sees this purple acid like liquid all over his vest, eating it away, some of it on his right side of the neck and cheek. I need a healer, she yells. The team medic specialist Jerry William rushes up and then starts hurriedly taking off his vest, trying to get the acid off Scott. She looks up and sees Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe and Sergeant Andrew Steele start firing at the new targets. She also sees Tuke lower her bow and pull out her pistol. Seeing how Tuke is holding the pistol and aiming it, she decides to help. She takes Jerry's pistol from its holster and aims. She sees a knight charging towards her. She aims for the head and fires, getting a headshot. She aims at the other enemy knight and shoots him in the head as well. "Nice shot, Yao," Andrew says, impressed. "Thank you," she replies, surprised to get a compliment. She is not used to that kind of treatment. She thought their weapons were much more complicated than this. Based on all the training she has seen, she thought you had to be a master marksman to use such a weapon. However, this is far easier than she thought. She fires again, killing that female mage who hurt Scott. As the Darlco's first sneak attack failed, the male mage formed a magical energy shield, which surprisingly deflected many of Yao's pistol shots. Based on Lelei's experimentation with DARPA and shield magic as part of their weapon project to create force field to protect infantry and vehicle, a magical shield should crumble after 4 to 5 gunshots from a pistol or 2 to 3 shots from rifles, as they are not conjured with any principle of kinetic force in mind. However, when Yao looks closely at the mage, she sees that he has a magic-boosting amulet around his neck, which enhances his magic effect 5 times to conjure a magic shield good enough to resist gunshot. 2 Imperial archers, one with a bow, while the other has a crossbow. Arrows come through the shield. That is when she sees 2 bunnies rush past the archers and knights. The 2 swiftly cut down all the Darlco and Imperial's defenders with ease. She stood there amazed. She has heard stories of the warrior bunnies, however she never seen one until Alnus. This is the first time she has seen them fighting. As the shield collapses, she sees Vanguard 5 come around the corner. Sharpe is happy to see Bailey team. He points to Beefeater and orders her to join Pina. "All right, girls," Beefeater says. "Charge!" He watches as Beefeater's team rush past him to join Pina in battle. He then sees Delilah as she finishes cutting down a swordsman. He notices the Berserker's eyes present in Delia's eyes, just like the ones Rory Mercury had earlier. Delilah charges forward, faster than he has seen her before. To his surprise, still she has all this energy. "Sorry for the delay, sir," Bailey says. Rangers move in and provide support. Private First Class Dohate, go help Jerry with Scott. He watches as both vanguards rally up and overwhelm the enemy force with superior fire support. He then sees the Rose Knights and the 2 bunnies clear up the remaining ghouls. He watches Rory holding her halberd. The Minotaur is holding onto her weapon, both pushing against each other, trying to get an advantage over the other. As Alicia calls out, Rory suddenly jumps up and lands on her halberd and then jumps forward. She kicks the beast into the wall, breaking open his chest armor. Seeing an opening, Alicia fires a control burst into the Minotaur head, killing it. The beast body collapses onto the ground, shaking everything for a moment. "Thanks for the assist, Bailey," he replies. Bailey chuckles. "No problem." He then looks at him, and his eyes turn wide. "What the fuck happened to you? Looks like you were just in a bullfight." He takes a breath, seeing that the fighting is over. "Rory and I had a one-on-one." "What?" Bailey asked, with a bewildered look on his face. He leans forward and whispers, "You 2 fucked here?" He looks at him, dumbfounded. "What the no?" "She went into her berserk mode, and we had a fight. I think she broke a rib or 2. "Sorry, sir," Bailey says as he chuckles. "Just saying what we are all thinking." He then slaps him on the back. He then places his hand on Bailey's chest to get his attention. "Hold up," he whispers. "You just assumed that we fucked?" Bailey chuckles and shrugs his shoulders. "Well, to be honest, it is everyone's favorite fanfic, sir. How close you 2 are. Everyone gossips and guesses on, what if you weren't banging Sarah?" "I don't have time for this," he says as he runs his eyes. "What is going on with Delilah? She seems to be fighting harder than usual. You notice too?" Bailey says. "I thought it was just me." He calls Tyul over. "What can I do for you, Lieutenant Colonel?" Tyul asked. "What is going on with Delilah?" he asks. "She is acting differently. Her behavior mirrors Rory when she is in her battle frenzy state. Should I be worried?" "Oh no, sirs," Tyul says. "This is normal for bunnies. She is going through the heat period. During this time, a warrior bunny's senses become more sensitive, We become stronger, faster, more reactive. You have nothing to fear. This only happens when a bunny carries a life within her. Okay, Bailey mumbles, confused by that explanation. So, this will wait what? Delilah, get over here. Sharpe also looks shocked and is surprised by what he just heard. As Delilah walks over, he looks at Taiyul. You knew? Just a moment ago, I felt something strange about Delia. I put my bunny ears on her belly and found that she is with a child after hearing a heartbeat, Taiyul says. This is normal for our people. Bearing a child temporarily makes a warrior bunny faster and stronger as well as more driven. This phenomenon is similar to the nesting instinct found in any animal, demi-human and even human. Sharpe looks over and sees Bailey yelling at Delilah. Hey! Bailey yells. Delia, why didn't you tell me that you were pregnant? I am? That wonderful darling. No wonder I feel a deep surge in power within me whenever I fight. The heat will enable me to fight better alongside you, darling. I bet I can even take on Minotaur head-on all by myself and win right now. Ha ha! Delilah cheerfully states, bouncing up and down with excitement. Delia, don't be stupid like that, Bailey says in a frustrated tone. You have no right to put our unborn child in danger like that. What would happen if you got hurt? Knock it off, Bailey. Delilah responds and touches her belly. I'm a warrior bunny. We have almost no males to go fight for us. We have to fight and defend our homes and loved ones. Our enemies never cared if we were with children. I am fighting with you in NATO to regain the life and peace of my people that have been pillaged by the Empire. But most of all, I am fighting for our future too. Don't deny our baby a chance to help her mother and father. Delilah is correct, Taiyul adds. Unlike most females when they're with a child and get weaker, we temporarily get stronger. We use that to defend our home and friends. Friends like all of you. It would be considered a disgrace if she backed away from a mission when she was in the heat, since it denies the unborn childs the honor to support their mothers to defend the homeland. Our people have a deep warrior culture, so we believe even an infant can fight for some capacity. In fact, during the desperate war against the Empire, many of our people impregnated themselves to gain an edge in battle. Our babies are used to distract the enemy. As Sharpe listens, he gets frustrated too. He has experienced many culture clashes, but most are very subtle. Logically, what Taiyul made sense. If you have to constantly defend yourself, you would use any and everything you can to win. We will talk about this later, he says. Now let's focus. He glances over and sees Scott shirtless and getting patched up. He looks badly hurt and knows he cannot deal with this pregnancy drama right now. Both of you stay here, he orders. Randy, Pina, secure the area, he orders. He kneels next to the two medics and looks at Scott. Lelei is standing next to them watching. Sitrep document. Jerry shakes his head. I stopped the acid, but it caused a bad burn. Lelei said it was some kind of acid spell. Just do the best you can, he says. Both of you get him ready for extraction. He can see something else is on Jerry's mind. Speak your mind, Sergeant. Sir, Jerry says, our Umbav 3 is fucking useless against magic. I thought this model was supposed to be magic resistant. I know it can stop most arrows and blades, but magic just tears it apart. Magic will get a lot of our people are killed. I don't know what to do. I only have so many treatment options. DARPA has been working with many defense companies trying to invent better body armor for the troops to stop situations like this. So far, the project is a failure mainly because there are too many different types of spells to counter. It also depends on the skill level of the mage. Too many unknown factors to make effective armor. Based on Lelei's suggestion, the only way for this to work perfectly is to recruit an alchemist to put enchantment on the armors to resist magic perfectly. Just do your best, Jerry, he says. He then pats Jerry on the shoulder, trying to calm him down. He then looks to Scott. Looking good, Scott. It hurts, Scott says in a weak voice. A lot. Think about the positive, Scott. He replies as the two medics finish wrapping bandages around him. Women love scars on a man, so this is an improvement for you. That is true, Sarah adds over in W. I bet your cat friend in Italica will like them. I will see if she can come visit. I guess that would be good, Scott mumbles. Still stings like hell. He pats Scott's leg and stands up. Bailey and Fryen. Bailey walks up. Lelei carrying Fryen's head walks up. We are leaving, right? Bailey asks. Retreating? Lelei asks. What about my body part? Fryan asks. Look, Bailey says. If you haven't noticed, we've been facing far heavier resistance than expected. We need 3 more Vanguard units or a Special Forces group. I hate to say it, but he is right, he states. Another engagement like that, and we will be out of ammo. I don't think so, Fryan says. That looked like a final stand. Moving walls like that would cost a lot of mana. They looked desperate. I believe we are close. And let me guess, he says. If we leave now, we will not get a second chance at this. He looks around and takes a deep breath, feeling a pinch on his ribs. He sees everyone looking at him waiting for orders. Jerry, go with Vanguard 5 and get Scott out of here. Bailey, get your team and the Knights out of here. Contact Johnson for extraction. When you get out their contact command, I want a B-52 to level this place. Vanguard 7 with me. We don't leave people behind, and we are not going to start now. I guess that includes body parts now, Alicia says. Beefeater laughs loudly. Everyone looks at her, and she stops, places her hand behind her back. Sorry. Don't be, he says. Everyone rolls out. He regroups his unit, and they start moving out. Do you have any idea where your body will be? I feel like I can sense it, however, I cannot point to a direction, Fryan replies. Lelei? He asks. I don't know, Lelei replies. At Rondell, all the important chambers have special doors. They have magical locks and enhancements. The doors are also very decorative, telling some kind of story. Either the history of the city or a story of a hero archmage, or get to the point, Lelei, he says, annoyed by her tendency to lecture. I am sorry, Lieutenant Colonel, Lelei replies. Fryan body parts should be considered important. They would put it in their most important chamber. I just don't know where that would be. He looks at Andrew. Andrew, if this were a video game, where would this chamber be? Andrew stops and thinks. Well, in almost every game or manga, I read the final chamber is usually up top or on the button. Because we did not detect a deep underground section, so that means one of the higher levels. The tower, Rory says. We should go to the tower. All important people live in a tower. Fits their egos. I don't agree, Andrew replies. Yes, the tower is where the important people live, however, you don't put a research facility in one. Especially if you are researching apostles, you need space. Something important like a vault room. That is where you get all the good stuff. You only go to the tower to fight the final boss. Impressive, Lelei says. I really should look into these games you speak of. After your housework, Lelei, he states. I agree with Andrew. Fryan, Lelei? Where would be a good place for such a vault? Lelei then snaps her fingers and smiles. I remember in WoW 4, we had to find something similar. The vault room was always in the top center before you go up towers. Seems logical to me, Fryan says. He glances down, not liking how Fryan said that. He glances back at everyone. Lelei, Andrew, take points? Sharpe sees 5 guards at the large door. That looks fancy. Is it like the ones in Rondell? Yes, Lelei replies. But the architecture is crap. What is the plan, sir? Randy said. He looks at the guards. Andrew, Tuke, cover Frost. Frost, fire grenade. Rory, Alicia, and I will move in and secure the door. He watches as Andrew and Tuke move around the corner. They open fire at the enemy troops. Private First Class Harvey Frost loads up his grenade launcher. He moves behind Tuke. Fire in the hole. He fires the explosive grenade, killing all the enemy soldiers there. He rushes up with Rory and Alicia, checking if the bodies are dead. If anything behind the wall didn't know we were here, they do now, Alicia points out. They knew we were here already, Randy says. I hope they fear us if they hear that. Once everyone confirms that the enemy is dead, he walks up to the door. As Lelei explained before, he sees all these strange writings with pictures. He wonders what it all means. Lelei, I assume it is enchanted. Probably, Lelei says as she walks up, carrying Fryan. Can you read it? Andrew says. Lelei looks closely. A little. This kind of writing has been deemed forbidden by Rondell archmages, however I recognize some symbols that we share. It says something about darkness, true path, and it says the dark and the light are the truth path. Restrictions are only limitations of true power. The darkness shall rise from the east. That Rondell shall become one with Darlko. The will of Valkyr, says Fryen. You know the language of dark magic? Lelei asks. It was not always forbidden, Lelei, Fryen answers. And as an apostle of knowledge, the guardian of the library of Elish, I have to know. But it is forbidden? Lelei replies and then thinks. She looks at him. Your First Amendment protects you from censorship of ideas? In theory, yes, he replies. The idea is to have a marketplace of ideas to be shared and debated. Normally the best of wins. It was how the West was founded, but not all ideas are equal, Fryen interjects. Bad ideas can win in that marketplace. The first thing he thinks about is fascism and communism and how they came to be. Both ideologies won their debate at the time and then left a trail of bodies. However, the only reason they were defeated was because people could challenge them. Lelei, Fryen says, forbidding a subject is usually powerful and established to maintain their power, rarely for the better of society. Are you saying it was wrong for the Rondel Academic Council to forbid dark magic? Lelei asks. Partly, Fryen replies. Rondel was correct to see the threat that dark magic poses. However, they were wrong in blinding themselves to it by erasing all knowledge from their society. You cannot fight what you are blinded to. Why are you afraid of dark magic? Andrew asks. Usually when something has dark in it, it is usually something bad. I wouldn't say bad, Fryen replies. Dark magic can be powerful and give the mage amazing power. However, it comes with a cost. The cost is different for each mage and not necessarily making you evil ... But everything has a price, he finishes. That is fine and all, but how does that help us get through the door? Randy asks. I can open it, Fryen says. I will need to use Lelei though. I know my magic has gotten stronger, but I don't think I can do it, Lelei says shyly. I have seen your mana and spells become one of a kind, Fryen says. While my Master 5 was interested in your Master Dash, he is not our master, Rory mumbles as she crosses her arms. You have yet to learn to control your newfound knowledge, Fryen continues, ignoring Rory. I will help you learn how to master your knowledge and mana, and then you will be among the best. Right now, Fryen continues, I need your body and mana as a conduit. Place your hand on the door. Lelei looks up at him, looking for direction and approval. He gives an approving nod. You can do it? If you can't, we have a plan B, C4, Alicia adds with a smirking tone. He watches as Lelei places her hand on the handlock. She closes her eyes as Fryen begins chanting. He sees Fryen's head glows purple, blue, green, and red. That energy glow moves up Lelei's arm until it surrounds her. The hand that is on the door glows. Then the door glows as the different symbols glow. Lelei starts to scream as all that energy flows through her body. He feels the urge to stop this, but stops himself. The sound of her screaming frustrates him. Sarah has been telling him that he needs to give the girls more space to grow. He believes he needs to protect the girls, including Rory, even though she is an apostle. Being the adult male in the group, he sees it is his responsibility. He knows about her horrible relationship with her biological father. So while he hasn't adopted her or see the need to unlike Selena, he does see himself as some form of father figure for her. Her education bill surely makes him feel like one. You got in, Lelei, he says. Just remember our training. Focus 6. Lelei looks at the door and she clenches her teeth. She pushes against the door with all her might. The large door locks open and slowly starts to open. Seeing this, he looks to his rangers. Randy, Andrew, Yao Frost, stay here and guard our 6. Everyone else stormed the room. Once the door opens, he rushes into the room. He stops right at the entrance, aiming his rifle. He looks around looking for targets. The room looks like a primitive lab. Primitive test tubs, a fire pit which is boiling a pot. He sees different kinds of animals butchered up like they were part of simple experiment. Then he sees his objective, frame body part. It is his chest having over some pots. It looks like the blood is being drained from it. This is the objective, he says. We should look around and see what we can find, Lelei proposes. I agree, he says. Let's see what they're trying to do. Stand fast, he orders, looking forward. While his eyes see nothing, his HSDG visor is highlighting a target. The object looks fuzzy and misty. That is when his eyes focused on the misty object. His eyes were wrong. The visor creates a clearer picture, and it looks more like a see-through humanoid in an ancient-looking armor. It looks like a spectral. What is that? Alicia asks, seeing the same object. I have no idea, Lelei replies. I have never seen or read about this. I have never seen this before, Rory adds. But maybe I heard stories. A misty creature that appears and disappears. His visor creates a clear image of this spectral. It walks up and stops right at the center of the room. It is a wraith, Fryen says. A humanoid creature that lives in the Phantom Realm. Phantom Realm? Lelei says. Like your phantom magic? He looks at Fryen, concerned. Well, he didn't see the fight. Lelei and Rory told him they thought they kicked Fryen as the first time 7. Phantom magic is having the ability to phase the mage body out of this realm. While you can still see the mage, objects can pass through it. The only reason they beat him the first time was because Lelei used lightning magic. She assumed that work, because of its electrical charge, has the effect of recreating the molecular integrity of phantom magic users, which she correctly deduced that phantom magic has the same effect of molecular phasing on an object or a person that causes their molecular bonds to lose off temporarily. However, that is only a theory. What the hell is a wraith? Alicia asks. Be very careful, Sharpe, Fryen says. They are exceedingly rare, very ancient, and very dangerous. Just like my magic, a wraith can fade in and out of our realm. Ah, I finally get to meet the warriors of the other world, the wraith says. And 2 apostles, impressive. Who are you? Rory demands. You have been away from these lands for too long, Rory the Reaper, the wraith states. I am Vakar, Lord of Darlco. So you are the leader of Darlco. The first time I see your face. Lelei says. Yes, Vakar says. And you must be the special mage I heard so much about from Kagash. Lelei looks at Vakar confused. She pointed to herself. Me? I don't understand. You have been learning the other worlders' ways and refined the world of magic, but their way of magic called technology will never match the magic of ours, Vakar says. The knowledge of science and technology is far more powerful than you think in enhancing magic, Lelei says. She then takes a step toward, and I don't care what you are, Darlco will never rule magic. Thanks to the principle of science and technology, I have gotten stronger than the majority of Rondel mages and created new and better spells you cannot imagine. So just give us Fran's body. Vakar remains quiet for a moment. We shall see. Lelei glares at him. She points her staff at him as it glows blue. This lightning strike forms at heads right at him. Vakar forms a darkish bubble. The lightning attack is absorbed into the bubble. The bubble then disappears in a mist form in the vault room. Lelei blinks in confusion. That was not supposed to happen. That was not a normal lightning attack. It is a reoccurring electrostatic discharge, during which 2 electrically charged equalize themselves. The more energy you have that meets, the more gigajoule of energy you have in the attack. Since, facing Fryen, I tried to learn everything I could about electrostatic discharge. So how did you block it so easily? Vakar then holds out his hand. Then this powerful, ghostly wave of energy comes out of his arm and hits Lelei. Lelei is hit and flies backwards out of the room. I am not impressed, Vakar states. Lelei, he said. He and Alicia fire their rifles, pouring half a magazine into the wraith. He watches the wraith fade out and the bullets go through him, hitting the wall. The wraith suddenly moves towards them quickly. It goes to the right, the left in a jarring way, almost like it is teleporting or vanishing as it moves. Rory reaches forward and slashes at it, but the wraith goes right through her. The wraith then grabs Alicia and tosses her into one of the lab tables. He sees Rory swing again. Her halberd swings through him again. Once the halberd finishes going through, Vakar phases back in and grabs the weapon. Vakar lifts Rory up and slams her onto the ground. He fires his fire and sees Vakar phase out again. How do you hit him? He asks himself. He then gets an idea and charges forward. As expected, he goes right through Vakar. He grabs his MK-26 taser he keeps to fight apostles with 8. Taser provides an electoral charge, and he knows it has an effect on Fryen. He is assuming it will work on a wraith. Caller grabs him and sticks his nails into him. He points the taser at Vakar and fires. Vakar lets out an annoying scream as he gets tasked. That hurt, Vakar says annoyingly. He looks at Vakar as he phases back out. To his surprise, the taser wires are still connected to him, so he tossed him again. Valker then phases back in and tips the wires off. He grasps with his hand. He suddenly feels himself lifting off the ground. He then sees Valker's other hand is aimed at his chest. However, nothing happens. He looks at Valker with confusion, like what he is trying to do is not working. On his HUD, he sees Tuke preparing to fire an electric arrow, enhanced by her magic. Take the shot. Tuke fires her arrow. Valker drops him and grasps the arrow with telekinesis. Then the arrow explodes. All his tests worked. He understands his phrasing works. Everyone, when he phases out, we cannot hit him unless it's electric. However, when he is phased out, he cannot hurt us. He can only attack and defend himself while phased in, but is vulnerable. Rory comes up right behind him for a strike. Valker phases out and does his vanishing away. But the room starts to shake as this ghost-like energy blast goes for Rory. Rory swings her halberd, cutting the blast in half. You might be a spirit, but you are not the only mystery creature I have run into. He watches the fight. Rory, you assault. I will flank. Tuke, fire another one of those lighting arrows when he phases back in. They acknowledge his order. Lelei is laying on the floor. She feels herself being shaken. She opens her eyes and sees Yao. Yao, I am glad you are alive, Yao says. She sits up and hears rifle fire from behind. She sees Randy and the rest firing down the hallway, engaging the enemy. She then looks back at the vault room and sees the battle. She sees her friends are struggling to hit the Wraith. Tuke arrows and sharp tasers seem to have an effect, however, not enough of a punch. She knows how to defeat Valker, but it failed. I don't know what to do. I failed them. You did fail, Fryan answered. But you failed because you underestimated him. You need to try again. She takes a breath. I don't have the mana. Besides, he will block my attack again. You were right, she continued. I've been learning all this knowledge thinking that was enough, but I failed to control it. My inexperience cost me and my friends. Then I will help, Fryan says. Yao, is it? Tell Sharpe to keep Valker busy. I can, Yao says, and then runs off. She watches Yao rush into the vault. What do you recommend? Sharpe fired his rifle and sees the bullets go through Valker. Valker rephrases back in and grabs his rifle, crushing it. Then Rory rams right into him with her shoulder. Valker flies a few feet away before phasing and recovering. Good strategy, boss, Rory says. He is smart, he replies. If he hasn't figured it out, he will soon. He tries to think of another way to end this fight. He sees Valker powering up 2 spells. One looks like some black mist spell in one hand. The other is that purple bubble, but smaller. He sees this light chandelier between them. Tuke, the chandelier, he orders. He pulls out his Colt M1917 and shoots at the chandelier rope. The chandelier drops to the floor. Tuke uses her fire magic at the chandelier, engulfing it into the flames. His visor shows him that Valker retreated from that. Rory uses her apostle speed and attacks Valker before he phases back out. We need a better plan, Tuke says. He watches Rory get a strike on him, but then vanishes away. He then appears right next to Rory and sticks. She blocks and backs away. He sees Alicia charge behind Valker, bayonet on her rifle. She rams it into the Valker back. Sharpe, Yao yelks. Yes, he asked. Lelei says she is going to give it another try. Yao says. Fryan said he is going to help her. He said by her time. He is annoyed by that request. He does not know how to do that at this point. He looks back at the fight. He sees Valker phased out, but the bayonet still on his side. He then remembers that his taser wire was still connected to him when he phased in and out. I have an idea, he says. He grabs his taser and reloads it with a new clip. He looks at Yao. He remembers seeing how she took Jerry's pistol and killed those soldiers with great marksmanship. He was impressed by that even though she never used it before. Take this, Yao, he says. The bullet has a wire. When I get to him, I want you to fire it at him. I'm going to get him to stay phased in. I think I can dash, Yao started to say. You either do or you don't, he says. No middle ground. Now I need both of your canteens. He sees the convision in their eyes, but they had their canteens to him. After that, he rushes over Valker. He goes to Alicia as she wipes some blood off her face. This guy is a total asshole, sir, Alicia says. You said it, he replies. I need him to get on him when he phases back in. I also need your canteen. Alicia smirks. I get it. Rory and I can do it. Rory, let's kick this motherfucker ass. He sees Alicia charges forward with her knife in hand. He then sees Rory smirking evilly and charges forward. He sees Valkyr phased out as he is attacked from two sides. He sees their plan, each attacking after another to keep him phased out. As the fight continues, he opens all 4 canteens, including his. He starts carefully pouring the water on the ground to make a small pool. He is trying not to have the water spread out too much. He looks back at the fight. He sees Alicia and Rory working in perfect sync. He is impressed by how well they work together in a fight. They attacked his flanks and almost got him, but Valkyr vanishes and appears above them. He then lands hard right between them. He forms this blade with a like spell and slashes. He sees Rory get big cuts, her clothes torn. Alicia's body armor is slashed apart. He hopes her armor protected her from any deep cuts. Seeing them down, he knows Rory will be fine in time, but he is still concerned about her. He looks at Valkyr. Hey, Casper. Valkyr looks at him confused. My name is Lord Valkyr. There is no way I can remember that name. To many verses in it. He responds in a smart-ass tone. So, I am promoting you to Casper. Congratulations with your promotion. He sees Valkyr walking towards him. Just as planned, he did not want him to finish off Alicia. Valkyr then disappears and reappears right in front of him. He grabs him. He grabs his arm, and both have a strength fight. He notices Valkyr steps in his small pool. Bring it. He sees Yao fire the taser he gave her through his visor. The 2 wires hit Valkyr in the back. Valkyr suddenly feels a jolt of electricity in his back. Tuke, he yells. Tuke fires another electric arrow. It hits Valkyr in the back. The combination of the 2 electricity plus the water and shocks him all over his body. He feels a jolt of energy and feels the tension in his muscles. He sees Valkyr phases out. Everything starts to look fuzzy and mist at the same time. His vision starts to go bluish. Valkyr then turns towards Yao and Tuke. He grabs Valkyr's arm and holds him back. Hit him again. Yao and Tuke hit him again with their weapons, and Valkyr feels another shock through his body. What? Valkyr asks in a shocked tone. He can see that Valkyr is confused. Right now, they are phased out and he knows they shouldn't be able to harm him. But they are. The taser wires are keeping a link to the other realm, so he can still feel pain that is inflicted. He sees Valkyr notice the 2 wires. Valkyr tries to grab them, but his hand goes through the wires. He conducts that this realm cannot interact from the other realm, explaining why he and Fryan had to phase in and out. He then sees Andrew, Frost, and Randy rush in. When Valkyr phases back and slashes the wires, he rams a grenade into his arm. Valkyr then grabs him and tosses him off. Everyone fire! Everyone who is standing fires at Valkyr, bullets and arrows. As expected, Valkyr phases out and all the bullets and arrows go through him. However, he sees his grenade explode. Normally, a fragmentation grenade would either kill or mortally wound everyone here, being so close in a confined location. He sees Valkyr standing there in his realm, like nothing happened. He could not believe it. Maybe the grenade woodle. T killed this wraith in his own realm, however, he expected some form of damage. Valkyr phases back in. He holds up and figures and slowly waves his hand. I am amused by your determination, however you know nothing of the Phantom Realm. Your technology has no place in my realm. Then he sees these 2 large energy balls form around Valkyr's arms. Then this large pulse wave is released, knocking him and everyone else down. Valkyr stands there after pushing away everyone. Impressive, but your magic called technology seems to be no match against me. My city has been in the shadows for too long, and now we will be the masters of these lands. He sits up. His broken visor detects an energy signature coming from the hallway. He feels a great pain in his chest from his 2 broken ribs. He has learned to manage that kind from being in Delta to operate until the mission is done and then get medical help. But getting thrown like that form, that pulse brought that pain right up from, even if it is only temporary. He looks and sees Lelei walk into the room. His eyes widen from the sight. Like before, when she opens the door, she and Fryan are glowing all these different colors. An energy field of mana all around her and growing. Lelei's eyes are glowing bright. He can see that Fryan's head is acting as a battery and guide. Valkyr, Lelei says in her grand voice. In order of the Third Ministry and the Code of Magic, darkness shall never reclaim these lands. Just like Lelei clothes waving around, he feels his jacket moving from the surge of magical energy. Valkyr gives her his full attention. He holds up his hand and fires this darkness mist spread spell. Everything in its path is consumed into darkness, like it is eating it. Lelei forms a golden spear-like object. She fires it into the black mist. Once inside, it bursts into a flare. The brightness of it eats away the mist. Lelei moves both her hands as she chants a spell. Sparks of electricity start hitting all around. Her eyes also emit an intense spark of electricity. Another lightning attack? Valkyr says, "You tried that before. I know how to stop it." He then forms a darkness bubble. "No," Lelei says with Fran's voice. "It is more than that." She generates a massive spark of electricity and blasts it at Valkyr with far greater intensity than before. Lighting avalanche, Lelei yells. A massive blast of electricity hit the bubble and quickly dissipated the dark bubble and hit Valkyr at full force. Even though the visor was designed to block extreme light like this, but he was forced to cover his eyes partly. He sees Lelei's spell hits Valkyr with full force. Valkyr lets out a loud, painful screams in pain as the massive stream of lightning hits him and destabilizes his entire body. Valkyr stands there but barely. HI's body is shaking as his armor breaks. Steam is coming off him and the surrounding area. He then uses the remaining of his strength to form a shockwave blast that knocks Lelei back and quickly dashes to grab a strange stone. "Now I know why they want you dead." The knowledge and magic of the Otherworlders are more dangerous than I thought. You are truly a great threat to Darlco. We will meet again, Lelei, and when that time comes, I will make sure you don't survive to threaten Darlco anymore, and Rondell will never be part of the Otherworlders, he says and disappears in a bright light. "Wow," Rory says, shocked by what happened. "Where did he go?" Tuke asks. "He gets up. He used a teleportation stone, just like what we used to sneak in a Legrath 9. He thinks about the last thing Valkyr said. It sounded like Darlco is afraid that Rondell will join the US in the war. Him and Lelei have had many conversations about the city, that she holds the city to a high regard. But she said there is no way Rondell would ever betray the Empire, even though they're the most progressive city on Falmart. Lelei explained that Rondell is too important for the Empire to lose, being one of their wealthiest and research cities. While losing Italica was a punch in the face, losing Rondell would be like losing an arm. However, the city is loyal to the Empire, as the Empire has been a major investor and protector of the city. While Rondell has been around since the Elven times, it was the Empire that made the city into a crown jewelry. There are only two reasons why NATO has not attacked Rondell. One is because they pose no military threat right now, too far away to be used as a staging ground, and the Rose Stream acts as a buffer. There is no direct path between Alnus and Rondell. Because there is no direct route to Rondell and how far it is from Alnus, the military brass has not found a need to attack it. There are other theaters of war going on that have more pressing concern. The other reason is out of respect for Lelei. She has spoken highly of the city, and in her letters to Grand Master Cato Ellalteston has shown some sympathetic groups within the city towards NATO. Hearing Valkyr say, that makes him wonder what is going on in Rondell and that NATO maybe should take a closer look. He understands that NATO is not willing to risk an invasion that far north yet, especially for an inactive city in the war so far. Clearly, there is more going on behind the scenes than the brass, and he understands. He looks at Lelei as she gets UPS. Once she is back to normal, Lelei falls to her knees, then floor. He quickly rushes over to her and checks to see if she is alive. "Lelei, body on fire," Lelei mumbles in an exhausting voice. "And cannot move." He chuckles. "You did good." He picks her up in his arms and looks around. Everyone looks fine, just beaten up. "Can you grab Fran's head and his body?" "Yes, sir," Andrew says as he walks in. "Randy, do a quick look around," he orders. "Then let's get out of here." "Way to go, Lelei." Alicia praises. "You blast that guy good." "Nice job, Lelei. Or should I say Darth Lelei?" "Why do you call me Darth?" Lelei inquiries in a weak voice. "Darth means Dark Lord," he replies with a chuckle. "It comes from the Star Wars franchise. We will watch it during the next movie nights. However, I must admit that you are strong with the dark side with that lighting blast of yours." I am not a Dark Lord, and my lighting blast is nothing dark about it. I just apply the principle of breakdown voltage in the air and electron avalanche to make my lighting far stronger, Lelei says in a pissed tone. We're just joking that all, he replies. But when you see Star Wars, you will like the Darth title. That Wraith sure is a troublesome creature. We must contact DARPA to make a proton pack for this, Alicia states. Andrew walks by with a laugh. He and Frost are putting Fran's torso into a bag. Wow, I cannot believe you know that. I might be a tomboy at times, that doesn't mean I know some culture, Alicia replies. Proton pack? Lelei asks, confused. A device used to capture and stun ghosts, or Wraith using a stream of protons. It is from the Ghostbuster franchise, he states. After this, Ghostbusters will be going on the movie list. Well, more movie nights for researching new spells. Lelei smiles. Of course you say that, Alicia says. V14, Chapter 172. A scientific conference has been held in the last few days in Copenhagen, Denmark, to discuss the possibility of magic as a new form of advancement alongside conventional science and technology. According to the reports by top scientists and researchers from Harvard and Princeton University, in collaboration with America's very first wizard, Lelei La Lelina, magic works based on the principles similar to classical philosophy of the ether, which indicates the dimensions which are beyond the third dimension. The reports indicate that magic uses the energy called mana to open a doorway to the fourth, fifth, or sixth dimensions to let the force from these dimensions bend the laws of physics in the third dimension. This clearly shows why magic enables mages and other magical races like elves to perform impossible feats, such as creating fire out of thin air or generating electricity without any battery. Many scientists advocate for huge investment in researching magic to greatly advance technology and help humans understand more about the force of the universe. They also speculate that magic will create a huge leap in a way we understand and conduct science. However, there's also a lingering fear of what magic can do in warfare. The Imperial Force already showed us how lethal combat magic is in combat, which has resulted in many NATO casualties. The most effective Imperial uses of magic in this war have been spells which cause severe burns which are difficult to counter with body armor, as well as ones that create storms which prevent aircraft from entering the area. However, the most worrying fact is that it has been proven that scientific principles like physics or chemistry can make magic incredibly destructive. It is rumored that Lelei La Lelina has perfected a spell that can punch through tungsten easily, like a hot knife to butter, using the principle of kinetic acceleration. In other news, celebrity chef Gordon Ramsay just introduced his new menu consisting of manuga steak, roasted manuga, and manuga stew made from manuga, an animal native to Uros that is raised as cattle to get meat and milk. According to him, it tastes better than both beef and lambs combined, and the best part is that it has low fat content. Manuga products and many native products export has been restricted by NATO for quite some time during the beginning of the war, but after NATO took over of Elias region and getting more towns and cities on their side, trade restrictions between Uros and Earth have been loosened off. Jessica Moore, SCNR. Fort Minich, Sharp Quarters, Lelei Room. April 2nd, 2026. Lelei is on her computer, typing. She is working on a letter to her master, Cato. She has been writing letters to him since she first arrived at Alnus, telling him stories, her new friends, what and who the Americans are, about all the other countries like the United Kingdom, France, Japan, Canada, and the rest. She also has written about everything she has learned and the new spells she has been learning and inventing. Of course, she is leaving out information that would hurt Vanguard 7 and the other worlders. She is careful not to explain how her new spells work, the knowledge she has learned, and such. She knows the people she is working for trusted her with this knowledge, and she does not want to abuse it. She finds it hard sometimes because most of the knowledge like gravity, electricity, and sonic waves are so basic for the other worlders. However, the concept is so foreign for the people on this world she struggles where the line is at times. Every few weeks, she writes a letter to Cato after a major event happens, like fighting a wraith. She thinks it is important for the Rondell Academic Council to know what she learned from Lord Valker of Darlco. She got Sharpe's permission to do so, seeing the importance of this information. Once done, she will head to Alnus and go to the Alnus mailing station. They will take her letter to Italica, to a pigeon carrier station. From there, a pigeon will fly her letter to Cato. However, she has been struggling to write Tice's letter, finding herself still tired from the fight. She never felt so powerful before after allowing Fryen to use her body's mana. On top of that, she is trying to decide if she should mention Fryen and that she was able to use a combination spell because of him using 3 different spells at once. She does not remember much about the experience, but she heard Frayn's voice in her head. For a moment, it felt like he was in control, and she was just a vessel. The more she thinks about it, the more she realizes that while Earth's knowledge of science and technology is new and exotic, there are many secrets and mysteries her world still has to offer. That she shouldn't write off her world's knowledge of things quite yet. Even right now, she has no idea how she was able to do any of that and wonders how Fryen allowed her to do it. That he is correct. While she has learned a lot in the past year, she has a long way to go to fully master and understand these new spells. She leans back into her chair and sees the mug of coffee Sarah gave her before she and Sharpe left for work. There is a cute witch on the mug. She finds it strange there is a witch on the mug, as witches are associated with Darlco. However, she knows Sarah doesn't know or understand that. So, she decides to accept that the witch is just cute. She grabs the mug and leans back into her chair. She looks around her room as she lets her mind refresh. It has been 2 days since she faced that wraith. By the time she got back to base, she was out cold. Every muscle was in pain. She slept all day yesterday and only woke up for the first time a few hours ago. Over to her right in the corner of the room is a giant 6-foot teddy bear sitting there. She saw it the last time she was on the Earth and ordered it. As she looks around, she sees her 2 bookshelves full of books. There are books from all different fields, from science, nature, math, romance books, manga, D&D books, fantasy, personal journals, etc. Everything she likes to read, for study or just for fun. She finds that last part funny, as she never read for fun before. Living as a nomad, she never had books to read for entertainment. When she went to Rondell, she learned how to read, but only to study and learn magic. There are stories she knows she could read for entertainment. However, the vast majority of reading material was for study. Her older sister Arpeggio became a scribe part-time, so she was able to see how hard it is to make reading material due to the lack of printing press, which explains why there are so few entertaining types of books. Unlike Cato, she hasn't written to her sister much. A few letters, but with large gaps in between. When she left with Cato for special training, her sister was not happy to be left alone. They have always butted heads. She wonders if Arpeggio has been thinking about her. She has been thinking about her a lot in recent weeks. When she first met the Americans, she was shocked by the millions of books that are just entertainment, more than any educational books. It was mind-boggling at first. Now she has gotten used to it and enjoys them. Anything that is fantasy romance she loves. She looks at her project table and sees the model sol system she is halfway done with. After learning that her world and Earth are not flat and that they orbit their flare and sol, she has gotten interested in the topic. She sees why Sharpe is so interested in the topic, since the possibilities are endless. She saw a BitChute 2 video of the Artemis docking with the Lunar Gateway Station this morning. She wishes that she saw it live and hopes she will see the moon landing live in a few days. As she spins in her chair, she stops and blushes, seeing the large poster of a shirtless TV star Akira. He plays a character named Lucer in a fantasy world where there is magic called dust, creatures, and young warriors. He works with a team of girls as they save the world. She likes the character Lucer a lot and watches the show mainly for him. Basically, Lucer is just a kid who was raised on a poor farm, lost his family, and grew spiteful. But he became a soldier and went to the magic academies to learn how to fight and protect others who he cares for. She likes how motivated he is. She also likes how hot he is. The post shows off all his muscles and how strong he is. While she is not romantically attracted to Sharpe, she also finds him attractive. Both Rory and Selena have made fun of her for taking glances. She does not understand why she likes his chest. In her tribe, strength was the most important quality. Looking at the poster, she reaches for her desk drawer. She opens it and reaches in. She then hears a knock on the door, scaring her. Hello? Just a moment. She slams the desk drawer shut, annoyed and frustrated. Selena bursts through the door. You are energetic today, she says. I'm trying out my costume, she says. I have yours too. She looks at Selena, confused by that statement. She sees Selena in a strange outfit. It is a white one-piece outside with a skirt around it. The skirt is yellow with a red ribbon at the waist with a red then black underlayer under it. A blue with gold-striped neck collar with pink fluffy shoulder pads. These wings like wings on her chest with a golden heart star. A two-pair set of wing clips in her hair. Long white gloves going up to her upper arm and wearing white boots 3. "What are you wearing?" she asks. "I am Sailor Moon," Selena replies. "That show I have been watching?" "Oh yeah," she replies. She has noticed that Selena has picked up Sharpe's fascination with cartoons. "But why are you wearing it?" "It is for Halloween," Selena replies. "Halloween is a day when you dress up and go place to place and collect free candy from other people and dash dot." She holds her hand up. "Selena, calm down." "Sorry," Selena says, embarrassed. She has heard of that holiday before, but never put thought into it. "Isn't it tomorrow?" Selena nods. "Yes, but there is a movie party tonight. Then tomorrow we go to trick or treat." The last part nearly broke her mind. Trick or treat? That sounds wrong. "It confuses me too," Selena says. "At first I thought we stole candy because of the trick part, but it turned out that we just throw toilet paper at people's houses if they don't give us candy. But who cares? We get free candy, and if they don't give us, we can have some fun like throwing toilet paper at their house." "Okay," she says. "So, what do you think?" Selena asks as she spins around. "I like it." She looks at the costume again. "It looks nice on you. But is mine like that?" "No," Selena says as she stops. She walks to the bed and grabs a package. She then hands it to her. "Sarah got us all customs. Each one of us got something different." She opens the package and sees a WoW 4 symbol on the protective packaging. On it is a picture of a female sorceress, and then she sees the name, Jaina Proudmoore. She is one of her favorite characters in the Warcraft franchise as the most powerful human sorcerer. She smiles. "Very cool. You can wear it tonight for movie night," Selena says. "But you have to wear it tomorrow, assuming you are feeling better." "I think I am," she replies. "What is everyone else wearing?" "Ah," Selena mumbles as she thinks. Sarah got Rory a dress that makes her look like Aphrodite. "I think Rory just wants to look sexy." That is what she said. "That is Rory," she replies, not shocked by that. She has always been impressed how open Rory is, no shame in her openness. That kind of openness would have been looked down in her tribe, or maybe that was just with her father. "You have yours, so Tuke will be wearing Galadriel, while Yao will be wearing an Arwen costume. Both from Lord of the Rings." Fort Minich, Vanguard Rapid Task Force 2 Headquarters, Conference Room. "What do you mean you're taking me off the roster?" Delilah asked. Sarah is leaning against the wall watching the argument between Sharpe and Bailey versus Delilah and Tayul, all related to Delilah's pregnancy. Sharpe takes a calm, controlled breath. He just told Delilah that he won't send her on combat missions. She is not taking it well, as expected. "As I said, you cannot risk the child," Sharpe says. "With all due respect," Tayul says. "I already told you why it is okay. We warrior bunnies get enhanced abilities. You should be embracing it. Think about it, better warriors." "That is not the point," Bailey says. "You are carrying a child into battle. Our daughter, mind you." "You should know this, Bailey," Delilah says, pointing at him. "It is not the same as a pregnant human female. We don't get weaker when pregnant, no offense, Sarah. Furthermore, I told you before, you are not denying our unborn daughter her duty to help her parents in this war. I will be damned if I do not do the sacred duty of introducing her to the warrior way while she is within me. You hear me, Bailey? You hear me? Our daughter is a warrior," Delilah yells. She then grabs Bailey's shoulder and violently shakes him. "Calm down, Delia. Don't let the heat consume you, or you're gonna hurt him," Tayul says as she grabs Delia and calms her down, after which she lets go of Bailey. "Damn, you were right, Tayul. When you said I needed to be gentle with her to protect myself from her, I thought it was a joke, but now I just realized that you were quite serious." Her mood swings are worse than two thought possible. Bailey struggles to say, dazed from the shakes. "Well, this is why some pregnant bunnies tend to be isolated when they are pregnant, since the bunnies tend to be incredibly moody to the point of violence during the heat period. It takes quite a discipline for the bunnies to control their moods in this stage," Tayul explains. She found the whole situation quite cute despite its roughness. Sometimes she wonders if people think that she is soft because of her calm voice. "Okay, to make it clear, this has nothing to do with sexism," Sharpe says. "This is about you carrying a child into battle. This is a war, and frankly, I don't understand how this is an issue. Delilah, Bailey says in a gentler tone, I'm not doubting your fighting abilities. It is just every time we go out, there is a risk of us not coming back. Do you want our daughter to end up dead before being born? You are right, Colonel. This is war, Delilah says. I want to live here. I want your people to win. I want to spend the rest of my life here. I am willing to fight for it. And besides, how do you think we will feel if you die out there? That goes both ways, Bailey. But, Sharpe says, but is stopped by Tayul. Don't we have the right to fight for what we love? Tayul asks. I understand why you are worried about the child, but if you lose the war, then there is no future for the girl. You need everyone's help to defeat the Empire. Only then she will have a long-term future. She has a point, sir, she says. I started a school because I wanted to invest in the future of Alnus. Starting a school isn't the same as sending pregnant women into battle, Sharpe replies. No one is saying you cannot help, Bailey says. I'm just not comfortable putting my unborn into combat. If anything happens, I won't forgive myself. Who says a male dictate what a female can do with her body and life? Tayul says, we have our ways. We adopted many of your ways. I am starting to see this as a one-way relationship. She now sees where the bunnies are coming from. Most races are a male-female species with the male is dominant. While the bunnies are technically the same, there are only about 0.5% to 1% males. So few that they are barely worth mentioning. They are not used to having a male in their lives, or at least a positive one. The Empire is a horrible example of masculinity, if not the worst example. She wonders if they are still adjusting to S-positive versions of masculinity, like Sharpe and Bailey. And besides, Delilah adds, I thought you people believe in equal rights between men and women. You advertise that all over the place. That doesn't apply when biology comes into play. When you're pregnant, Sharpe says, it isn't about you, it is about the child. After hearing that, she sees this conversation descending further. She understands both sides and why Sharpe asked her to be here. She feels divided on the issue. She agrees with the bunnies for wanting the right to fight for what they love. She started the school because she is trying to build a future in Alnus with Sharpe, while believing in more of a traditional way of life where the male the head of a household. That doesn't mean the only role for a woman is in the kitchen while pregnant. 5. Her mother raised her and her sister not to be doormats, but a live life they choose. And while Sharpe could have stated what he said more diplomatically, he isn't wrong. The equality versus biology argument is as old as time. It's why you see male and female sports separated. Plus, carrying a child brings many different logistical problems. As both sides argue, she tries to figure out a solution. There must be a middle ground somewhere. All right, everyone, I think I have a compromise, she says. Once she sees that she has everyone's attention, she continues. The big difference is the warrior bunnies are not your typical women. Not all the same rules apply. They are faster and stronger than the average male. However, we cannot put the baby at risk. There is no way our people would allow it. Okay, Delilah says, annoyed. Just get to the point. What is your idea? Sir, she says, why don't you let Delilah be in a support role on some missions? Helping with scouting, gilding, marksman with a crossbow, any non-direction fighting duties. Most missions are first contact or reach out missions anyway, at least until the 3rd trimester. What is the 3rd trimester? Delilah asks. It is the last 3 months of being pregnant, she answers. The 7th, 8th, and 9th month. Bunny's pregnancy is only 6 months, Tayul says. She is surprised to hear that and gets jealous. That is 3 months shorter than humans. She also noticed that Tayul used the word pregnant instead of with child. Tayul didn't struggle to say the word, however, it was clear it is a word she is not used to saying. If it's 3 months shorter, then why not just wait? Bailey asks. Because I won't be able to fight and help you, Delilah replies. I don't understand why you cannot understand this. Hold on, sir, she says, trying to prevent things from accelerating further. The final months are when the baby is most developed. Bailey, you are in command, but I think she can still perform a supporting role until the final months. What do you think? She watches as Sharpe and Bailey huddle up to talk about the proposal. Tayul and Delilah walk up to her. I cannot believe this, Delilah says. I don't know how you women put up with males this much. I guess it is true, Tayul says. Men have to control everything. Hold on, she says. Yes, in general it is true that men are usually the head of the household. Not on my watch, Delilah says with pride. She chuckles hearing that. Anyway, and yes, men like to control everything. But it is just they're just trying to protect you because Bailey loves you. Would you rather have Bailey be a deadbeat male in your life who doesn't care? Bailey and Sharpe could say whatever, the baby could die for the care. Look what happened with Selena, a sex slave for months, and no one did anything. Bailey wouldn't want that to happen to your daughter. She sees them reflecting her point, glad they are taking it seriously. I guess that makes some sense, Tayul says. We are just used to how things were. That is the other thing, she says. I understand how you feel, even if they don't. I understand you had to do what to survive. Life is brutal. If you're not strong enough, someone stronger will come by and take over. She holds up her finger, making a point. However, you are no longer alone in this world. You do not have to be strong all of the time now. If your people are going to be freed and rebuilt, you cannot be isolationist anymore. And accept that there are men who want to help you. Maybe you should have been the one talking, Tayul says. You make more sense. She smiles. That's my job, to be Sharpe's balance. Delilah takes a deep breath and places both hands on her belly. How do I do this wife thing? I am not married, but just listen to your heart, she replies. But I have seen you obey and submit to Sharpe, Delilah says. I even saw the other girls do it. I don't understand why a female would do that. She giggles. First, I don't simply submit. We talk about the subject, he asks for my input and my ideas, and if he were smart, he would take everything I say with great value, which he usually does. Second, because he earned it, she says. Your man has to earn it. Because I follow a more traditional family life doesn't mean everyone should. I don't think you should. It isn't in your culture to do so, and I don't think Bailey will care. He seems a bit more of a free spirit than Sharpe. What if you disagree with Sharpe on something? Delilah asks. She knows what Delilah means. She means, what if she and Bailey have another disagreement like this? Early in the conversation, it seemed more like a fight, but now it seems like Delilah and Tayul are trying to understand how romantic relationships work. Well, she says as she collects her thoughts. If you are the head, then you make the rules. But let's say Sharpe makes a decision I don't like, well, in the words of my mom, just nag him until he makes the correct decision. She sees them giggle, understanding the meaning. Men like to take control, she says. It is just because they love you and are trying to make you happy. As I told Selena, 6, the more you love and build up Bailey, the better chance he will be a good man. He isn't trying to control you. He is just trying to protect you. It might sound the same, but there is a difference. She knows that they don't think Sharpe and Bailey are evil or misogynist. She knows Tayul had a hard time for a while trusting Sharpe after her experience with Zorzal, both being alpha males. Being an all-female civilization and being consensually attacked by a bad masculine civilization, they grew to be distrustful towards masculinity. It's all part of building bridges and healing old wounds. To help the bunnies learn to love and trust men, that they are stronger together. She sees Sharpe and Bailey finish talking. Looks like the boys are done. Bailey takes a deep breath and places his hands on his hips. I accept the compromise, at least until she cannot act independently. Delilah smiles and tackles him, giving him a big hug. I am glad we agree. Let's go to your quarters and talk about the baby. There's a lot you need to know. And finally, we can start talking about our wedding. I know you humans like to marry when with children, so let's do it. And everyone, please call Mrs. Robinson from now. Oh no, Bailey mumbles as he gets up and is dragged out of the room. She watches Delilah pull Bailey with no effort out the door. I guess we know who will wear the pants in that relationship. I don't want to picture Bailey in a dress, Sharpe replies. $10 he will end up on all 4 by the end of the week, she says. Sharpe looks at her, surprised by that comment. She looks at him with confusion. What? You have a dark side, Sharpe says, impressed. Well, maybe, she says softly, poking her fingers together. It is Rory's fault. And Tuke a little. Tayul laughs and then looks to Sharpe. I am sorry for the heated argument. I should have been more understanding and given you two the benefit of the doubt. It is okay, Sharpe says. It is going to take us, my people, and I some time to adjust and understand other races' way of life. Especially with me, because I work directly with tribal societies in Southeast Asia. One problem with Americans is that we are very idealistic, Sharpe adds. We believe that we are the good guys, so we cannot be wrong, which gets us in trouble at times. Seeing yourself as righteous can blind you to other ways and solutions. We can forget that our ways aren't everyone's ways. Especially me. Tayul nods. I agree. I better go. I need to get the bar ready for your candy day. She then walks out. That could have gone smoother, Sharpe says. You did fine, she replies. It is hard to be diplomatic on a topic like this. Everyone walked away happy, so let's leave it there. Agreed, Sharpe says and then sits down, holding his side. I have to admit, I felt like an ass through most of that. I understand, she says. She sits down next to Sharpe. If Delilah and Tyul were human or elves, or any other race, I would have removed them from combat duty right then and there. But the bunnies are different, regardless if I agree with them. Thank you, Sharpe says as he takes a relaxing breath. She gives him a warm smile. You're welcome. How is your side? Hurts, he says, but not the first time I got broken ribs. Nothing that beer and hot cold pads 7 can't cure. Really, she mumbles. She realizes that she forgot to tell the bunnies that guys are kinda dumb. Do not disrespect the hot cold pads, Sharpe says. Back in Delta, we love them. We consider them a gift from God. Hell, both Jesse and Cortez used to put them all over their body this time of year, pretending to be mummies. That explains a lot, she states. Going back to Delilah, a lot of other men and women under your command are hooking up. You might want to consider birth control, just to be safe. That has crossed my mind, Sharpe replies. I wonder if many would, seeing it as an unnatural thing. We can try at least, she says. Unless you want a lot of babies running around. Let's try it, Sharpe replies. Work on a memo, and I will bring it up with Yang. Yes, sir, she says. She stands up. Come on, let's go get something to eat. Fort Alness Military Hospital. Private First Class Marvin Scott is lying in bed. He can hear screaming down the hall as a soldier is being treated. First time wounded? He looks to the left and sees a line of beds, all with a wounded soldier on them. The man next to him is a ranger, Sergeant First Class Willie from Vanguard 1. Yeah, he replies. He is not able to look at him directly as the pain is too much. Don't worry about it, Willie says. Don't hurt yourself more. He takes a deep breath. Yeah, it is my first time. I take it you've been here more than once? This is my second time, Willie says. He couldn't believe it. Twice. Yes, Sergeant, Willie replies. First time during the invasion of Ely's. We were attacking at his village, and this bastard got me in the back with an arrow. Right in the sweet spot. It was tipped with some kind of poison. Was out for a month recovering. Ouch, he replies. He has seen soldiers get hit by arrows. It is always a wild card on the amount of damage. While in theory body armor is effective against arrows, it isn't like a knight's armor that covers the entire body. And why are you here now? He asks. Willie chuckles. We were helping the Elba Knights clear out the Imperialist and Elba resistance in the southern part of the Tuba Mountains. By Wuthard. I thought our southern flank was secured a while ago? He asks. Secured yes, cleared no, Willie says. There are many Imperialists still holding up in the Tuba Mountains and threatening to cut Elba off from Alness. We were on a public relations mission. One of the cities there is not Happy King Durin allied with us, since we killed their husband and sons 8. A few women were kidnapped by goblins. However, it was a trap to lure us in, Willie says. A trap inside the cave? He asks. I've heard stories about going into goblin caves. He has heard the stories. Goblins like to set traps and use the darkness to their advantage. However, NATO night vision and thermal counter that easily. While soldiers have died on these raids, they have been highly successful. No, Willie replies. We never got close. What do you mean? He asks. Goblins are dumb. Dumb, yes, Willie says. Unless led by an Imperialist. They set up an ambush before we got to the cave. A goblin on top of me and cut my arm and I ride out. Furthermore, we also must shoot all the women and children that are involved in setting the traps too. The Imperialists were using blind vengeance to recruit civilians that lost their loved ones from the massacre of Alness Hill to join their cause, even if it was the Imperial fault to begin with, much like those damn Middle East terrorists who instructed children to throw anti-tank grenades at U.S. troops. He had a hard time finding the words. Willie looks at him. Don't worry, Sarge. I get to go home. But let me tell you something that the brass hasn't seen yet. They are learning and adapting. I have seen them, he says. They seem to think they still have a chance. Willie nods. At first the war seemed simpler. We roll up with tanks, and then we blow them away. Then have beers afterward. Now it no longer looks as simple. He thinks about that for a moment. Being attacked by that mage, those apostles, so many raids and sieges. He is surprised that this is the first time he has gotten hurt. Don't overthink it, Willie says. The only reason I am alive is the fact that we have each other. 2 Rangers picked me up and carried me out of danger. They got hit themselves. He looks at Willie and sees his missing arm. He reflects on his adventures with Vanguard 7. They have been through a lot, and what got them through all that been each other and the friends they made on the way. Then a fairy flies above him. "Hello, there's Sergeant Marvin Scott," the fairy says. "How are you feeling today?" He looks at the fairy. "NATO has been using them to help with administrative tasks like this. My right side stings like hell. That is what happens when you get second-degree burns," the fairy says. "You are lucky. That spell could have been far worse." "It feels worse," he says. "I thought Rangers were tough," the fairy says. "Hey," he says, getting angry. "I like to see you get burned by acid or being surrounded inside an imperialist city. Glad to see that energy back, Ranger," the fairy says. "You have a guest. Don't want you to look depressing for the lady." "Lady?" he asks, confused. As the fairy leaves, he looks at the entryway. To his surprise, he sees the purple cat Persia. She is a maid from Italica and has always been a big help when they visit. In Italica, she always wore a maid outfit, since she is one of the Countess' protectors and servants. But right now, he sees her in white and blue Roman-style Rob's clothing. "Hey, kitty, kitty," Willie says. He looks at Willie. "Shut up." Willie just laughs. He looks back and sees Persia standing next to his bed. "What happened to you? You were so hurt, and all these bandages, or is it Band-Aid?" "I heard both from your people." He chuckles but hurts himself from the acid wound. "Yeah," he says. "I got hit by an acid magic attack from a dark mage." He can see Persia look at his bandages. They start from his right cheek and go down to his lower waist. "By the gods," Persia says in a worried tone. "How long will you be like this?" "I don't know," he replies. "The fairy told me I should be back to normal in a few weeks. But as soon as I can walk, I am out of here." "No, no, no," Persia says. "You will stay here until you get better. I have seen too many of you males get hurt only to get hurt again because you refuse to properly heal. By the way, how did you get here?" he asks. "Your Lieutenant Rose informed me about your situation," Persia replies. "I had to piggyback on one of your supply trucks to get here. Sorry it took so long." "Oh, don't be sorry," he replies. "Kinda surprised, that's all. Why would you come here?" He can see an embarrassed look on Persia. "Well, I was worried about you," Persia says nervously. "And I was hoping that one day we could be together." He knows she had a crush on him for a long time now, 9. While he has found her attractive, he has never been comfortable with it. He has seen some members of his team start relationships with people of their world. Sharpe with the girls, Andrew with Hamilton, and Johnson with Boses. But at least most of them are humans. Frost started a relationship with a bat named Mentiv, and he doesn't know how he can be comfortable with it. He has struggled with the fact that Persia is a cat demi-human. Having a relationship with an alien, let alone a cat-looking one, sounds wrong, and he feels like crap for it. Yeah, he is hesitant to respond, which she noticed as her ears bend down. "Son," Willie says, "it is a short life. What you think is important is usually overrated. You're alive. You still got all your body parts, and this fine kitty came all this way. Be a man." He looks at Willie and then back at Persia. "Persia, if you let me, I would like to see where this goes." Persia claps happily. She leans forward and kisses his cheek. V14. Chapter 173, Trick or Treat. The White House press conference room has commented on the recent conversation about the U.S. policy on nuclear weapons. After the attack on Philadelphia last year, some citizens within the United States proposed either nuking the empire or detonating a nuke as a show of force. The idea behind this is to end the war as quickly as possible. The military has stated that the United States has a no weapons of mass destruction policy against non-nuclear states, of which the empire fits snugly inside. The military stated during the meeting that launching a nuclear strike against cities like Rondell, Havkrisen, Belnago, or the capital Sadara would be counterproductive to the war effort. All 3 cities have economic, historical, political, and strategic significance post-war. Besides, the death toll will be over 5 million if all of those cities were to be nuked. Besides the massive death toll of civilians, the complete destruction of one of these cities would send a ripple effect throughout the continent. The military compared the ripple effect to their experience in the 2003 Iraq War, where the Iraqi military was foolishly disbanded. After that policy, Iraq went off in flames for over 10 years as insurgency groups tried to take over the country. Coalitional forces had to fight a bloody occupation to end the insurgency to which Iraq is still recovering today. The military is afraid of a repeat event on a continental scale. The other reason from the Pentagon is that nuclear weapons do not bring any strategic value to the military arsenal or provide solutions. Once the weapon is used, that area that was nuked no longer can be used in any capacity. Because of the layout of the many mountain ranges, passage through the regions is limited. Important land that could be used for farming, transportation, or future development. More importantly, the radiation could affect passing U.S., NATO, and civilian personnel that travel near Ground Zero. Precision-guided munition has been more effective on a strategic and tactical level, allowing targets that need to be hit without having to level the surrounding environment. The idea of doing a detonation as a demonstration to shock fear in the Empire would only have a limited effect. Even for a small-yield warhead, a location will have to be found so the explosion and radiation would not affect the civilian population or NATO personnel. In addition, the same issues from using a warhead on a city apply. The key issue with the demonstration proposal is how would it affect the Empire? Imperial officials would have to witness the explosion in some manner for them to believe the devastation of a nuke. The flow of information on Falmart is mostly controlled by the Empire and is limited to hand-delivered notes or word of mouth. Getting the message to the general population to the point they demand an end to the war would be a major obstacle, assuming they believe it at all. Furthermore, the imperial government is notoriously prideful and in some ways delusional due to their extreme supremacist and fanatical chauvinism belief. A belief that has been rooted within them for centuries due to their 600 years of existence and endurance against many threats that severely threatened its existence, much like the Roman Empire with over 2,000 years of undisputed ruling, so they are not willing to bow down to any kinds of greater powers. No matter how much sheer power is demonstrated to them or how many losses they take to the face so far by our superior weaponry, the Imperial force continues to hold on to their extremely unshakable belief that they can win no matter how the cost becomes. Much like the Romans of the ancient past, historians, political and social commentators state that the Sadran Empire, and the Falmart League in general, are still in a young and immature state of civilization development to comprehend the concept of no empire lasting forever. Finally, modern and progressive values and norms from Earth, like policies that go directly against the performance of slavery, racial equality, and gender equality, as well as the physical presence of NATO itself, also pose tremendous threats to the ruling power of the imperial family and their allies' ruling government in Uros. As a result, like religious fanatics, a lot of people within the imperial forces will willingly fight against astronomically overwhelming odds just to preserve their backward ideology and remaining positions of power. This includes U.S. relations on Earth. Many of the U.S.'s amazing allies came to our aid because we were attacked, starting humanity's first interstellar war. Using the most powerful weapon against a technologically primitive enemy would be seen not only as an act of aggression, but also a blatant act of imperialism. Much less any semblance of self-defense the United States has been leaning on since the beginning of the conflict. Some critics stated that President George H. Bush threatened Iraq with weapons of mass destruction during the Gulf War. However, at the time, Iraq was the fourth largest military with a large chemical weapons stockpile, which they used against Iran in the Iraq-Iran War. Coalition AL forces were worried that Iraq would launch a chemical attack on them during the invasion, so the U.S. threatened to nuke Baghdad if any such weapons were used. No such weapons were used. The other factor that everyone must consider is that if we use a nuke against an enemy with bows and swords, then our enemies on Earth might believe we will use it on them, regardless if they have WMDs or not. That is a key reason why the atom bomb was not dropped during the Korean War. Nuclear prohibition has been one of the few bright spots in the Sino-US Cold War, with each side understanding the gravity of the destruction their weapons would bring upon the world. As we all know, China has a non-first-use policy with their nuclear arsenal, and the U.S. does not want to be the reason they change it. Detonating the bomb on a primitive enemy might make our enemies reconsider their non-first-use policy. While the current policy is that the U.S. will use any means necessary to prevent a second attack, conventional weapons have proven to be more lethal and efficient in defeating the enemy than glassing a region and rendering it uninhabitable. SCNR. Alnus Community. April 3rd, 2026 1. Mute crosses her arms, chuckling as she sees children rushing around. You people and your holidays. Halloween was not a major holiday in Czech, Miloslav says. It did not become more popular until I was an adult. She looks at Miloslav and smiles. She is happy that he made a recovery, even though not all the brainwashed kids were as lucky. 3 of the kids died in the process of trying to remove the brain slug due to surgery complications. The doctors discover that the chemical used by the brain slugs to suppress self-thought can cause the brain of those being brainwashed to be dependent on it to survive, as the chemical completely changes the cellular structure of the brain cells over time if they are exposed for an extended period. Usually, 3 weeks to a month, and children are often more susceptible to it than adults, as it often takes 3 weeks for their brains to be entirely dependent on the brain slugs to survive. This fact raises a dangerous awareness among NATO commands, as the Harrio can create permanently brainwashed slaves whose only salvation is a quick death, and Tyle was partially right about this new discovery when she said, "Those that are being brainwashed cannot be saved." Besides the fact that he is an adult and not being exposed to the brain slugs for as long, it is mainly because of their newfound love is enough for her. When she got a second chance in Alness, to start a new life, she was not planning on finding love. When she first was assigned to Miloslav, they were just co-workers. Now, they are in a romantic relationship. 3. At least you had one, she says as she watches 3 kids rush by. This is so cute. Yeah, it is, Miloslav replies. However, isn't Halloween supposed to be at night? That was brought up in the meeting, she says. But Colonel Severin Bork said he doesn't want to risk children running around at night. Too easy to be taken. That was a major topic in the meeting. The Alness military police took a lot of heat for not catching the Harrio tribe kidnapping children. While everything believes there are no more spy rings within Alness, Bork did not want to take risks. This is embarrassing. Hearing that, she turns around and sees Giselle standing there sweeping the street. She is in a pink with green chest Barney 4 outfit. As part of her punishment, she must do community service and clean Alness. Because it is the holidays, he decided that she had to wear an embarrassing costume. Guarding her are 4 Estonian Special Operations Force and 6 Polish GROM units. She knows there are probably snipers hiding, just in case. She is glad that NATO is taking Giselle seriously, but wonders if they're going overboard. Do 2 have to be watched by so many armed guards? I mean, I already have a shock collar in my neck that will zap me if 2 am out of line. And why in the name of Hardy do I have to wear this goofy land dragon costume? If you want me to wear a dragon costume, at least give me a proper costume that depicts a real land dragon. Not this pathetic excuse of a dragon. Giselle complains. Knock it off, Captain Karol Kowalski says. Because of you, I am not with my wife. And, for the record, you're wearing a dinosaur costume, not a land dragon. She chuckles and looks back at the kids. Selena walks up to a door with a bag in her hand. Some of her classmates surround her. That is all thanks to her father, taking everyone to the training field 5, giving everyone a chance to see her as someone else. Since what her father did, she has gotten more popular in class, being seen more like a classmate than an Adrian princess. Alongside her are her older sisters, Rory, Tuke, Lelei, and her newest one, Yao. When the door opens, she smiles. Trick or treat, she and everyone else say. Once they get their candy, she looks at her bat friend, Jacef. What did you get? Jacef pulls out a Butterfinger. I got a finger? She chuckles but realizes that no one else laughed. She looks around and sees that they believe it is a real finger. It's okay, it's just a name. So, it isn't a real finger? Nasulo asks. Her snakehead hair looks down at the Butterfinger bar. She giggles. It is just candy, however they were fingers before. I think they chop off crazy people's hands and cook them in butter. I heard that the crazier the person is, the tastier the candy is. She sees the shocked look on all of their faces, and she giggles. You are lying, Jacef says. Yeah, she mumbles. I don't know how it is mad. I just like making up names for candy. Crazy fingers. As everyone laughs. Now what do we do, Selena? Nasiko asks. She looks at Nasiko. He has been one of her bullies, and while they are not the closest of friends, she can tell she gained his respect, however. A few weeks ago, he tried to take her necklace, so she punched him in the gut like what her father trained her for, and he was down with just a single punch. She does not understand why boys suddenly respect someone after someone hits them. Rory said it is some male code about not backing down and some men respect and like strong women. Do they have to give candies? Joseph asks. I don't even know if I can eat candy. I only eat fruits. If you don't want any of them, then I will take them, Lars says. She looks at Lars. He was one of those Imperial child soldiers that Vanguard 7 fought at Legrath 6. He has been living at the Alnus Army Hospital, recovering until Carlin took him, Namintu and other orphans into an orphanage facility built by NATO and operated by Carlin. No, Joseph responds. Let's go, she says. I was told that we can trade stuff we don't want, so the more we get, the more we trade. She sees her new friends run across the street. She was about to follow but stopped, seeing Namint standing there. He recently joined Sarah's school and has barely talked since being found. She understands how he feels, losing everything. The Wood Elves killed his parents to punish her for living. Her father told her that she needs to keep an eye on Namintu, that he is her responsibility. Besides Rory, Tuke, Yao, and Lelei, Namintu is her first friend. She wants to make sure she will be his best friend while he recovers. Come on, Namintu. We need to go before they take everything, she says. Namina takes a breath. Okay. She smiles as she tries to cheer him up, seeing the defeatism in Namintu's eyes. She struggles to figure out what to say. Do you like your costume? She asks. Namintu looks at his costume. He is wearing samurai armor from a game she saw Andrew and Scott play called Sekiro. Shadow Die Twice. You picked it? The costume is the main character named Wolf and is a hero, so she thought Namintu might see himself better wearing it. I know. I thought you might like it. Namintu nods. I think so. It is more comfortable than I expected. The other worlders have strange armor. Do they really wear this in battle? She giggles. No, just a costume used for dress up, and the armor is actually the armor of the samurai, a type of knight in a country called Japan in the ancient past. Now, what do you think of mine? Do I look cute? She then sees this embarrassed and nervous look from Namintu. Then she notices Namintu glances behind her. She turns around and sees Tuke standing there. Tuke waves at her. Hello. She looks back at Namintu. Yeah, Namintu says. I think you look cute in that. She smiles, not understanding why he looked at Tuke. She grabs Namintu's hand and starts pulling him. Everything will be all right. If you want, you can come with me to the movie night. I think you will like it. I don't know what it is, but Dad usually has good stuff to watch. In her rush, she walks right into someone. She falls back into Namintu, who catches her reflexively. Sorry, thank you. She looks up and sees this handsome boy she hasn't seen before. I'm Hi there. Sorry for walking into you, the boy says. He then walks away and leaves with his group. She watches him walk away and then look back at Namintu. We better hurry. Lelei in her Jaina Proudmoore costume watches as Selena pulls Namintu's arm. She can hear Rory and Tuke giggling. She looks at them to see why they're giggling. Why are you giggling? Because Selena is finally learning about boys, Rory says. Rory is wearing a gorgeous goddess Aphrodite costume, white two-piece robe with golden rims around it. There are many different colors of jewelry around the robe and a small crown on her head. I think they are cute together, Tuke says. Tuke is dressed as Galadriel from Lord of the Rings, the Queen of the Elves, also known as the greatest and most powerful elf within the Tolkienverse. Selena and Namintu, or that cute boy? Rory asks. Of course, Tuke says. You think any male who is taller than you is cute. Hey, Rory yells, staring at Tuke. Should we tell Sharpe? She asks. Rory and Tuke whisper something to each other. Both then say no. We don't want Jackson to overreact, Tuke says. She turns around and sees Sharpe. He's on the phone talking to someone. It looks like official business, probably war-related. I see, she mumbles. But he seems comfortable with her current group of friends. Expect for the stranger there, Tuke adds. He looks cute too. All you guys talk about boys, Yao says. That or about Jackson. She looks at Yao. Yao is looking around, taking in a holiday. She is wearing Arwen from Lord of the Rings. She recently saw the movie, and Sharpe said it was in the American Constitution that everyone is required to watch the movie at least once a year. She knows that is not true. However, she is impressed on how Sharpe can blanky lie like that and make it sound real. What else is there? Tuke asks jokily. You're just upset that you're that Sharpe still pissed at you for ruining his promotion party, Rory says. At least I will be having his child, Yao says matter-of-factly. By my people's law, I am required to continue the bloodline for saving my people. Over my dead body, bitch, Rory screams. She looks at Yao, already knowing what is about to happen. Rory tackles Yao and starts beating Yao up. For some reason, she chuckles at the fight, wondering if she will act this irrational as this if she falls in love. Hey Lelei, Selena yells. We are going around the corner. Jasif said he saw another mage. Okay, Selena, she replies, and then looks at Selena, watching her and her friends run off. Wait for what? She then sees this magical green glow, like her blue glow when she is casting a spell. Once she gets around the corner, she sees Selena and many kids around this young man with a wizard hat, light and dark green robe. She sees that a green energy bird from a creation spell flies around, playing with the children. Suddenly it explodes, and little lights slowly fall on everything. She sees all these different magical spells being used in an inappropriate and unprofessional way. Hey, there is another mage here, Tuke says as she approaches. I wonder who it is. Oh, great. That is Jaleo wa Algan, she replies in an annoyed tone. He is known as a misfit and troublemaker in Rondell. Hi, Lelei, Selena says. Lelei, Jaleo asks in a surprised voice. He looks around and sees her. Hey, Lelei, long time no see. Hi, Jaleo, she says annoyed. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be training with your master? I was, but got bored, Jaleo says with a chuckle. My master went off to help the Empire fight in the war, and I was no longer welcome in Rondell. Why weren't you welcome in Rondell anymore? Rory asks as she walks up. It wouldn't surprise me, she says. He always treated magic like a game and used it to pull pranks rather than doing anything useful. We had a few classes together. In an American term, he has always been a goofball and prankster. Master Cato did pull off Sage Mimosa's underwear once with his magic, and she wrecked the whole research lab to chase after him for a week. So I am not the only one here to use magic for prank. Jaleo defends himself. That was 30 years ago, Lelei states. But at least Master Cato quit pranking after that incident. The problem is that you seem to not know when to stop. So he is fun then? Rory replies. Didn't you use magic as a game back on Earth? 7. Tuke replies. She remembers that Sharpe said it was okay to do some magic tricks at the park. It was meant to be a goodwill event, regardless if she had fun doing it. That was different, she says. What did you do this time, Jaleo? Jaleo laughs. Glad to see you haven't changed, Lelei. The council seems to be greatly concerned about you. I was banished because I burned down the Temple of Alange. What? Tuke says shocked. You burnt down a temple? That is a high crime. Rory just giggles, agreeing with Jaleo. They are elitist pricks. I like him. I just burn it a little, Jaleo says with a chuckle. It was funny though. I loved seeing those stuck-up royalist types get some taste of payback for their domineering attitude toward other people. And besides, Cato said you were having so much fun here, so I wanted to check it out. Is that why you came all this way? She asks. How did you manage to pass through the Imperial borderlines without getting killed and reach NATO border controls and convince them to let you in? Jaleo snaps his figure and smirks. To be fair, I have no love for the Empire judging how poorly they treat other races. Even in Rondell, a lot of wise and powerful demi-human mages are not immune to some forms of Imperial racial discriminations, and most of my friends are elves and lizard men, so I decided to help NATO. I accidentally bumped into a group of NATO scouts and made a deal to help them to earn their trust by becoming their informant for a while to spy on Imperial troop movements in Papulis and some other towns. After a while, I earned their trust, and they let me in Alnus. Jealous? She is hesitant to respond. Since the beginning, she has been the only mage helping NATO, and she built a reputation with them. Tuke leans into her and whispers, By the gods, you are jealous. Shut up, she whispers and looks at Jaleo. So you are willing to betray your master when he goes off to fight for the Empire, because you hate the discrimination against demi-humans? Hey Selena, Rory says. Let's go finish trick-or-treating. She watches as Rory and Yao take the kids away to finish the event. Yeah, Jaleo mumbles. Like I said, I didn't want to go fight for the Empire, since it is like fighting against my demi-human friends, and Cato spoke positively of this place. So Rondell is warming up to NATO? She says. No, Jaleo replies. There is a raging debate in Rondell about current events. Of course, a lot of people Rondell is siding with the Empire. They never would risk losing all that investment from the Empire. They don't call Rondell the crown jewel of the Empire for nothing. I know, she says. It is more complicated than that, Lelei, Jaleo says. You have made enemies in Rondell. A lot of council members propose stripping you from the academy and banishing you from Rondell forever. Cato and Mimosa, as well as some other influential scholars, managed to block it. None of that made sense to her. She stood still for a few moments before opening her mouth. I am no longer welcome. Kind of, Jaleo said. I didn't mean to state it like that, but there are a lot of politics going on in Rondell right now. It's also one of the other reasons why I left. While most mages don't see you as a traitor, many see you as a threat. They don't like how close you have gotten with the enemy. I mean the Americans and NATO, since they are against a lot of things Rondell and the Empire have in common, like slavery or racism against demi-human. Furthermore, the Adventurer Guild's HQ is in Rondell, and they don't like that NATO makes them like a waste of space in Falmart. As she listened, she had no idea how bad things got in Rondell. Her master never mentioned any of this in their letter exchanges. I didn't know. Jaleo chuckles. I know. The most important fact is that they don't like everything you've been learning from them, since what I learned from Sage Cato and Mimosa is the knowledge you learned from the other Wolder, easily making you one of our strongest mages in the entirety of Rondell, and you can potentially become the youngest archmage in the history of Rondell. This fact threatens the position of power of a lot of council members, since the title of Archmage can give you the great influence and voting power to make decisions in Rondell, and your marvelous knowledge and power can make a lot of people want you to become the head of the very council of Rondell. She is shocked at what he said. She never was political, and she only desires to introduce advanced knowledge and revolutionize magic. She did write a 12-page essay explaining her intentions to Cato without any intention to involve in politics. I just want to revolutionize magic. I never wanted to usurp anybody. She sulks. What he is saying is that they're dirty politics, Lelei. Tuke says. People in power rarely like change and are willing to squash those that threaten their seats of power. I learned that a lot during my time my people were on the run. It is why I left, Jaleo says. I just wanted to go around and do my magic. I am an entertainer, not a warrior. So, you joined the American military? She asks. Oh yeah, Jaleo says. These people laugh at everything. I love it. At first, I thought you were crazy for joining these people, but they are fun. And besides, weren't you going to join the Rondell Grand Library? Didn't the idea of fighting in some war repulse you? Things changed, she says. I can see that, Jaleo says while chuckling. We should catch up with Lelei. I like these people. The Empire's propaganda is completely right and wrong at the same time. It's funny, she has seen some of the Empire propaganda. It usually twists NATO values into a negative message, lying without actually lying, as Sarah said. Besides saying that NATO is freeing slaves, the Empire changes it to stealing slaves or property from owners. She sees some other kids rush up, wanting Jaleo to do magic tricks. You shouldn't use magic like it is a game. Jaleo laughs. So, you haven't changed? What is the point of having this power if we cannot bring some joy to the world? He then casts a spell that creates butterflies. We should go, Lelei, Tuke says. Yeah, she replies. We better go get them. We need to get back to Minnock and get ready for movie night. Fort Minnock, April 3rd, 2026 1. Sharp knees as Selena rushes up. Got some candy? Yes, Selena replies. He nods, glad she had a good time. He looks up to the girls. Thanks for taking her out. I just couldn't get out of a meeting. He planned on going with Selena on her first Halloween, however the war meeting took up all day. It was related to their raid on the Dark Mage facility. The location was given to the U.S. by Prince Diabo, and he recently handed over new locations to the CIA agents, etc. All good, Tuke says. We had fun. We ran into another mage. Really, he replies, surprised by that news. Well, about time we get more local support. Are we late? Pina asks. He looks over and sees most of the Rose Knights approaching. Hey ladies, just in time. He then looks at Atami. Is the theater room set up? Because he was so busy, he asked Atami to set the theater room up for him. Yes, sir, Atami replies. What movie are we seeing this time? Bose asks. Is it another war movie? Not every movie is a war movie, he replies. I picked Ghostbusters. It is ghosts attacking New York and these four guys rounding them up. It is a great film. Actually, no, sir, Tommy interjects. I figured The Grudge would be a better film for them after what they've been through. I think they are ready for something stronger. He looks at Tommy. But that is cool, Penis says. What kind of movie is that? Some kind of revenge movie, judging by the name, Nikolasha asks. It is kind of like heroes' revenge for their loved one's demise, right? Hamilton asks. No, it is about the mythical spirit in my Japanese culture folklore called Onryo, which means vengeful spirit. Onryo seeks to haunt, torment, and murder anyone who was involved in their demise or wronged them while they were still alive in gruesome manners. Itami explains, trust me, it gets far freakier than that. He sees the excitement among the Rose Knights and the girls. They seem to be more interested in a more adult movie. That sounds far more interesting, Panache says. It did feel like we were being treated like kids before. And besides Itami being cute, Balalaika adds, he has been far nicer to us. What do you think about Beefeater? I have my own plans, Beefeater says. So this is your mess? Not at all. Then I think we have decided, Penis says. The Grudge then. He watches everyone go inside the theater room, trying to figure out what just happened. He looks at Itami. You changed the movie? I hope you don't mind, Itami says as he places his hand behind his head. I mean, Ghostbusters is great, but I think they need to see more adult things. Otherwise, they never will grow outside their comfort zone. And besides, Itami continues, nothing's wrong with some horror films. When I was dating my wife, we watched movies like this all the time. She got scared and grabbed my arms. Guaranteed some of the guys will be getting laid tonight after watching this movie. He just looks at Itami, not knowing how to respond, completely drawing a blank. Sarah walks up and looks at Selena. Selena, you and Namina go save our seats. Once they go inside the building, Sarah walks up to him. You okay? What the fuck just happened? He asks. Easy, Sarah says matter-of-factly. You just got outflanked. He changed the movie on you behind your back. That is pissing him off, but that isn't the only thing that is bothering him. Everyone went along with it, even going to the point of calling him cute. Why did they take Itami's side? Never underestimate a cute face, Sharpe, Sarah says. But Balalaika has a point. That is, he asks. You have been driving them hard in their training, Sarah says. I understand why, but they might not fully understand yet. You and Carlos need to remember they are not being sent to Hong Kong to be rebels. That is why you told me Itami is here, to be a balance. He takes an annoyed breath. Sarah takes his hand. It is okay. Let's just go watch the movie and have a good time. Tomorrow we can start working on your image. It is not just that, he mumbles. What? Sarah asks. He hesitates. Jumbles of thoughts are going throughout his head about whether or not he should say what he was about to say. In the end, the latter one. He inhaled, stared Sarah straight in the eyes, and said, I hate horror. Scares the crap out of me. A few moments went by as the two stood, absolutely silent. Sarah stands there, trying to stifle a laugh. Really? You, scared of horror? After fighting a wraith? And everything else you've seen? At least I can injure a wraith, but for ghosts, too don't know if I can fight them or not without a proton pack, he replies, defending himself. Come on, Sarah says. Forget about everything else. Let's have a good time. Tomorrow we can work on that controlling side of yours. Sarah then pulls his arm and drags him into the theater. Penis sits down at one of the chairs. Next to her is Bozes and Panache. Around her are most of the Rose Knights, Vanguard 7, and some of the Itami Recon Unit. Do you think we were too harsh on Sharpe? She asks. No, Panache replies. We are already knights. We have already been through a lot. This intense training is a waste of time. But look at the results, Bozes says. We kicked ass at that facility. The training might be insane, but I have seen improvements. Besides, that isn't the only issue we have. What do you mean, she asks. Fyra is here in Alnus, and she was with us during the last raid, Bozes reveals. Who is Fyra? Panache replies. While Panache might not remember, she does. She kicked Fyra out of the Rose Knight. Fyra was from a lower class of nobles from Telta. Fyra was very good at being a knight, on par with Beefeater, and had remarkable leadership. She remembers being worried that Fyra would beat her, become the best knight among the roses, or even outshined her as a leader, so she banished her. Of course, she made up an excuse for that. She stole some royal jewelry and blamed Fyra for it, which forced her banishment from the Rose Knights. That was the last time she thought about Fyra until now. She is here? Are you sure? She asks. I saw her with the Legrath Knights, Bozes says. She sounded very bitter, however, she was a good knight. I guess she found training somewhere else. I remember her now, Panache says. She did violate the code of the Rose Knights, so she had to be banished, even though I admired her skills as a knight, and even considers her like a big sister. I am glad she found a different knighthood. Yeah, she mumbles. She struggles to find a way to respond. She wonders how long she has been at camp, and if she remembers. I am too. She looks over and sees Lelei asking Sharpe something. While she doesn't spend a lot of time with Lelei, she can tell she is passionate about something. She sees Sharpe get up, and both of them walk to the front. Hello, everyone, Sharpe says. Before we began movie night, Lelei made a special request. Apparently, NASA is about to land on the moon, and she wants to see this. We only do this once, twice a year, so yeah. Sharpe then snaps his fingers, and an image on the large screen appears. It says NASA TV and has people talking about something. Inside, the facility looks strange, and a strange ship is looking up at the sky. What is happening? Bozes asks. I don't know, but Lelei seems excited, she replies. Sharpe, she asks. What is happening? Lelei, Sharpe says. For those who do not know, the nations of Earth can go to their Edos, Lelei says. Earth has Edos like us, and they have these ships that can fly past the clouds and heavens into the realm called space, or the void. They travel going through the vast empty space and land on their Edos. It is the coolest thing I have ever seen. I don't believe it, Panache says. That is impossible. Sharpe chuckles. Then watch. You want to see more adult content? Watch this. What Lelei said sounds impossible, however, she knows they wouldn't lie. She watches these people inside this tight ship. There are 4 people inside the strange-looking craft. That is when she and the knights shockingly sees the spacecraft fly up toward heaven and even past that boundary and into the void and land on the moon. She sees a 3D animated model of what is happening by NASA, showing the spacecraft landing on the surface. Right now you are witnessing the Artemis 4 spacecraft touching down on the lunar surface, NASA TV says. This mission will last for 2 weeks, the longest duration mission to date. They will be laying the foundations of the future Armstrong Outpost, a multinational project. She watches as the 4 astronauts come out of the spacecraft. She can see from the astronauts' point of view through the camera. She can see the white and barren surface of the moon as they start walking around. So that is what the heavens look like, she mumbles. By the gods, Bozes mumbles. If this is what they are capable of, what else do they have? I don't think I fully want to know right now, Panache states. For a moment she thought everything she was seeing was fake, but then she saw the Earth hovering in the emptiness of what Lelei called space. It is beautiful. On this trip, the United Arab Emirates sent their first astronaut to the lunar surface, NASA TV says. The UAE joined the Artemis Accords in 2020 to better establish their presence in the emerging space economy. This marks the first astronaut from the UAE to enter space and land on the lunar surface. The feed lasted for about 30 minutes as she watched the astronauts move around and unpack supplies from their spacecraft. It took a while for her to grasp what she was watching. The idea that the nation of Earth, NATO, and the Americans have surpassed their world boundaries and went to another without a gate should be impossible, but clearly is not. She then sees all the possibilities the nations of NATO can bring to the Empire in Falmart. She can see that the current Empire could never accomplish a godly feat to this scale. And as Bozes said, what else could the Americans and Earth people be capable of? It looks like the feed is breaking up, Sharpe says. I hope you enjoyed that. It doesn't happen all the time, so it was a rare treat, all of us being in one spot when a landing is happening. Now for the film. She then sees the movie starts. As Atami stated, this movie is about the vengeful spirit based on Japanese folklore called Onryo, which depicts a hostile spirit of a woman and her son along with their pet cat haunting and killing anyone who enters the house where they are perished by the hands of a jealous husband and father. The entire movie scares the shit out of her and almost all the knights, and even some of the Vanguard 7 and the girls. The images and scenes of a long black hair and pale, limping woman crawling out of nowhere, unexpectedly haunting and killing people in a gruesome manner by breaking their necks and bones in their bodies with her bare hands or her hair, or simply dragging them to hell. Furthermore, the sound made by the spirit of the dead naked boy adds greatly to the creepiness of the movie, as his black mouth just screams like a cat while showing his black mouth to their victims before the spirit of his mother finishes them off. Despite her and the rest of the Rose Knight's fair share of bloodshed in the battlefield, the movie truly terrifies her and her knights due to its suffocating atmosphere, and there is no way to battle the spirits, as Atami states that no amount of weapons can harm or incapacitate the spirits except for magic. And the spirits can easily ambush and kill anyone effortlessly by simply appearing and disappearing out of nowhere when they are least expected, and murder them while the victims cannot even put up a fight or escape. However, the scariest part is what is called jump scare movie scenes, in which a victim is suddenly ambushed and killed by the spirits, causing many of the knights and her, and even Grey, to jump off their seats and hold their chest while breathing heavily. She then sees that some of her knights quiver heavily in their feet and arms like her. Hamilton put her face deep in Andrew's chest, as she was too scared to continue watching and enduring jump scares, which was the same as Selena with Sharpe and Bose's with Charlie Johnson. Even a person with a monotone face like Lelei also cannot hide her expression of fear. Well, I must say that woman and child sure know how to kill people in style. But I, obviously, don't fear them since I can banish them. Rory proudly boasts, as she is the only one amused by the horror movie. You can banish evil spirits, Tuke said in an unbelieving tone, while she and Yao held their hands together as tight as possible. We apostles have the power to banish rogue spirits like that. It rarely happens, and it is because sometimes Hardy is too lazy to do her jobs, Rory states. You are so cool. If we encounter evil spirits like those in the movie, we can count on you, Selena says, before running out of her seat and hugging Rory tightly to ease her fear. Believe me, Selena, the Onryo is terrifying, sure, but nothing can compare to the Dementors from the Harry Potter series. They are immortal, meaning they are not even alive to begin with. This means they can't be banished by the likes of Rory Mercury herself. So don't count on Rory to protect your soul from being consumed by the Dementor's kiss, because Rory will be the first one to succumb to it and spend the rest of eternity in darkness. And then you are next. Oh. Lelei teases Selena, only hugs Rory even tighter. Quit it, Lelei. You're making her suffocate me, Rory chides, beginning to wiggle in order to get Selena to ease. She only hugged tighter. V14. Chapter 174 Rouge Trade. Route 18, between Fort Alness and Ferminic. April 4th, 2026. Sarah drives the Humvee back to Fort Minnick after another day of school. In the passenger seat is Selena. I see you have been getting along with the other students, she says. It has been nicer, Selena says. I am glad, she says. She is glad that life is getting better for Selena. She was worried that Selena would end up as an outcast at the school, but Sharpe seems to have fixed it. She cannot believe what Sharpe did worked. Now she wants to encourage Selena to be more of a leader at school. Sarah, Selena says, what is it like being with my father? Being around boys? What do you mean? Oh, Sarah says. You mean dating? Yeah, Selena says, in an embarrassed tone. She chuckles. She has been wondering when this conversation would happen. She didn't want to force it because she isn't her mother, just her father's girlfriend. But she is glad she came to her and not Rory, Lelei, Tuke, or Yao. It is great, she answers. He is a fighter, and I like that. But he also respects Selena. I can do my own thing, and he supports me in doing it. You see, Selena, a relationship is finding someone you want to support. It is a two-way streak. Okay, Selena says. What about love? Yes, there is love, she replies. But be careful, Selena. Watch out for just a pretty face. What do you mean? Selena asked. She takes an annoyed breath as she thinks about her ex. Some guys will take advantage of you, and you will let them because the woman's heart is big and blinding sometimes. We're women, and we like to support the ones we love, and there are some guys out there who will abuse that. You want to find a guy who wants to support you too. Okay, Selena says as she thinks on it. Why do you ask? She asks. I saw this cute boy while we were in town, Selena says. as Selena explains her experience in walking into some boys. It reminded her of her bad experiences with men back in high school. She finds it cute what Selena is saying. It reminds her of when she was this age, just being a little older. As she listens, he glances around as she feels that something is wrong. "Everyone okay, Sarah?" Selena asks. "We should have passed the checkpoint by now," she says. While Fort Minnick is only 5 kilometers away from Alness, there are still 2 checkpoints to maintain security. Suddenly, a sniper bullet hits the engine oil, and other fluid sprays the windshield. She is forced to slam on the brakes, stopping the Humvee. "Selena, get down." She grabs the radio, but notices that it is being jammed. "Are we under attack?" Selena asks. She grabs her SIG M17 pistol and loads it. "Selena, grab your sidearm. Anyone who comes here, you shoot them in the head." "But I thought you said," Selena starts to say. She hasn't been the biggest supporter of Selena carrying a sidearm, especially at school. Right now, she no longer cares. "Forget what I ever said," she says. "Do what your father said, and put one in the head." She opens the door, aiming her M17. She already knows the enemy isn't the Empire because of the sniper around. They knew where to hit on the Humvee engine, which means this is an inside job. She stays by her door, using it for cover. She wants to grab Selena and run to the tree, but that would make them an easy target for a sniper. That is when she realizes whoever these people are, they want them alive. Otherwise, the sniper would have killed her by now. "Sarah," Selena yells. She looks and sees 2 guys appear out of the brush. She hears 2 more behind her. She turns around and sees 2 guys in full camo appear. She fires her pistol at one, but then gets hit by these darks. She looks down and sees 3 darks in her. She falls back in her seat, feeling weak. She notices her vision fading in and out. A man walks up and grabs her. She then hears Selena scream, so she grabs the man's arm. Her ranger training kicks in, so she grabs the man's arm, twists it. She hears the man grunt in pain, so she pushes him into the door. She then feels someone grab her and pulls her off that man. She is then thrown into the back door. She feels someone grab her head and rammed into the window. Then everything goes black. Sarah slowly wakes up. Everything is fuzzy at first, but slowly she sees a dark figure in front of her. She hears the person speak, sounding male. The man is talking to someone. She tries to raise her hand, but is stopped. "Don't move," the man says. "Sir, she is awake." She closes and opens her eyes, seeing better now. As her vision clears up, she now recognizes that man is Jerry, Vanguard 7 medic. She then sees Sharpe walk up, kneeling next to her. Seeing him, she feels far safer now. "You are okay, Lieutenant," Sharpe says with a smile. "The good guys are here." "Okay," she says. She then sits up quickly, remembering Selena screaming. Where is Selena? She looks around. Her head hurts. She sees 2 Humvees and soldiers walking around. It looks like Sharpe gathered anyone available. "Not too fast, sir," Jerry said. "You were hit hard on the head?" "Okay," she mumbles as she lets them both lay her back down. "I was going to ask you that, Sarah," Sharpe says. "I was hoping you were going to say that she ran into the forest." "I am sorry, sir," she says. "We were surrounded, nowhere to run. I counted, I think 5 around us, plus the sniper." Sharpe gets up as the medics carry Sarah to a medical Humvee. He looks at the hood of the Humvee Sarah was driving. The bullet hole in the hood had to be done by a professional. Jerry showed him the 3 darks. He has seen a design like them before, being a generic brand on the black market. But the best quality, however they get the job done. The only reason a group would use them is to hide their identity. He turns around and sees the hiding spots of the attackers. Perfect ambush operation, something he has done 3 times during his time with Delta. With Sarah leaving, he wishes the girls are here. He has gotten used to them being around, but they all are doing their own thing. Rory is in Alness with Mute, Lelei hanging out with a new friend, and the elves are doing elves things with their people. Today was supposed to be a relaxing day, so no missions were planned. "Sir," a human man called Decimus says. "I found blood." Decimus is one of Wolf's militia soldiers. While he doesn't know him personally, his file says that he was in the Imperial Army during the Trophy Hills campaign early in the War I. While he was hesitant in allowing Imperial soldiers into Wolf and Rory militia, Rory made a cause for him to allow it. That everyone deserves a second chance, and that he is against the Empire now. He walks to Decimus and sees some blood. Someone was lying here before standing up, Decimus says. That is when your projectile weapons injected him. Looks like Captain Rose got one of them, Randy says. Good shot, he says. Get 2 samples. 2, Randy asks. 1 for the lab, he says. The other just in case the first sample disappears. He understands that he is facing skilled agents or special forces. If they figured out Sarah's daily routine, if they can figure this out, they will know how to destroy all evidence of their presence. Why do you want the blood samples? Decimus asks. We can read someone's blood, Jerry answers as he approaches. If there is a record, we can match the blood, fingerprints, or hair to that person. By the gods, Decimus says, shocked. First you can go to your ideas, now you can read blood. What can't you do? Apparently this, he answers in an annoyed tone. Sorry, Decimus says. Wolf walks up. My scouts found 3 of your vehicle's tracks. All were going in different directions. Just as he expected, any used vehicles went off in their direction, probably a kilometer or 2 before heading to their rally point. This is just to throw him off. I had a feeling, he says. Thank you, Wolf. Rally up your team. As Wolf walks away, Randy grabs him by the shoulder. Are you okay, sir? Randy asks. Imagine if your wife was beaten and your daughter taken, he says. He then takes a deep breath as he rubs his eyes. This is a professional job from Earth, not imperialist or local action. I can only assume they are after me. Russians, Chinese? Randy asks. If so, why leave Sarah behind like this? It is better to have both than one if this is a snatch and grab. Good point, he says. He then quickly looks around, looking more carefully at the evidence. He sees how professional the ambush was, and Randy is right. If this were a hit on him, then they would take or kill Sarah. This was a target against Selena. However, he cannot think of why some governments on Earth want to take her. It is more logical for the Chinese or the Russians to target Rory, Lelei, Tuke, and Yao due to their precious DNA and magic, not an ordinary princess from a relatively insignificant kingdom that's on the other side of Falmart. That is when he remembers about the Wood Elf and what he said too. The Wood Elves want to make a trade, Selena, for information on the Harrio tribe. He remembers the CIA wanted that information, and he bets they would do anything to get that information. He looks around again, picturing the CIA layout. They are the only ones who know of Selena's importance in this context. The CIA knows the route Sarah would take and her daily routine with the school. They would be able to pull out the second security checkpoint, so she was alone. Fucking A, he says. What is it? Andrew asks. It was us, he says. It was the CIA. Are you sure? Randy asks. That seems like a radical conclusion, sir. No, he replies. But it is the only thing that makes sense. They're going to trade Selena to the Wood Elves? Let's go after them then, Andrew says. How? Jerry asks. There are 3 paths. There are not enough of us to split up, plus the amount of time it will take us to organize and rule out all the possible paths they took her. What about the Striker Brigade at Minnick? Andrew asks. Their job is to support us? Not enough time, Randy says. By the time they mobilize, Selena will be dead. He looks around, trying to decide what to do. Jerry is right, and there are not enough of them to split up. Wood Elves nearly got Vanguard 7, and Rose Knights killed the last time they fought 3. Sending a fraction of the force against them would just get them killed. He cannot send people to their deaths to save his daughter. However, he knows he cannot do anything. Lieutenant Colonel, Wolf yells. He looks over and sees Wolf and his militia by the passenger side of Sarah Humvee. He walks over to Wolf. What is it, Captain? Selena was right here, Wolf says. I can smell all the feminine smells she puts on each day. Your people's lotions and potions. Yup, he says as he crosses his arms. Hundreds of dollars of girl shampoo, makeup, lotions. They love all that smelly fruit and other senses crap. Whatever those sprays are, and fruit soups, he thinks for a moment, if those damn smells can lead us to her, then I will never complain again. Can you? Wolf takes another whiff of the ground. Yes, she got into these tracks here. Everyone, we are rolling out now, he orders. Somewhere in the forest. Selena is sitting on a log, her hands and feet bound. She looks at her dirty dress and is annoyed by it. She looks up and sees 6 men. They are either cooking, unloading supplies out of the Humvee, and one of them wrapping bandages around this other man's shoulder. She saw them remove this bullet out of the man's shoulder. When they were attacked, Sarah was able to shoot one of them before they took her out. The wounded man looks at her. What are you looking at? You ripped my dress, she replies in a pissed tone. You're fucking kidding me? The wounded man says. Don't you know what is happening? Yes, she replies. You don't look like it, the man who is helping the wounded one says. You are not acting like you understand the gravity of the situation. She rolls her eyes hearing that. First, gravity is what's holding us down because the world is so big. It has nothing to do with what's happening. She then looks directly at that man. Second, it does not matter what is happening. My father will find me and murder you all. Then Rory will cut your bodies into pieces, and Lelei will burn your remains into crisp. She sees the two men laugh at what she said. I will give you this, the man who is cooking said. You have spunk. We have kidnapped these strong military-trained men, and they always wet their pants. She thinks about what he said and shrugs it off. She is worried about what is happening, but they didn't kill Sarah and did nothing to her means something else is up. This isn't the first time I've been tied up in the middle of a forest surrounded by older men, she says. The only difference is that I am clothed. I am shocked that you are Americans. Not those Chinese that attacked the resort where we were last time, or the Russians Dad talks about, which, by the way, why are you attacking your kind? Politics. Interesting response, the man cooking says. She is modeling after Sharpewell. Too bad. Everyone stop goofing around, another man says. He walks up and sets down an ammo box. Remember, we don't have long. We leave at 45, so get wrapped up. She can tell that man is the leader. He is acting like her father would act if he was here. As everyone goes back to work, the leader sits on a log in front of her. You have a lot of spunk, kid. Sharpe raised you well. Give it a couple more years, and I think you could be a good soldier. During the attack, she tried to kill 2 of them. But when Sarah went down, she got distracted and panicked a little, giving them time to disarm her. Next time, I won't miss, she states. The leader chuckles. For an adopted kid, you are a lot like him. You almost have his stare, that defiant look that nothing can stop you from your objective. Still need a few years, though. You know my father? She asks. Jackson? The leader says. Yes, we go way back. We did a few missions together. And let's just say we don't agree on things. She is surprised to hear him say her father's name. Most call him by his last name. He doesn't like being called Jackson. You call him Sharpe or Sir. Even now, you defend him, the leader says. I respect that. But before all this, everyone called him Jackson. She blinks, confused by how different. She knows her father did secret work for his country and is hesitant to speak about it. She heard some stories. However, seeing this man, it is clear she still doesn't know much. Who are you? She asks. No names, the leader says. When on a mission, we have no names, only code names. For this mission, you can call me Analgo's lead. What do you want with me? She demands. I became a citizen when I was adopted. You should be protecting me, not kidnapping me or hurting Sarah. The leader chuckles again. We both know that's bullshit. You of all people should know that. She then thinks back about how her nobles murdered her family for power. People whom she thought were loyal and trusting. I see you understand, Analgo's lead says. Also, you might have his attitude, but I recommend avoiding his idealism. The world is a harsh and broken place. She struggles to find a response. Is that why you took me? To go after my father? No, the leader says. The Wood Elves offer to trade. If we hand you over, then they give us information on the Hario tribe. Her eyes widen when she hears that. Real fear enters her mind as she remembers the last time for nearly being burned alive. But, am I one of you now? Why would you trade me? I am supposed to be free. Daddy said so. There is that fear, Analgo's lead says with a chuckle. As I said, be careful with idealism. It blinds you to the reality of the world. The Hario tribe has proven to be hard to find, and not to mention incredibly dangerous due to their ability to mind control people with their brain slugs. Just imagine if they can make the president press the red button on their whim. The Bunny Queen might have given us extensive intel about them, but we don't think it is enough, so we need to know more. This is an offer we cannot pass up. Analgo's lead then holds up his finger to make a point. Besides, that has never stopped us before. Here's a lesson in life, girl. The only reason Americans get to wave their little flags around, yell freedom. The reason Americans don't have to think about anyone else in the world and play in their garden. We do what needs to be done to make all that happens, no matter the cost. We let your father keep his clean, idealist hands. We will do what we have to. If that means toppling governments or assassinating civilians, then we will. If that means trading someone, we will. The end justifies the means. Welcome to the real world. She stays silent as she tries to find the right words. She has heard of the Hario tribe, that they kidnap some kids and turn them into slaves. But she does not know all of the details. If this man is willing to trade her, then he must be taking the Hario tribe seriously. Don't worry, kid, Aelgo's lead says. I know your history with the Wood Elves. Brutal bastards. Now listen here. If you do what we say, maybe you will see your father in 2 days. But if you don't play ball, then you're stuck with them. Makes no difference to me. Are you planning on betraying them? She asks nervously. Aelgo's lead nods. Yup. All we want is that information. After that, I don't want these rogue elves running around. They're a future threat I would rather remove now, much like the Hario. If you're willing to go through what Tu said, we will achieve a win-win solution here. You will not be worried about the Wood Elves coming after you, and we will get a lead on the Hario to rescue our people and eliminate the Hario. They are smarter than you think, she says. You are underestimating them. They are not like those imperialists in Sadaran, who always think they can outsmart NATO. But they are barbarians in the sense, and they will not expect the fact that we will be willing to trade you for such information, Aelgo's lead replies. They might be skilled, but they are lesser forms. Now let's go. Selena is walking through the forest as she is being pulled by a rope that is connected to the bounds around her arms. She feels wet, cold, and dirty. Please, Merida, help me, she whispers. I told you to be quiet, Aelgo's 3 says. Elves have great hearing. Less noise, the better. She shoots him a death glare and looks forward. She steps on a log but then slips. Ouch! Damn it, girl, Aelgo's says in an annoyed tone. Why do I have to drag her around? Knock it off, Aelgo's lead orders. We are almost there. She is lifted up back to her feet. Looking down, she sees a cut on her leg. She starts walking again, feeling her heart pumping. She doesn't know if these people were lying about playing ball, and she gets to go home. She wonders if he just said that to make their lives easier, however. If he is telling the truth, then she doesn't want to ruin it. She looks up at the Aelgo's lead as they get to the meetup location. She overheard the plan. While the 4 take her to the meeting location, he has 2 of his men in the trees with snipers. Once he gets what he wants from the Wood Elves, he wants to kill them. As they wait, she sees a Wood Elf walk up. She looks around and sees a few more, all with bows. In total, she sees 5 elves. Sneaky bastards, Aelgo's lead says. She looks to where Aelgo's lead is looking. She sees Lord Lashen, the man who wants to murder her for what her father done. You came? Lashen says. Your proposal was very attractive to the people I represent, Aelgo's lead says. As they talk, she glances around. She sees the hate in the elves' eyes. She thought about yelling, calling out for her father, however. She wonders if that will risk Aelgo's lead help, assuming he was telling the truth. Once this trade is done, our people will have no need to communicate or cause conflict with your people anymore, Lashen says. That is fine, Aelgo's lead replies. We are busy as it is. Now hand over the information. Lashen holds up the red crystal. This is a memory crystal that is shaped like a stone. We use it to store our history and knowledge to preserve our people's history and culture. Here is what you seek. Now send the girl. She sees Aelgo's 3 pull her forward. She struggles. No, please, Daddy. She decided to struggle and call out, seeing no other choice. Daddy. Aelgo's 3 grabs her and looks at her. Shut up, girl. There is a reason we are out here. There is nobody. We made sure. Please don't give me to him, she says, tearing up. He will burn me alive. How can you? Come on, Aelgo's lead orders, annoyed by the delay. Aelgo's 3 pushes her toward the leader. She looks up at Aelgo's lead, hoping that he will change his mind. She is then forced to start walking towards Lashen, but suddenly feels a hand on her shoulder. She looks back and sees Aelgo's lead holding her in place. I do have a question, Aelgo's lead says. We have been trying to get information on the Hario tribe for a while now. They are an underground secret organization the people of this world don't know about. Not even most leadership knows about it. We only learned about them recently. So how the hell do you have all this information? Lashen smiles. We have been in this world far longer than you have. Because the Empire's citizenry doesn't know anything doesn't mean others don't. Makes sense, Amalgo's lead replies with an angry look. I guess you can put that stupid question bucket. However, do you think I am that dumb? Memory crystals are hard to craft and extremely rare. You need to be in a city with a heavy crafting industry to forge one like Rondell, not your backwater tribe in the forest. Besides, a memory crystal isn't shaped like a stone. It looks more like a trapezium. So, you have done your research. That blue hair sure informs you well, Lashin says, and then smirks. Give me what I want or no deal, Amalgo's lead demands. I have what you most want. You will never get another chance at the girl if you fuck me. She feels the tension as the elves raise their bows. The Amalgos raise their P90s. Here is something you humans never seem to understand, Lashin says. While there's nothing more I want than to get my revenge. But I understand your kind, your technology, your tactics, your way of thinking. I learned everything I could. You see, I've lived a long time and learned to be patient. I knew that man who adopted her would never let her go. I do not wish to face the apostle of their weapons on their terms. So I sent a message, Lashin continues. I know none of them would take the offer, however you humans have complex organizations. This offer would be sent to your higher leaders, and sooner or later someone will see the offer and would risk it. I do know much about the Hario tribe, as they once fought against my people long ago, but we are crafty enough to give them no quarters, unlike the bunnies. You intently wasted my time, Amalgo's lead says in a pissed-off tone. You might be all wise and mighty, but let's not forget, we have guns. We can kill all of you in seconds, including you. You think I am that naive to face you people without any preparation? You are wrong. We are not those impatient and deluded morons in the imperial government who think they can win all the time, Lashin states. She looks around and sees more Wood Elves appear. Wood Elves are masters of using the forest to their advantages, able to move quietly without anyone noticing. Mr. Amalgos, sir, there are more of them. Amalgos' lead looks around and grabs his radio. Snipers, take them out. She looks up, seeing that he had a plan all along. She knows what snipers are. They can kill someone from a long distance without anyone knowing where they are. She knows one of the Amalgos snipers will kill Lashin first because he is the leader. She looks at Lashin, expecting him to suddenly die, but nothing happens. She can see the nervous reaction from the 6 Amalgos agents. Sniper teams, engage now, Amalgos lead orders. Then another elf drops from the trees and lands next to Lashin. In his hand is a dead human head. The elf tosses it to the ground. She saw this elf before, Howleys. That is when she realizes all of Amalgos' lead sniper teams are dead. All of this was a trap. Good job, Howleys, Lashin says. You people thought you could out-trick me in my domain, but hear me now, I rule the forests. Kill them all, but leave the girl alive. She hears all the Amalgos open fire, trying to kill the Wood Elves. The Wood Elves take cover, and arrows come out of the distant trees, 3 hitting one of the Amalgos in the face, killing him. She rushes back, trying to take cover behind the Amalgos. She trips and falls because of the bounds. She sits up, wishing her hands are free. She looks up and sees a Wood Elf fall after being shot, just as another Amalgos falls down dead from 4 arrows. She can tell that they are surrounded with no path to escape. While other world of weapons are powerful, they cannot defeat the large number of elven attackers. Not to mention the surrounding fauna are their advantages thanks to their fey magic. She sees a knife from the dead Amalgos. She crawls over to him and pulls the knife out. She then cuts the bounds and grabs the M9 pistol. Her father has been training her how to use a pistol for self-defense. However, the pistol she uses is small to fit her small hands. She is struggling on holding it, requiring her to use both hands. She takes the safety off and looks out and aims. As Amalgos 3 gets hit by an arrow in the back, she fires a few shots at an elf, wounding it. 2 of his comrades grab him and carry him to safety. Amalgos' lead looks at her and accepts that she is helping. Never criticize my father again. While she is no fan of these humans, she sees no choice but to help. People thought her father was crazy to spend so much time training her band how it is paying for itself. She fires again, but slowly, finding the weight and recoil problematic, but she killed an elf. She looks around and only sees 3 Amalgos alive, but only 1 still standing. The leader is on the ground with an arrow in his leg. All of them are still fighting. She aims at her next target, but then feels an arrow hit her in the left shoulder. She falls on her knees as she holds her left shoulder. The pain is overwhelming, making her cry. I said, "Do not hurt the princess." Lawson yells. She hears more weapons fire, but it is dying down. There are just too many elves and it was a trap. It is clear that none of the Analgos were going to walk out alive after the trade. She sees the elf named Howleys walk up to her. She looks back at her wound and sees a lot of blood coming down her left shoulder and dress. "Please help me, Merida. Please help me, Daddy," she mumbles as Howleys grabs her other arm. Then a bright glow appears, stopping the battle. Howleys is pushed back by some kind of magic spell. She looks and sees Carlin land beside her. She is holding a silver bow staff which is glowing gold. "Hello, little one," Carlin says with a smile. "Just hold on for a moment." She looks at her confused. She watches Carlin swing her staff. An energy wave uproots 4 trees, landing on or between the elves. Carlin springs around and uses another energy wave at the other elves, also uproots 2 trees. She looks around as she sees the wood elves regrouping. She is impressed by how prepared these elves are. They clearly put a lot of effort to learn who NATO is and how to exploit it. She blocks 2 arrows. "Who are you?" Lashin demands. She looks directly at Lashin. "I am Carlin Dealo of the Kitsune folk, apostle of Mirita." "Impossible. I thought Talon chased you far away from Falmart long time ago," Lashin shouted, shocked by what he was seeing. She then raises her staff. The orb on it glows gold, and a bubble-shaped energy shield forms around them. While the shield won't last long, she knows it will buy time until she can help Selena. "Thank you," Analgo's lead says. She looks at the human. "I didn't come for you." She then looks at Selena. Selena looks at her with a surprised look. "You're—" "Yes," she says. She then smiles at her. "Just hold on, Selena." She walks over and takes out the arrow. She can see that Selena is in a lot of pain and with a large amount of blood flowing out as the arrow hits a brachial artery, which is a major artery in the left shoulder. "You are the apostle of Merida?" Selena asks. She nods. "Yes, little one. I always have been." Selena smiles. "So my prayers were answered." She finds the prayers comment humorous. The type of prayers she has talked about and now is an earth concept. "Am I going to die?" Selena asks. "I feel tired." She places her hand on her forehead. "No, my child. This should help the pain." She places her hand on her wound. Her hand glows gold. "Does that feel better?" Yes," Selena replies. "But how?" "Healing magic," she says. "It is the magic of Merida. Only people who value life, a true follower, can learn." Even though the cut heals, Selena has become weakened due to huge blood loss. While healing magic is useful for cuts and wounds, healing magic isn't a cure. It cannot heal critical wounds and badly organs. While her healing magic helped stabilize Selena, she can see it isn't enough, that the internal damage and blood loss are too great. She knows she has to get to Alna's hospital. She hears pounding on her shield. She sees 2 ant abominations smashing against her shield. She can see they will break though any moment. She looks around and sees the determination with these wood elves. She then looks down at the wounded humans and debates if she should leave them to their fate. She isn't an offensive apostle like Rory. She has always fought in a defense manner, out of respect towards her goddess. She then sees her shield bubble collapse. She grabs her staff and slams it into the ground, creating a huge golden shockwave that blows away the wood elves and the ants. Her ear twitches as she hears arrows coming down. She abandons the humans and picks up Selena in her arms. She leaps backwards, going to safety. She sees the arrows hit the one standing human in the neck, killing him. "Do not let them escape," Lashin yells in an angry tone. She sees a few elves surround her, trying to cut her off. The 2 ants come at her. She slams her staff on the ground again, but this time creates a huge golden ground tidal wave that blows the 2 ants back at quite a distance. The other ant places its branches on the ground, and she sees roots coming out of the ground. She enchants her staff to rotate like a whirlwind, which generates a razor-sharp gust of wind that cuts all the roots. She knows she can kill the ants easily, however, carrying Selena is hampering her movements. She hears movement behind her and creates a smaller bubble shield around her. She looks at the other ant and sees a rocket destroy it. She notices the roots around her dying as the int hits the ground in smoke. To her left, she sees two wood elves suddenly get tackled and torn apart by Wolf, the Alnus militia leader. She deactivated her shield and took another leap backwards. She then looks to Sharpe. I was beginning to wonder if you didn't get my flare. What are you doing here, Carlin? Selena, Sharpe says, in pure shock as he looks at Selena. She lays Selena to the ground. I try to heal her arm, so she is okay for now. However, I think one of her main blood veins are damaged. My healing spell cannot heal major organs. Hi, Daddy, Selena mumbles. She looks at Sharpe and sees him struggling to accept that Selena is hurt. It is okay, Lieutenant Colonel. I won't let the Wood Elves take her. I promise. Lashin is here, Sharpe says. He looks towards the battle and back at her. God damn it. Jerry, get over here. She sees the man come up towards her. Hi, Jerry, Selena mumbles. You look all fuzzy. That ain't good, Jerry says. What happened? The wound doesn't look bad. I healed it with healing magic, however, I believe there is more internal damage. The main blood veins might be damaged, she explains. Jerry reaches into his bag. You healed the wound, but the brachial artery is still damaged or ripped open. How much blood did she lose before you healed her? A lot for her size, she replies. Can your medicine help her like those brainwashed children? Yes, Jerry says. But we would have to get her to the hospital quickly. There is no way we can get a Medivast out here in time. I wish Rory was here, Sharpe says. She would maybe carry Selena and dash to Alnus, or get close enough for help to arrive. I don't know. She can see that Jerry and Sharpe are worried. That won't be a problem, she says. Why not? Jerry asks. This is very serious. I understand that, she says and then smiles. I know you are friends with Rory, and just like her, I am an apostle. I am the apostle of Merida. I will not allow my most devoted follower to die like this. What? Sharpe whips his head to look at her. She sees a shocked look on both of their faces. I can explain later. Because of her Kitsune years, she hears Lashin complain about how he is about to lose Selena a second time. I can get her to the hospital. Do you trust me? Sir, Jerry says. Even though the wound looked healed, I can confirm she is bleeding internally. Permission to use the biogel 5. Do it, Sharpe orders. He then grabs Selena's hand. This is gonna hurt, kid. What does that do, she asks. It is biogel, Jerry says. What it does is insert a gel into the wound to stabilize the patient. This should take you some time until you get to Alnus. Randy walks up. Sir, the Wood Elves are regrouping. If we don't act now, they will get on top of us. Sharpe looks at Selena and then at her. All right, Carlin. Save my daughter. What about Lashin? She asks. He wants her and will follow me. I already ran into some before I got here. They came prepared. She then hears Selena scream from deep pain from the biogel. Based on how loud Selena screamed, she can imagine how painful it was. Randy, get Wolf and form everyone up into a defensive line and prepare for an advance, Sharpe says. He then looks at her. Carlin, I am trusting you to save my daughter. I promise, Sharpe, Carlin says. She then picks Selena up. Also, the humans who kidnapped her are right over there. Last I saw, 2 were still alive. Really, Sharpe replies. Godspeed. V14, Chapter 175. Nearby Forest. April 4th, 2026. Sharpe watches Carlin rush off to Alnus. He has seen Rory run before. DARPA tests show that she can run around 40 miles per hour on a flat surface. From his estimates, they are 11 or 12 kilometers from Alnus. In this terrain, he assumes it will still take Carlin an hour and a half to get to Alnus. He was not expecting to see Carlin here, let alone her being an apostle. The more he thinks about it, the more he realizes he should have seen the signs. It explains why she took so much interest in his daughter. He looks towards the battle, and right now, he knows what he needs to do. If Selena's kidnappers are still alive, then he wants them dead. What are your orders, sir? Wolf asks. Wolf, he says. Rally your men to move in. We are going to push. Randy, bring up the flamethrower and burn everything. I want them dead. He sees Randy orders the 2 combat engineers carrying the M11 incinerator flamethrower 1. That soldier fires a long stream of fire into the Wood Elves' position, burning everything. The trees, the elves, anything they can use against his forces. Based on the evidence and the timing, too, he assumed Selena kidnappers wanted to trade her to the Wood Elves, so he ordered a unit with flamethrowers. He remembers what happened last time, 3. The Wood Elves using Fey magic to control plant life to entangle the whole team, and the Knights and Mui's assassin maids, effectively immobilizing everyone including a superhuman apostle like Rory. It took the divine intervention of Tuke to release all the groups from the entanglements and Lelei's firestorm spell to effectively defeat the Wood Elves and rescue Selena in the end. This time, he won't allow them to use that advantage. He aims his M4 and fires. Support the combat engineers, Randy orders. Escort them in advance, keep up the pressure. He stops and aims his rifle, taking out an elf. He starts to see a tree getting up after a Wood Elf cast a spell on it. He also starts to see tree roots and branches coming alive. "You're up, Wolf," he orders. "Swordsman on me, prepare to charge," Wolf orders. Allender, use the flames from the flamethrower and maximize the damage. He watches 5 humans, Volridans, and a warrior bunny charge forward. With their melee weapon, they start cutting down the roots and branches. He also sees a militia elf walk up to one of the flames. He uses his spirit magic and controls the flames, spreading it more. The elf directs the flames towards that new ant, engulfing into flames. He can see that the Wood Elves are frightened by the flames, seeing their magic isn't working this time. He can see Lashin and Howley's rallying what remains of their forces to focus on using their arrows. Andrew rushes over. "Colonel, I see the human remains. Looks like the Wood Elves were trying to take them prisoners." He looks over and sees the dead bodies of Selena's kidnappers. He then sees 2 survivors huddled together, bound up. It looks like Lashin wanted to take them prisoners. "Andrew, take 2 and secure those 2, he orders. "I want them alive." He looks back and sees the Wood Elves crumbling. He follows up behind Wolf, wanting to keep the pressure. "All units," he says, "get right up. Keep the pressure. Break them. Keep the M11s covered. Burn them out." He sees Lashing moving around in panic. He can see the frustration as Lashin mannerisms. "Wolf, cover me." Wolf nods and leaps forward. He rams his sword into a Wood Elf into a tree. He gets a good line of sight of Lashin and aims his rifle. He can see Lashin calling for his people to retreat. He fires. The bullets got Lashin attention, getting hit in the arm. 2 elves get in front of Lashin and use their spirit magic. They turn the flames from the flamethrowers at him. Randy rushes at him and pulls him down while Decimus gets in front and blocks the flames with his ballistic shield. "Thank you," he says. "Last thing the girl needs is her daddy getting set aflame," Randy says as he helps him up onto his feet. "They're pulling back, Lieutenant Colonel," Decimus says. Hearing that he looks, "Do not let them escape. Don't let Lashin escape." That is when Randy places his hand on his shoulder. "Sir, we won't. We shouldn't go after them. Our tanks are low and you have bigger concerns." "I agree with the Sergeant Major," Wolf adds. "I smell a lot of blood and smoke in the air, so I cannot detect them. We could walk into an ambush if we overextend ourselves." He looks at both of them angrily. His emotions scream to go after the man who is trying to kill his daughter twice now. He desperately wants to end this now, however, his training and logic side is saying Wolf and Randy are correct. "Damn it," he mumbles angrily. "Stand down and get ready to fall back. Let them go." "It is okay, sir," Randy says. "We will get the bastards. Next time." He takes a frustrated breath and remembers Selena kidnappers. He quickly heads over to Andrew's position. He plans to get some answers before handing them to the military police. "Who the hell are you?" he says as he gets close. He stops when he gets a good view. He now feels his blood boiling once he sees the leader. "Holy fucking hell. How the fuck are you still kicking? I thought I killed you, Roger. Or is it Kevin this time?" "Hello, Jackson. Long time no see," Amalgo's lead says in a sarcastic but scared tone. "Fort Alness, General Stanford office, middle of the night. April 5th, 2026. Stanford is sitting at his desk, watching the argument unfold. Colonel Young is off to the side, looking stressed out as he tries to retrain Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe from beating the crap out of Agent Castillo, the head CIA agent on Falmart. "You people hired that asshole to kidnap my daughter to trade for the intel about the Harrio," Sharpe yells. "Now calm down, Lieutenant Colonel," Castillo says. "Let's remember who the Harrio tribe are. They pose a great threat to the United States. Imagine if someone in the cabinet was being controlled by a brain slug or the president herself. No, 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 Sharpe replies. I've been in Black Ops way too long to know better. I killed enough of you special agents to know there is always an angle. You wanted that slug thing, so you could use it. That is all you give a fuck. While I will not deny having a brain slug would be nice, Castillo says. Currently my superiors are more afraid of it. This isn't a Hollywood movie. The CIA isn't always looking for what we can use. If it is a threat to mankind, it is our responsibility to purge it. Point made, Sharpe replies as he gets in Castillo's face. I am so glad you nearly got my daughter killed for your noble cause. By the way, how the fuck is he still alive? I shot him 2 times in the chest through his fucking heart. Past agent's health is not my area of expertise, Castillo replies. I apologize for what happened to Selena, Sharpe. There was no intent on our part for any harm to come to her. After hearing that he can also see Sharpe break, Young grabs him by the shoulder. It is okay, son. No, it is not, Sharpe says. He then points to Castillo. This bastard also attacked one of my rangers. If she was meant to be killed, then she would have, Castillo says. I am sorry, Castillo, Young says. Sharpe has a point here. You also attacked a uniformed U.S. soldier. I don't care about your covert missions. You have no authority to attack a soldier under my command. He looks at Castillo. While Sharpe is being irrational, which is very unusual for him, however makes sense under the current situation, he is impressed by how calm Castillo is. He stands there like a stone, either no fear for his life or doesn't care at all. However, his gut is telling him something else is going on. I want answers, Sharpe demands. You do not have clearance for CIA operations on Falmart, Castillo says. But as I said, the Harrio tribe is a threat. Look how easily they were able to infiltrate Alnus. We lost a high-priority target for... He can see Sharpe about to attack Castillo for his lack of answers. While this isn't suited for a military office, especially with his record, he can understand. It is not easy for a man to know people are trying to harm their children. There are no limits on how far a father will go to protect his kids. He is starting to realize that he needs to intervene in this situation and end the Wood Elf threat. But first, he needs to save Castillo. Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe, he says, I am placing you on leave for the week. What? Sharpe says, shocked. You heard me, he says. Spend this week with your daughter and Sarah. Captain Rose, with your friends and relax. You are all winded up, and at this point you're no good on the field. The war can wait. You heard the General Sharpe, Young says. Report to the hospital. He can see Sharpe about to protest, but stop himself. Sharpe then looks directly into Castillo's eyes. If I see those fuckers who kidnapped Selena again, I swear to we'll put a goddamn bullet in their heads this time. Heads, not the damn chest. So, they can fucking stay dead. He then storms out. Castillo looks at the door after Sharpe leaves. Duly noted. Colonel, he says, don't worry, sir. Young says, I will keep an eye on him. John, he says, we don't leave our people behind. Don't let him fall back into that depression again. Young nods and leaves. Once the Rangers leave, he looks at Castillo. Are you going to tell me what is going on? Castillo looks at him. What do you mean? I mean, I want the truth, he states, his tone implying he is in no mood for games. There is no way you would have fallen for Lord Lashen's trap like that. Trading Harrio's secrets for a preteen girl? And then Carlin appearing at the last minute to save the day? You planned all this? As I told Sharpe, Castillo says, I am not at liberty to explain my mission. I am a 5-star general. I am leading the largest multinational military force since World War II, he states. One of my best officers is about to go insane because of your games. Either you explain to me now, or I will find out my way, and trust me, you won't want to be on my bad side. I won't allow you to screw over my soldiers. Castillo stands there in a cold manner, thinking of his response. I already told you my primary mission here on Falmart. He didn't like that answer. Castillo's mission here is to find the Mission Earth slaves, conduct counter-operations against the Harrio tribe and the Oprichnina. However, he noticed that Oprichnina said, primary mission. My other mission is to hunt down the remaining old guard and prevent them from acquiring alien technology, or in this case, fantasy alien biology or magic, Castillo states. My task force had nothing to do with the kidnapping and attacking of Selena Sharpe and Captain Rose. He thinks about that for a moment. But you knew about it? And you knew Carlin was an apostle in hiding. It was not hard to give Carlin a note saying Selena was in danger, Castillo says. And because Carlin took an interest in Selena because of their shared faith and connection to Rory, she would naturally go save her followers, he says, putting the pieces together. Which means this trade by the old guard would be ruined? Perhaps, Castillo states. Okay, he says, annoyed by Castillo's attitude. Who is the old guard? Do I have a security threat I should know about in Alnus? Direct threat? No, Castillo replies. But what I'm about to tell you cannot leave this room. Years ago, there was an internal struggle, and many old agents from many intelligence agencies from around the Western world were purged from their home nations. These people were responsible for waging proxy wars all around the world, toppling governments and supplying extremist arms groups. All this for multinational interests from politicians to corporations. These groups weaken, however, they are not dead, Castillo says. It is not in the U.S. interest to these groups to have this world's treasures, or they will be used against us. That meeting was one way to purge the current cell here. I understand, he says as he leans back. He remembers the lies about the 2003 Iraq invasion, about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, which turned out to be false. I understand what you are doing. However, you cannot put my people in danger like that. This is war, General, Castillo says. In war, there are casualties. However, if I saw another way, I would have taken it. While you or Sharpe don't trust me, my faith in all their abilities ended up paying off. These Woodels, though, are proving to be more problematic than expected. Of all the hostile factions in Uros, they're the only ones that take us truly seriously. The big difference between them and the Harrio is that they are not deluded themselves to think they can outsmart us and learn about how we operate far deeper than anyone. They have a single motive, and they're being very careful how they operate around us. I will direct more resources against them and see if I can put an end to it before it escalates further. However, at the same time, we also have even bigger concerns than both the Wood Elves and the Harrio combined that we need to seriously deal with. One of our main suspects of espionage, Dr. Aman Sabanis from the St. Lee Hospital, had disappeared. I believe the Russian FIS had deleted him to cut loose end 5, Castillo states. Wasn't that the doctor who treated the girls from alcohol positioning? He asks, confused. The report said their stomachs were not adjusted to our drinks. The official report, but we believe it was a Russian trap, Castillo says. Sharpe also reported that the FIS said there were Chinese spies in Alnus, he says. Any leads yet? No luck so far, Castillo answers. Sometimes I prefer dealing with the Harrio and Woodels since at least they still do not comprehend how we operate fully like the Chinese and Russians. Alnus Hospital. Carlin stands at the window, looking in the surgery room. Alongside her are the girls. She sees Selena laying on a bed passed out with doctors all around her. While it has been hours since she got her here, she has been given no information on Selena's status. As an apostle of Merida, she has the ability to use healing magic. It is a rare ability that people who only value life can use. Healing magic can do many wonders, however, she learned a long time ago it is not a cure. It cannot fix severely damaged organs, blood lost, cure diseases, and dismembered limbs. It heals cuts, recovers stamina, and just overall basic health. With that, she is amazed by the medical technology these other worlders have. She has seen people hurt like Selena before, and they either died or were only partly recovered thanks to healing magic. With this technology, it fixes what her magic couldn't. How is she? Rory asks. Doing better? I don't know, she replies. But the healing wonders these people have truly amazed me greatly. I know, Rory says. I wish I were there, though. I should have been there. Why didn't Sharpe call us for support? We are her big sisters after all, Lelei angrily states. He had to act fast at the time. Calling you girls to get to the position would take too long, which would result in severe consequences. Besides, none of you would know all of this would happen, she says. No one did. But you, Rory replies. I told you, sometimes tip me off, she says. She found that interesting. When she went to her shop after the school day ended, she saw a note explaining what Selena had taken. She looks at Rory and sees this worried look on her. There is no need to be this worried. I have faith that they would heal her. I hope so, Rory says. But it is not just that. Jackson has already been through a lot and has been under a lot of stress. With his mate attacked and Selena nearly killed, I am worried all my work over the past year is going to go away. I understand, she says. I know you invested a lot into him. Just have faith and have love. She looks into the surgery room and sees the doctors walking around. This machine is sticking a needle into Selena's arm. I wish I understood what they are doing, though. They are administering intravenous therapy on Selena to stabilize her, Lelei states. You like your big words, Lelei, Rory replies. These people have to be complex about everything. That is when she hears Sharpe coming down the hallway. Here comes Sharpe. She looks over and sees Sharpe around the corner. Where is she? Sharpe says as he slides up. He then looked into the surgery room. What is happening? Is she okay? We don't know yet, Jackson, Tuke says. But they haven't come out here and given us bad news. Sharpe walks up to the window and watches. How is Miss Rose? She asks. Sarah is fine, he replies. She was hit on the head hard, but she will make a recovery. That is good, Rory says. Sharpe, she says. Do you know who and why those people took her? Right now, I cannot speak about it, Sharpe says. Military rules and right now. I understand, she says. She then notices the surgery room door open and this woman walks out with a Polish flag on her arm. The woman walks up to them. Miss Dalo, Ava Kowalski says. I have an update for you. Thank you, but the father has arrived, she says. Kowalski looks and then notices Sharpe. I am sorry, Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe. Selena came here with Miss Dallal here. I didn't know you were here. I just arrived, Sharpe answers. Forget all the medical stuff? Is she going to be okay? Kowalski takes a breath and then smiles. Yes, but she will be in the hospital for a while in recovery. Miss Dalo got her here in time, so we were able to repair the main artery. The next stage is to keep giving her a blood transfusion. Blood transfusion? Sharpe says. She lost that much blood? I am sorry, but yes, Kowalski says. She should make a full recovery as long as she stays here. Okay, Sharpe says. She is glad to hear that. She cannot remember the last time she ran that hard, and she is happy she made it here in time. Can we go in? Yao asks. For now, no, Kowalski answers. We want to keep as few germs coming in and out as possible. Her body is weak and needs time to build its strength again. Getting sick at this stage might complicate her recovery. She watches as Kowalski walks away and then looks to Sharpe. Sharpe looks at her. So, you are an apostle? How long did you know Rory? Rory mumbles, trying to find an answer. Rory, what are you hiding something that I need to know this time? Sharpe angrily stares at her. It is not Rory's fault, she says. I asked her to remain quiet. I did not want my status as an apostle to interfere with the community. Rory did tell me to tell your superiors, so I did. 6. Is that true, Rory? He asks. Yes, Rory replies, a little nervous on how he will respond. Sharpe looks back at her. All this time you have been an apostle to Selena's goddess, influencing her. She has seen Sharpe kind before, people who do not like surprises like that. He is clearly protective of Selena, with much justification. If you wish for me to stop, I will respect your commands, Sir Sharpe. Sharpe looks back into the surgery room, looking at his daughter. He then looks at her again and gives her a strong hug. He starts to cry a little. Thank you so much. She looks down at him and smiles. She has found it fascinating that a little princess from this world and a warrior from another have so much love for each other. She can see how much he cares for Selena. She places her hand on his back. I promise nothing will ever happen to her. She is my favorite follower. Rory, if you mind? After Selena recovers, hex her for me, so anyone tries to harm her will die a gruesome death, Sharpe asks. I cannot hex living beings, Sharpe. I can only do it with objects, Rory replies. Beside being in a combat role, Rory also occasionally provides magical security measures for NATO cargo drops from the planes or ground assets in the battlefield by hexing it so only NATO force and their native allies can use the military assets while enemy combatants cannot steal or sabotage them without the risk of having their body bleed out from touching the hexed assets. However, hexing is a very lengthy process, so she can only hex a limited number of NATO military assets in the midst of battle. Maybe I just put it on her ankle, Sharpe states. Colonel, I know you are worrying about the safety of Selena, but I think putting a tracking device on her is a little bit too drastic. You are violating her privacy, not to mention treating her like a criminal, Lelei states. Sharpe takes a frustrating breath. I know. I could have lost both Selena and Sarah today. Rory walks up to him and places her hand on his arm. You should go take a shower and get some rest, Jackson. We are all here, so go rest. Sharpe looks around. Call if you need anything or if anything happens. He then walks away. V14. Chapter 176 Assault. My dear brothers and sisters, for many centuries we have hidden in the shadows and practiced our crafts in obscurity. For many centuries the people of this world have prosecuted all of us out of fear, paranoia, and ignorance, as well as the actions of the few bad seeds along with the ideas that what we are doing is against God. But now things are about to change. Our time to leave behind the shadow and go into the light has come. The era for the society to accept us has arrived. However, much work needs to be done. Lelei, Lena, Rory, Mercury, Tuke, and Yao, as well as other magical beings of Uros, must know that we are counting on them for the day we reveal ourselves to the world. We are counting on them to make sure the witch hunt never happens again. I entrust some of yours to deliver the Book of Shadow to Alnus Base, so it can reach Lelei. Let her know that we are always real. Unknown email message sent by an unknown person to a group of people. Rose Stream, Valtris Harbor, middle of the night. April 3rd, 2026. Elder Elisir Hevar sees the target of his war party, the NATO bridge at Valtris. From what he understands, Valtris held out against NATO for a few days early in the war, even inflicting casualties against them. While they were enemies then, he can see that Valtris has embraced the Otherworlders. In his long life, he is always surprised how someone can be enemies today and allies tomorrow. From the Oprichnina intelligence branch, the Fermentarii Corps informed him that this bridge is the primary supply route to the greater Elis region. Cutting this supply route, even temporary, would be a massive setback. General Upson of the Fermentarii wanted this bridge taken out, and he agreed to take up this assignment. He is one of 15 elders from the Kingdom of Faven of the Moon Elves, located in the Walrian Forest far to the northeast. While one of the few independent kingdoms on Falmart, they still maintain some obedience to the Empire. The Empire has aided them in the wars against the Volruldan to the west and Famulus Domain to the south. Usually, his people would stay out of imperial affairs. However, the Otherworlders have proven to be a massive threat. While he didn't believe in the Imperial Declaration about how evil the Otherworlders are at the Napni Summit, judging by how hypocritical the Empire is toward demi-human treatment and their constant conquests and slave driving too, he did see how much of their way of life can change. More importantly, the balance of power if NATO wins the war. If NATO defeats the Empire and becomes the dominant power, no one could challenge them ever again. His people kingdom, the last of the elves' kingdoms from the days the elves ruled these lands, will not risk their future on these Otherworlders. Emperor Zorzel made one comment that his king took an interest in Falmart should be ruled by the people of Falmart, not by outsiders. He sees his dozen elves all in the water, all holding onto some logs acting as a raft as they approach the bridge. He did plan on using canoes to speed up their approach, but the Fermentarii agent in Valtris recommended against it. The agent said NATO has devices that can detect such objects on the surface. He also warned him that the Otherworlders could see at night and people's body heat like a snake and dragon. That is why he decided to use the Rose Stream. Assuming these Otherworlders' devices can see people's body heat, then he isn't worried. He had his group create armor made out of reptilian skin. They are great for moving through the water and hiding their body heat. This and how cold the water is, he knows the chances of being detected is slim. A boat 3, an elf whispered. He looks and sees one of the metal patrol boats coming. He did not have to give any orders as everyone knew what to do. They duck into the water to hide. This is not the first time, and he assumes they're just checking out the logs. He sees the bright searchlight shine on their location. While underwater, he can hear the boat engines as it passes by. As he expected, the boat leaves. He comes back up to the waterline and glances around to make sure they were not spotted. These people rely on their technology too much, Onsith Figueroa says. He glances at Onsith, how longtime friend. He agrees with his friend. 2 days ago, he witnessed one of those boats spotting some mermaids with their thermal devices. He thought they spotted his group at first, Once the area is clear, they move to the bridge. This is the final night they went to the bridge. While the bridge is made out of a stronger metal, it still has the same weakness, its joints. For a week, they were weakening the joints of the bridge with ice spirit magic. The intention is to rust out the joints to compromise them for the final stage of the plan. Tonight, that bridge will fall. Once they get under the bridge, they get into positions. The Fermentarii agent said a large convoy is passing through today to support the NATO siege on Falmart. While this might not stop the siege, the hope is that it delays NATO offensive until the Ticaret army arrives. Onsith, he says, let's get everyone ready. I hope this works, Onsith says. We don't have enough amulets to do this again. Assuming the dwarves told us the truth, he comments. But the dwarves are experts in metallurgy, so we have to hope they are right. I saw the other worlders' armored wagons, Onsith replies. I don't think the dwarves can call themselves top experts in metallurgy anymore, since the metallurgy of NATO is far superior. Judging how they can make the entire wagons made of metals run faster than any horses. He looks at his friend and smirks. It is common for people to think the common races and the dark races hate each other. However, there are many disagreements between them. Elves never had good relations with dwarves, as elves often see the dwarves as ugly and unattractive. They only talk to each other when they face a common enemy. Good. They go quiet as they hear some guards above them, patrolling the bridge. Once they are past, he looks at Onsith. We need to hurry. Just like they have been doing for the past week, they head to their assigned joints. With a combination of potent ice magic and magic-boosting amulets provided by Rondel's best alchemists, they have been weakening the joints of the bridge for a whole week by freezing them to the top level to make the joints become brittle. They use specially crafted hammers to slowly damage the fragile joints until the bridge collapses from weakened joints. This operation has proven harder than he expected. Much work went into this plan, requiring his best raiders with the best upper body strength from his kingdom. Not getting caught has been hard, requiring much-needed advanced planning. He watches as his warriors work, finishing the final stage. This job is degrading, Onsith comments. We are elves, we don't do this type of work. While I agree we are the only ones who can do it, he comments. Anyone else would have been caught by now. He sees another one of his warriors come to him. What is it? 2 guards coming, Ileana Aranis says. Romanians, I think. Ileana, being his only female elf on this mission, assigned her to keep a lookout. Yesterday, she had to put a guard to sleep for fear of him discovering their appearance. He turns to everyone and signals everyone to hide behind their cloaks. He gets on his knees and moves his cloak around him. They are special elven cloaks his people created. They make them look like objects in the surrounding area like stumps and boulders. However, they are not foolproof. If someone looks more closely and understands the environment around them, they can tell something is off. That is why he is doing this mission at night, to help decrease the chance of discovery. 2 Romanian soldiers walk down and walk to the rover. He cannot understand them, but they seem to just be checking things out. He can see the flashlights like from the boat, but smaller. He looks over and sees one of the soldiers pissing into the rover. They're talking about something, probably home. He watches as one of the enemy soldiers flashes his light at him. He grabs his knife, just in case. Usually soldiers come down here just for a quick patrol and then go back up to the city where it is warm. He then sees they walk back up. Once he is happy the coast is clear, he gets everyone back to work. That was close, Ileana comments. I don't know how long we can do this before getting caught. The only reason is because the war is hundreds of leagues from here, he replies. I doubt the city has been attacked since it first fell for. They are not expecting us. He watches as everyone gets back to work. For the next hour, they had 2 more patrols come by, either on the bridge or the pier. He knows he is at a disadvantage if they are spotted. Ileana slides back down. Elder, the convoy is coming. He looks to his warriors and signals them to begin. Soon enough, he hears the rumbling of their vehicles. How do people sleep here with those things? Onsith asks. No idea, Ileana replies. These people are so unnatural. Stop the conversation, he orders. Here they come. He can hear soldiers walking as they begin crossing the bridge. Then he hears the loud rambling of their vehicles starting to travel. He signals to begin attacking the joints all along the bridge. He knows the hammering noise will draw attention. They either destroy the bridge or flee before they are being detected. He hears their vehicles passing through. Hurry! We need their combined weight for this to work. or this was pointless. What is that sound? He looks up at one of the nearby piers. He sees two soldiers walking close. He sees them shining their light torch at them. He can see that they are out of time. Ileana, take the one on the left. Ileana aimed her bow and fired, killing the soldier. He fires an arrow, killing the soldier on the right. However, this soldier leans forward and falls into the water. Alarm! A soldier yells as he fires his rifle in the air to alert the nearby patrol. He looks to Onsith. Are you almost done? He says as more armored vehicles cross the bridge. Almost there, Onsith replies. He aims his bow again and gets ready to fire another arrow. Then we fight. As he and Ileana prepare to fight, he hears rumbling above him, this time coming from the bridge itself. He turns around and sees one of the points break apart. Then another as the bridge slowly starts to collapse. There we go, Onsith says. He hears a few of the vehicles above him starting to slide. Soldiers are yelling and screaming as they try to take control of the situation. Everyone in the water, Onsith orders sternly. The plan is that after they destroy the bridge, they flee into the water and swing away from the city. There, mermaids will help them get away from Valtris. He watches as his people dive into the water. Suddenly, bullets start hitting their position. He and Ileana cover them as they descend. He hears more joints break and sees the bridge starting to collapse. The vehicles desperately try to get off the bridge, which only further contributes to the bridge's collapse. After Ileana, he dives into the water. Once in, he sees some streaks going through the water. He assumes they're the enemy bullets. He can hear the splashing from the vehicles and the bridge hitting the river. He swims away to get some distance. Once he needs air, he pokes his head above the surface and breaks. He sees a few of his other elves. Look, sir, Onsith says. He looks back at the bridge. The bridge is in the water, and he can see 3 vehicles sinking in the river. He can hear some screams as some of the soldiers fell into the river too. The Roe River is very deep and wide, and he knows there is no way they will save the people inside those vehicles. I see that boat coming again, an elf says. He looks back. We need to leave now. Dumas Mountains, FOB Albany, April 5th, 2026. Jessica Moore looks up past the trees and sees 2 fighter jets fly by. They are close. They are Hellenic Air Force, 5 F-16s, Corporal Miles replies. They are providing close air support to Charlie Company. If you are scared, you can go back, Private Oscar says. She looks at the 101st Airborne soldiers. And miss out on the fun with you boys? If you consider this fun, then you're just nuts. Plain and simple, Miles says. She then sees this purple male fairy fly to her. Why don't you have a weapon? She stops walking, shocked to see a fairy, and just gapes absent-mindedly at the fairy. She is a war correspondent, Oscar answers. What is that? The fairy asks. Someone who will twist our actions for their 15 minutes of fame, Oscar replies. The fairy looks at her. Is that true? She smirks, understanding their concern. Journalists are usually seen as vultures, only caring about themselves or their worldview. Most take events or people's actions and twist them to fit their narrative, the narrative before truth. That is one reason why she became an independent journalist. While her sister Alicia wanted to serve through the military, she wanted to help by making the truth out there and not bias. For most journalists, yes, but not me, she replies. I am independent. While I report most of my work to SCNR, my actions are my own. She has seen fairies before, but they usually are doing administrative tasks. She had never seen one on the front lines before. I like to know what your stories are. You are brave to be out here. She can see the fairy get nervous, which she finds cute. We found him 5 months ago, Mike says. He was locked up in the city of Havchristen 6. Yup, the fairy says. I am called Tilly. Nice to meet you, Tilly, she says. What do you do? I don't normally see fairies on the front lines. We fairies are not fighters like most common races, Tilly says. But I act like a scout for them and help them with locals. People warm up when they see me. She looks at Miles and sees the standard military gear. She can see how a soldier is dressed and can scare people of this world. She can see the value of having a fairy with them to help ease public relations. Staff Sergeant Colbert walls up. Stop playing around and stay sharp. Don't let them ambush you. She sees the soldiers get back into formation. I can handle myself as a staff sergeant. Colbert looks at her as they walk. I have to admit, I am surprised you are tagging along. After the Parker incident, All your correspondents stay at the bases and invent fake news. She heard of that incident. Some monsters killed some journalists. Since then, most journalists stay at the bases or take safe assignments. I'm not a pussy, she says. I haven't gotten this far for sitting on my ass. I noticed, Colbert says. None of us question your bravery. And yet I get the cold shoulder, she states. Colbert was hesitant to respond. It's clear that you were using us to get somewhere. I could be wrong. There is some truth to what Colbert said. His unit is part of Colonel Anderson's command, and Anderson is a step to her final destination, to her final goal. An interview of Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe. She has heard stories of Sharpe. The more she researched, the more attractive he seemed. He has been on the pulse on this war since the beginning, and the natives he keeps around, Rory, Lelei, Tuke, and she heard about this other elf who joined recently. Even though her sister is in the same unit, Alicia has protected him from her, even though she remembers Alicia hating him early on in the war. As they march through the forest, she hears weapons fire in the distance. Looks like they found a hole, Miles says. This is Yankee Actual to all platoons, Captain Pierce says over in ETT. Our objective is the direction in front of us. All units engage. She sees all the soldiers quicken their pace. She hears a machine approaching behind her, so she gets out of the way. She watches a large man, size four-legged, unmanned ground vehicle walk past her. The head is composed of sensors, meaning that its operator was likely back at Alness. On top of it is a Browning M2.50 caliber machine gun. These soldiers call it the M18 Big Dog Infantry Support Vehicle. The UGV is the U.S. Army's second mule attempt. It looks like the mule from the movie Spectral 7. Besides using wheels or tracks like most UGVs, this one has 4 legs, so it can move through rough terrain. While she has heard of such a machine, she is impressed by this machine. The reason why the DARPA mule failed was that it was too loud for combat. This one is much quieter. She grabs her camera and rushes up behind them. As she rushes, she hears more skirmishes happening around her. She sees a green explosion of a wildfire pod burning a tree. The 12 soldiers form up and start engaging the enemy. As the airborne engages the enemy, however, she sees some large javelins start coming forward. She sees one of those javelins punch through a tree, which shocks her. Before she came to this world, she did some basic research on enemy weapons. Ballista weapons could only fire one javelin at a time. However, the Polibolos, also called repeating ballista, can fire multiple harpoons repeatedly. Colbert grabs her and forces her on the ground. Get down! Those ancient javelins cannot have that kind of penetration, she yells. How is it possible? After saying that, she moves her camera. Those are not normal javelins. The javelins' heads are made out of a special steel alloy called parabessel, made by the dwarves. DARPA inspection shows that these steel alloys are created by mixing iron or with wyvern blood during the forging process to remove quite an impurity from the iron ore, giving them 40% of the toughness of modern steel. They are strong enough to punch through the soft spots of a striker. If you are hit by one, you are pretty much dead, Colbert says. Holy shit, she says, seeing how dangerous it is. While she has been on Falmart for a while now, she hasn't been in many battles, never this close. She assumed, because the enemy used bows and arrows, they would be easy pickings. Colbert gets his team in order. Oscar, cover this point. Colbert states, the Empire also upgraded their crossbows to become repeater crossbows. 5 rounds per magazine, maybe arrows. Miles yells. A dozen arrows hit all around them. She sees one of the arrows hit a soldier's body armor. He is okay, thanks to the ceramic plate in the body armor. She gets up and zooms in with her camera. She sees a sizable Imperial formation guarding a cave entrance. They are all in a trench system around it, and she sees them reloading a new magazine into the Polibolos. She hears someone yelling to her right, and she looks, swerving the camera along with. She sees someone from another squad within the same platoon. One of those javelins was going through the man's body. One side of his body is fairly destroyed before he dies from the sheer amount of blood loss. She then looks to her left and sees that Big Dog UGV gets into position. The .50 cal on top of it begins firing, engaging the Polibolos. Why are the Empire not charging? She asks Miles. Don't they charge in large formations? They stopped doing bonsai charges after taking so many casualties during the early stage of the war, Miles replies as he reloads. They're trying to adapt to our ways, staying back and using their ranged weapons just like us. Although their accuracy is egregious, both an arrow and a bullet have the capability to kill. But you guys have body armor, she asks confused. They are just arrows. We are not wearing Iron Man suits, Oscar says. Body armor doesn't cover the face or the legs. While it isn't that bad compared to a bullet, trust me, you don't want to get hit by an arrow. It can fuck you up bad. She finds that attractive how the enemy had adopted since the beginning of the war, much like the primitive tribes in Africa when they fought against the British Empire back in the colonial era ago on Earth. It reminds her of when the 1889 Anglo-Zulu War, where the British first invasion of the Zulu Kingdom was defeated at the Battle of Isandlwana. The Zulu weapons were more primitive than the British, and yet beat back the British Empire's first invasion. Even so, they still lost the war when a second invasion appeared. And of course, the failed Italian invasion of Ethiopia in 1895. Ethiopians crushed the Italians because they had far superior numbers. While the odds are low for NATO to lose this war, there are historical examples of setbacks of less technologically advanced forces defeating a superior one. She watches as the battle continues. The .50 cal provides much-needed suppression support. The big dog begins moving up as it fires. About 5 arrows hit the UGV and all bounce off or get stuck in a joint, however doing no damage because it is a machine. The big dog gets to the forest trench and stops. Its weapon aims for the larger group of enemies and tears them apart. She sees Colbert leading his men as they charge at the enemy position. They clear out the trenches, and the remaining Imperials rush inside the tunnel. She regroups with them. She sees a soldier toss a smaller version of the big dog. Made by Boston Dynamics, the Army asked for a military version of their Spot UGV, the M14 Spot Dog. "What are you doing?" she asks. "Dwarves' tunnels," Oscar replies. "They like to booby-trap their tunnels." "All right, Eagles," Colbert says. "Let's go." "Miles, you are first." Everyone else follows up. She watches them enter the tunnel. She takes a deep breath as she follows them. She doesn't have to, and deep down inside, she doesn't, but she wants to prove she is worthy. The mission is for units to move into the tunnel network and clear them out. The brass wants to capture as many entrances as possible and use them to strike the dwarven tunnels and chambers directly. Capture anything of value. Use them to take the fight to the enemy heart and mark locations for airstrikes. If they cannot take a network, the air forces will destroy them. The reason why NATO just does not use just bunker bomb all these tunnel networks, chambers, and underground fortresses is because it would require thousands of bunker busters throughout all the Dumas mountain range. There are just not enough bombs to meet the demand, and the brass does not want to waste a bomb on a simple tunnel network when there are more important targets. As they go inside the tunnel, it is dark. She can see torchlight deeper in the cave. However, she has to use the night vision on her camera to see. "Where are they?" she asks. "Shut up," Oscar says. "What?" she asks, shocked that he told her to shut up. "You are giving up our position," Oscar states. She realizes her error. "Sorry." She then sees 2 soldiers glare at her. The tunnel goes down deeper down into the tunnel network. The soldiers start going down, following the Spot UGV. The military said that the Empire entrenched themselves into the Dumas mountain range to prevent NATO from striking Sadera. She did not think much about it, thinking it would be like during the Vietnam War, in which U.S. soldiers had to do tunnel rats. However, unlike the cramped, narrow, and separated tunnel network used by the Viet Cong, the Imperial tunnels are more spacious and interconnected, making it clear that the Imperial force is not experienced in digging tunnels to deal with modern warfare. As the saying goes, they put all eggs into one basket. Furthermore, the tunnel network also lacks tunnel holes for them to use ranged weapons to ambush. In general, the Imperial tunnel network is like the tunnel network used by Middle East terrorists with the downside of lacking tunnel holes or too interconnected. The Spot stops and turns to this other tunnel. It starts blinking red. "What does that mean?" she whispers. "Contact," Oscar says. "Form up," Colbert orders. 2 airborne soldiers look down that path and fire down it. Then 4 more soldiers rush past them down the main track. She follows and looks down the side path. She sees a few dead Imperial soldiers lying there with their heads splattered thanks to shotgun blasts. But then she sees people moving down the hallway. The 2 soldiers begin going down and fire. Reporter to Colbert says, "You are with us?" She quickly follows as more soldiers go down that path. She keeps going, sweat from the heat. The soldiers in front of her stop, and she records another short battle. The soldier on point fires a shotgun, throwing the soldier back from the impact. Advance, Colbert orders. They advance deeper into the tunnel network. She can hear skirmishes everywhere from other platoons. Everyone stops as they see a large door in front of them. Spot again flashes red. Looks like your little puppy senses something, Oscar whispers. Tilly, Colbert says. Go report to the LT. She sees the ferry fly away. The soldiers set up a breach charge quickly. The door explodes, and a soldier tosses a flashbang. They then storm the room. She follows them and sees them firing into the room. She takes cover in the back, recording everything. She sees 5 human soldiers and an elf. To her surprise, she sees an orc with them. They charge at them, but get gunned down, holes riddling their bodies. That is when she notices a wall open. She sees dwarves pour out of the new hole. They're the fucking midgets. Colbert! Right flank, Colbert yells. A dwarf sprints close and slams his hammer into Oscar's temple. He then raises his hammer, but then gets blasted apart by a shotgun. Seeing everyone engaging the new threat, she rushes over and grabs Oscar and tries pulling him back. She checks him out and notices that he is dead from extreme blunt trauma. She looks up and sees that the dwarves are pretty close to the soldiers. Colbert gives the order to fall back, and the soldiers start coming back through the tunnel. Miles and another soldier grab Oscar's body and carry him. Another soldier helps another wounded soldier who was hit by a dwarf. She follows them falling back from the cave. Jessica is sitting on a log. She pours her canteen over her head to clean off the sweat and dirt. She then looks up and sees a B-2 Lance bomber fly over, dropping a bunker buster on the tunnel network they were attacking, burying all the dwarves and the remaining Imperial force 6 feet under. The squad mission was to clear out the tunnel system. It was part of a larger battalion-scale operation to clear out this valley. While Charlie Company had to pull out of their cave networks, however, Alpha Company successfully completed all their objectives with light casualties. Colbert walks over. You okay? Yeah, she replies. Thank you for grabbing Oscar's body, Colbert says. You're welcome, she replies. I didn't know what else to do. It was just an impulse. Colbert looks at her for a moment. Are you sure you're okay? She thinks for a moment, thinking back at Oscar's skull getting rammed inwards by the dwarf, dying from a hammer in the blink of an eye. I have seen dead bodies before, but I've never seen someone die like that before. I didn't realize how risky it was. Yep, Colbert says. It definitely isn't your father's war. Oh, big sis. I wish I were you right now. You saw more bloody things than me. Jessica laments. Your sister is Private First Class Alicia from the Rangers. Vanguard 7, correct? Colbert says. How do you feel after seeing your sister again, after a whole year? She's a specialist now. She thinks back to time with Alicia. She misses Alicia so much. Since her sister joined the army, she has not been able to spend a lot of time with her. Alicia always defended her from bullies back in school. She remembered her choking that boorish jock, Samson, who would not leave her alone. She defended her from her cheerleader captain, who hated that she was on the team. The captain, Connie, threatened to release naked pictures of her unless she quit the cheerleaders and leave the football captain alone so she could date him. She always tried to be tough, but in the end, she always needed her sister help. She is the same as always, she says. This world fits her greatly. I was surprised by the company that she keeps around her. Some sister she is, Colbert says. Sounds like me and my little brother. So, you are doing this to prove to your sister? Partly, she says as she wipes the tears. Sorry about that. The stress got to me. Right, Colbert says. You want to get to Vanguard 7. That story isn't worth getting yourself killed. You have balls, Jessica, being out here and going into a cave like that. Each time we go down, you never know what will happen. Most reporters choose to report behind the lines where it's safe. I know, she replies. But if I do that, then I never would get to see the best. No offense. There are a lot of stories happening, and I want to capture them. If my sister is in the forefront of these adventures and stories, I want to be there and capture them and engrave them into history forever. All right, Colbert says. We have another mission in 2 days. We will be attacking an imperialist and Ticaret fortress. We need to clear it up so our armored forces can advance up the goat path. V-15. Chapter 177 Healing Bond. Speaker of the House Lawson Roman of Pennsylvania has brought up the President Interspecies Marriage Protection Act for debate today. The bill has been considered controversial because of what it details, the process of integrating aliens into American society. The State Department has reported that many U.S. soldiers, NATO personnel, and civilian contractors have been entering into romantic relationships with many Alnis natives. There are reports that some of these relationships have ended up in pregnancies, one being with a warrior bunny. 3 weeks ago, President Potts and General Stanford enacted a policy called courting for its military troops. Because of how long the war is, many soldiers have engaged in relationships with the locals of Falmart. For the soldiers and locals' protections, a soldier requests permission from their commanding officer to enter into a romantic relationship. If the woman ends up pregnant, then under the courting rules, the soldier is responsible for taking care of the child and woman. Early in the war, the United States annexed Alnis Hill, too, and a 90-mile radius around the hill, about half the distance between Alnis and Italica. Because of this annexation, U.S. law applies to Alnis. Earlier in the year, Congress waived many regulations to Alnis because of the cultural, economic, and technology gap to allow the development of Alnis Town. But the Constitution still applies. Under the 14th Amendment, anyone born within the territory is considered a U.S. citizen. However, the mother and her father might not be U.S. citizens, which creates a legal issue and loophole. The hope is for this bill to fix this loophole and prevent an immigration crisis. This bill will lay the foundation for how the U.S. government will deal with non-human humanoids and protect their civil rights. A separate statement is currently being worked on in the Senate Alnis/Uros Committee. Another loophole this bill is supposed to fix is to prevent the anchor baby issue, where a family will come to Alnis to give birth to become American citizens. It continues funding in relation to the Alnis Identification Program to help identify who is and is not a legal civilian in the Alnis territory. Only people with this ID will be allowed to own property, use the utilities, the military hospital in non-emergency situations, permanent residence, and more. As a compromise and to help lessen the incentive to have natives to come to Alnis to use the medical facilities, the State Department has approved non-government organizations like Doctors Without Borders, International Medical Corps, Ceres, Partners in Health, and others to set up clinics in Italica, Valtris, Atler, Niketai, and Kaplan. They will be increasing the medical infrastructure in these towns to help offset the load on the Alnis Army Hospital. In one clause, the topic of international and legal statutes is addressed. If a NATO and non-NATO military person engages in a relationship with a native, will be granted citizenship of their respective nations. If such a country passes laws to allow marriage and children, the U.S. will recognize it. In a separate bill, Senator Peter Baxter of Virginia proposed a bill granting regulation on allowing other NATO and non-NATO nations to establish diplomatic outposts at Alnis, the Elba capital city of Ardtame, Italica, and Valtris. The countries expected to show diplomatic outposts are the United Kingdom, France, Italy, Japan, Australia, Canada, and Brazil. Smaller nations are expected to partner up with the leading countries. The diplomatic outpost will also be exemplified to allow immigration processing in the same towns, including DBs. Any natives wishing to get immigration status or get an ID for trade can go to these towns. This is to help provide security and a stable trading network. Lotus Eaters Podcast. Fort Minnick Dojo. Date: April 4th, 2026. Sharpe swings his sword at Gray. Gray dodges him and hits him in the back with the practice wooden sword. You are predictable. He feels his back, and he looks at Gray. Give me a pistol, and I will show you who's predictable. Gray shakes his head. You wanted this training. You have been in 2 situations where you couldn't use your primary weapon and needed a sword. He nods, knowing Gray is right. The first time was all the interactions with Crisis. Crisis knew how to disarm him to even the fight. The other time was during the Flame Dragon, where bullets were useless. He wanted to learn this in case he ends up in another situation where he must use a sword. It is the enemy's primary weapon, and Harper always told him it is wise to learn what your enemy uses. Let's go again, he says. He looks at Gray and sees his stance. He charges forward and strikes. Gray blocks, so he swings the blade at him. He was able to block Gray's attack, but then Gray counters, knocking the sword out of his hands and getting hit again. "Ah," he says as he holds his arm. "I think we should stop for today," Gray says. "No," he replies. "You are too distracted to take this training seriously," Gray replies. He places his hand on his chest. "Ribs are fine. I just need to be careful." "I don't mean your ribs," Gray says. "I mean your mind. Your mind is too full." He takes an annoyed breath hearing that, but understands what Gray means. Life has been stressful in recent weeks, and his mind is stuck with Selena and Sarah in the hospital. During his time with Delta, he did not have to worry about such things. Yes, he had wounded soldiers he thought about, but that was easy to block out during missions. It came with the job. It is different when it is your daughter and girlfriend. "You're right," he says. "I have a lot on my mind." "I understand," Gray says. "While I had many women in my life, I never had children. I never had time between all the wars. I never considered adopting a child. It isn't normal." "Are you trying to tell me that I should be thankful that they are alive, and I should think less of my job?" he asks. Gray puts away the wooden sword. "Not at all. What I want to say is that you need to learn that you cannot control everything. The more you try to control things, the harder life will hit you." He doesn't understand why Gray said that. He has lost soldiers and understands that all plans go out the window once the first bullet flies past your head. "I know I cannot control everything," he says. "I don't mean you in the battlefield," Gray says. 10 years ago, I was a great knight, but then I was forced to lead the Princess Rose Academy. I'm not complaining about the opportunity. It turned into a great experience. Events happen outside of your control, and there is nothing you can do about it. You cannot allow what happened to wind you up." Gray walks over to him. "You cannot change what happened, but you can focus on the future. Be thankful that neither of them are dead." "Yeah, but they could have been," he replies. "If it was an assassination besides a kidnapping But it was not," Gray states. "If it was an assassination, there's nothing you could have done. Focus on what you can control. Otherwise, you will drive yourself crazy. If you cannot stay focused, then you are useless to everyone here." He takes a deep breath. He knows what Gray is saying is correct. That is what is bothering him. He does not have that control. "I guess this is why you wanted to do practice today." "Correct," Gray says. "You have a lot of technology which has brought many positive things. However, I do believe there are some older customs that would benefit your kind. Being a knight is more than just swinging a sword," Gray explains. "It is about what you control, your skill level, your stance, how you react to your opponent. It is the discipline around the art. You cannot control the action of your opponent. However, you can control how you respond. They struck at you through Selena and Sarah. Getting angry every day won't fix that." "I get it," he says. "Been told that before, but it is good to hear it again. Let's go again." "I think we are good today," Gray says. "We will continue tomorrow." "Can't," he says. "I have 2 meetings and a training course. 2 days." "All right," Gray replies. "Let's get something to eat. Tomorrow, I think I'll join the JSDF's Kendo class, and the day after that it will be the Cali class of Sergeant Carlos. I am excited to learn some swordsmanship of the samurai and akimbo fighting style of the Filipino." "I am fine with that," he says. "I'd like to hear some old war stories." "I have 1 or 2, Gray says. "There was this one time where I fought this orc captain, Fort Minnick, mess hall." Pina sits down her plate and sits down. "Hello there." Fyra looks at her, setting down her fork. "What do you want?" "Your Highness, I prefer to sit alone." "I know and I understand," she says nervously. She looks at Fyra. She was once in the Rose Academy long ago and was a promising student. Many believed that she would become the best knight, even beating her. The last time she saw Fyra was when she was 13 years old. Now she looks like a fully grown woman, making her realize how much time has passed since she last saw her. "Bozes told me she saw you during our assault on the Darlco Research Facility 3, she says. "She was shocked to see you." "I noticed that too," Fyra states. "I am a Legrath Knight, and we were called to battle." "Why wouldn't I be there?" "Good point," she says. She can see the disdain in Faria's eyes when their eyes meet. She can see that Fyra remembers what happened at the Rose Academy. "When did you join the Legrath Knights?" she asks. "I don't remember seeing you at Legrath during the battle." "I joined after that," Fyra says as she continues eating. "I joined 4 months ago." "Cool," she says. "Cool?" Fyra asks. "That is an Otherworlder's term." "Yes, I suppose it is," she mumbles, feeling awkward about this conversation. "Your Highness, why are you here?" Fyra asks. Just leave and go back to your Rose Knights Club. They're your people. I'm not. So don't pretend you can come here and think everything is forgiven. She leans forward feeling ashamed. I know, and I don't expect you to forgive me. Why would I forgive you? Fira asks. You lied about me and ruined my life. You have no idea what happened afterward, and I can see in your eyes that you never even thought about me after you kicked me out. She takes a deep breath as she thinks back on that day. Fira came from a lower noble house from Telta. Just like most of the Rose Knight girls, she didn't want to live the standard life of a woman, being married off for favors or for building alliances. She wanted more out of life and a chance to see the world. So she made a deal with her family that she could raise their family's social status by becoming the members of the Royal Princess's Knights in exchange of her not being married off. When Fira came to her Rose Academy, she was one of the most experienced trainees, having had knights train her how to use a sword in the past. She was so good, and she felt worried that Fira might end up being better than her in sword fighting and would become the leader of Rose Knights. She was the princess of the Empire. After all, she should have been the best, especially to be bested by a lower-ranked noblewoman. It would be humiliating. She then framed Fira for stealing a rare jewel from the palace. The royal guards took her back to Telta, and she never heard of her again, securing her position within the Rose Order of Knights. I know I lied about you and framed you for stealing the jewels, and I am sorry, she replies. I was young, stupid, and spoiled. I know you wanted more out of life, and I stole it. I was jealous and felt my position was threatened by you. You think it was that simple? Fira replies, stunned. When I got back home, my father was furious with me. Do you have any idea how hard it was to get out of an arranged marriage and get to your school? When I got back home, I was forced to follow through on that marriage with the Loda noble house. She understands the feeling. She did not want to be shipped off to some duke or vassal kingdom and marry someone she didn't love just for the sake of selfish political gains for her late father. But I see you got out of it, she says. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. Hearing that, Fira leans forward, looking directly at her, and shouts, You cunt! You have no idea the horrors I went through. After I was married off, that bastard of a husband physically and emotionally abused me constantly, as he treats me much like a sex slave and an object than a wife just because he was from the more influential noble house. He never forgave me that I chose to become a Rose Knight, only to be forced to marry him. After he learned that I couldn't give him a son since I am infertile, he kicked me out of the house like a stray dog. She already knows where this is going. For most women, especially noble women, beside their beauty, the number one and most vital value is their womb. While most children carry their mother's surname, the father needs a son to carry on the legacy of the family. Without a son, there was no future. She understands how bad an infertile daughter is in a noble household. No nobleman or noble family would want an infertile woman, as they cannot produce a child, so the daughter brings no value to the family. It also becomes a black mark on the house, seeing it as a curse and the sign of a declining house. My parents cast me out and declared to me that they have no daughter, Fira states. My own parents disowned and abandoned me because of your actions. I had to leave Telta, so I went up north. I had to survive in the wild and become a bandit to live through days until I was captured and enslaved by a rich merchant. He used me to make better deals within the merchant guild posts. During my time being chained in the cage, my parents accidentally passed through the town where the merchant took a stay for 2 days and saw me. Do you know what they said to me when they saw me? They said the lesser of a woman like me is only good and useful to be a sex slave, since at least those that are gonna rape me would not be worried about having a bastard child, and the price for me would be very high because of it. They then spat on my face and abandoned me a second time. Pina shocks and leans back, feeling a huge amount of guilt and shame. She never intended anything bad to happen to her. She is also shocked that a noble family could do that to their own child. She knows that family members are willing to enslave their own kins for various reasons, but that only happens in common folks, not in noble families. She heard stories, however, thought they were not true. She just wanted to win and be important. I am sorry, I didn't know, she remorsefully says. Fira tosses her tray to the floor after hearing that and stands up, leaning at her. You feel sorry? You think that fixes anything? I killed my master by strangling him with the chain he put on me when he tried to rape me and escaped, Fira continues. I have a death warrant in 5 cities. The only reason I was not taken prisoner was that I was able to get to Elis before the Americans were able to conquer it. If it wasn't Baludi and her knights there, stopping those adventurers from taking me back to Napni." She stands up, trying to show some strength, and starts to cry. "I am deeply sorry." "Stop saying sorry, you bitch," Fyra says again. "You ruined my life." This time showing more emotion. "You think you can change that by walking over here and having a friendly conversation? Like nothing happened? You are no better than your rapist and tyrannical brother. At least he knows who he is, and he is honest about it. You are him, but trying to be righteous. You screw everyone over when they threaten you." She was about to reply, but stopped herself. She knows that is true. Early in the war, she tried to use Sharpe and the peace treaty with the U.S., in which she ruined in order to increase her station in the Imperial Senate for. She had to do much soul-searching to learn that she did not like who she was. "Just listen for a second," she says, trying to calm her down. "Leave the princess alone," Bozes says as she marches over. Fyra looks at Bozes. "And none of you defended me. You are no better." She then tries to punch Bozes. She grabs Fyra, stopping her. Fyra then punches her in the cheek. She moves back and gets ready to throw another punch. She stops herself, realizing if she punches her, it would only confirm everything Fyra thinks of her. Fyra comes at her, punching her. She blocks with her arm. "Please listen to me. I am sorry. I am no longer the selfish princess you used to know." Fyra grabs her, and she is pushed into a table, everyone getting out of the way. She falls into the seat. She orders Bozes not to intervene, and she gets up, dodging another punch. Once she turns around, she is hurt by a surprise kick. She falls to the ground, and Fyra ends up on top of her. She then grabs Fyra Fitz with both hands, trying to push it away. "Fyra, you are right," she admits. "You are completely right. I was my brother, and I was my father. I was them, and I am ashamed of it. I valued my title and my station above everything else. I once treated Hamilton like a servant rather than the close friend that she is. I screwed you over just to protect my ego and image. And you weren't the only victim of my inflated pride and ego either. I hurt so many people. I know that now. When I first pushed for peace, I knew I had their people as prisoners, but I used a technicality to justify why I didn't return the other worlders prisoners," she says. "The Hario tribe kidnapped many of the American slaves the Empire had, and they butchered them 5. If I just saw people as people and not subjects or tools to be used to gain glory and station, then they would be alive today." She begins to cry as she reflects on her past. "I created the Rose Knights for women and men to gain personal glory and respect, and I turned it into my own personal club who were just loyal to me. You are right. I am worse than my brother. I hide who I am while he embraces who he is. I just hope I can repay the damage I have done to people by trying to do what is right today. I will never ask for forgiveness." Fyra looks at her angrily and sad. She then throws her fist at her. Before the first hits her, a hand block it. It was Taiyul who blocked her fists. "Enough," Taiyul says. "This isn't the place for you two to resolve your issues." Taiyul looks around the mess hall. "We all do bad things, things we regret. Some hands are cleaner than others, but none of us are clean. I know many of us to have a history because of what side of the sword you were on. Why are you protecting that woman, Taiyul? Zorzel destroyed your home, slaughtered your people, and enslaved your kinds. Pina never gave a damn about you for 3 long years. You have more reason to despise them than I," Fyra exclaims, not understanding how Taiyul could defend this monster. "Things have changed," Taiyul states, taking control of the situation. "The princess and her knights are no longer the same people. Pina has been through too much to change for you to insult her like this. Instead of trying to vent your rage, hatred, and pain toward the princess, you should stay back and realize that it is extremely painful for the princess to be remorseful for what she had done to you right now. You have been through so many pains and sufferings, and those pains and suffering are now accumulated in the form of extreme guilt within the princess' heart. The pain of guilt is far more painful than the fists you throw at her." Taiyul then looks at everyone. "We all have something in common here. Alnus is a second chance for us. We all are here because we wanted a second chance, for one reason or another. We can look at each other because of some past deed, or look at each other understanding that we are trying to accomplish something together. Everyone here is trying to find forgiveness for something, and if we understand that we are looking for our peace, then we are all free. Then we are worthy of what the otherworlders are offering. Otherwise, we are no better than the Empire and the League. As she listens, she is surprised by what Taiyul said. She is surprised that she intervened. She thought Taiyul still hated and resented her after all these years. As she gets up, Taiyul helps her back to her feet. Why did you stop her? It was embarrassing watching the Princess of the Rose Knight get her, but kicked, Taiyul says. And besides, I was listening to what you said, and I have to say, you have changed. Taiyul grins at her, affirming her words. I have? She asked. I have been trying to be worthy. Sometimes I wonder if I should even lead the Rose Knights. Yes, you should, Taiyul says. I don't think anyone else could lead it right now. If you can change, the rest of us surely can. As Taiyul leaves, she is surprised by that. She then sees Fyra angrily leave the mess hall and shout out, Fyra, I know I cannot heal all the pains and sufferings you have been through, but I swear to you, once this war is over, the corrupted system and culture that damned you and treat women like you as sexual objects and selfish means to gain political powers will cease to exist, and all women of this world will never carry your scars ever again. I want you back, Fyra. Be a Rose Knight once again. Pina shouts out to Fyra. Fyra ignores her and leaves. She then turns back to her knights. She looks around and feels embarrassed. Everyone was looking at her, and now they are ignoring her. She wishes she did this in a more private area now. I am so sorry, everyone. I made you lose a valuable member and good knight that day. Pina tearfully states, I acted in a selfish manner and dishonored the Rose Knights long ago. It is okay, princess. As much as I abhor your action for making me lose a big sister, at least you are brave enough to accept the responsibility of your misdeeds. So we forgive you, Bose states with slight anger. She shouldn't have attacked you like that, princess, Panache says. But I do wish you told us about this long ago. I hope Fyra can be with us once again and let go of her past, Bose states. Look like you and us have to earn her trust like with Sharpe once again, Hamilton states. I think you guys need to check yourselves, Ginebra Sank Mikkel says. I had a horrible childhood with my noble family. It is very cut through. You girls who grew up in the royal district never experienced what we did. You realize that none of us even questioned it. None of us even thought about her after she was falsely accused. Even though our leader lied, we all went with it. We are all guilty. Ginebra has always been a troublemaker in the group. She used to live on the streets of Sadera, so she knows how hard life can be outside the elite class of society. Ginebra is correct, she says. However, I take responsibility. One thing I learned from Sharpe lessons is that the leader sets the culture of a team. If no one noticed that I framed her, is because I let everyone down. I need to set things right. We all do, Beefeater states. Assuming we can, but I don't think she will join the Knights after what we did. Lots of hate. She now understands why Sharpe is hesitant to throw Sophia into prison. Fort Alness Hospital. April 5th, 2026. Sarah watches as Noriko leaves the recovery room. She looks over at Selena as she waves goodbye. Before Noriko, the other girls and some members of Vanguard 7 came in and checked up on her. Sharpe has been here at least once a day since Selena was admitted to the hospital, twice if he is staying at Alness. Selena is going to make a full recovery after her surgery. Carlin saved her life before any damage became permanent. However, she will be in hospital for a while. Happy she came over? She asks. Yes, Selena replies. I wonder how she is handling the school. She thinks about that and realizes the horror. While she thinks Noriko's personality is cute, she is not assertive. The kids would overwhelm her if she had to run the class. Mentiv, on the other hand, imagines her walking around like General Patton from World War II, taking no bullshit. That is why she placed her in charge until she was released. I think they will be fine, she says. Selena looks at her. Why did you become a teacher, Sarah? Well, she mumbles as she collects her thoughts. I fell in love with Alness. Besides all the other species, it reminds me of home. The small town feeling and the countryside openness. The US will be here for a long time, so there is a future here, and I want to be part of that future. If I'm going to be here, I want to invest in that future in more than just being a soldier. It is because of Dad? Selena asks. You two are going to get married and have babies? She blushes a little. Little too early to talk about that. Selena, what is up with you and babies? Babies are cute, Selena replies. And you didn't say no. She glares at her, then chuckles. I didn't. Are you two going to marry? Selena asks. She is always surprised how direct Selena can be. I hope one day, and maybe we will start a family. My mother would be pissed if I didn't have a few kids. But it is too early to talk about this. We are in love, but more importantly, you need to come first. If you want to be a mother, why did you become a soldier? Selena asks. She thinks about that, debating if she should tell Selena everything. She has wanted to get closer to Selena, which has proven harder than she thought. But she can see that she has been able to establish trust, enough to the point Selena feels comfortable coming to her with questions. I almost didn't, she says. As you know, my father was an officer in the Army and served for 5 years in the War on Terror. I was an A+ student in school, and my dad encouraged me to apply to West Point, a top military school. She then remembers Selena was talking about boys before the ambush. But before that, I was with a boy. His name was Travis, as we were high school sweethearts, she says, noticing Selena taking an interest. We were talking about marriage after high school. My mom is a stay-at-home mom, and I have a lot of respect for her for taking care of us. I always wanted my kids to see me like that when I have them, but I also wanted to do something early in my life before settling down. What happened? Selena asked. Travis and I always had a complicated relationship, she says. While I love my dad, he was gone for a long time, so I didn't have the best male role models. So, I let Travis walk over me at times. But I saw you stand up to Nasiko all the time, Selena says, surprised by that. She chuckles. I know. I had to learn to be strong like that. When I was accepted to West Point, we were going to be engaged. I wanted to go to West Point, seeing it as an opportunity to serve and do something in my life before having a family. Travis did not want me to. I didn't understand it at the time, but he just wanted me in the kitchen pregnant. We fought for weeks, she continues. I didn't understand why he didn't want me to go to West Point. I loved him, and I wasn't going to leave him. Then one night after we fought again, he hit me. I broke up with him and went to West Point. Oh, Selena says as she figures out her response. Why did you stay with him for so long? Because I was in love, and I thought he was hot, she says, rolling her eyes at herself. I thought he was the one, so I ignored so many defects about him. When he hit me, I realized he only liked me because he was controlling me. When I realized that, I left. You are growing into a woman, Selena, she says, looking at her. I see you are starting to notice boys. Nothing wrong with that, but don't rush yourself. I know your faith pushes having children early, but you don't need to. You are young. Enjoy life. There will be a day you can have a family, but when you are ready, not because someone tells you to. I understand, Selena says. I think Carlin has been saying something similar. Let me tell you something that I had to learn, she says. You want to be a strong woman, Selena. I realized I was a rug woman. What is a strong woman? Selena asks. Is that being a soldier like you and Alicia? No, she replies. The Army helped me a lot, but that is not what I mean. I mean to know yourself. Be comfortable with who you are and be strong with your values. To be there for who you love, but not be walked over. And not being emotionally and mentally weak. Be who you are and be proud. Don't lessen yourself for someone else. If someone likes you, they will meet you at your level or excel past you. Otherwise, you will make the same mistake I made with Travis. She thinks about the topic. She has noticed Selena has not been pushing for the outer part of her faith. She assumes Carlin's more moderate views have been influencing her. She never expected that Carlin was the apostle of Merida. That explains why Carlin took such an interest in Selena early on. 6. Selena followed an extremist version of the Merida faith. That was that the women had to prostitute themselves to gain Merida blessing of removing the chance of miscarriage. Selena explained it was needed to replace the men who died in all the wars against the Wood Elves and the Empire. What do you think about Carlin? She asks. I don't know, Selena replies. Our apostle disappeared centuries ago, no thanks to Talon, and now she is here. But I am friends with Rory and don't want to give that up. Rory is not going to care if you're friends with Carlin, Selena, she says. I think it is cool that your apostle saw you. And out of everyone she could teach, she wanted to be with you. I think it is an honor. And she saved my life, Selena says. And that means everything she has been teaching me is the true path of Merida. My people have corrupted the teaching of Merida all this time. Hearing that worried her. She is not upset that she is more active, leaving her people extreme views. She does not want her to become racist towards her people. That could make her resentful later in life and lead down a dark path. I wouldn't think like that, she says, being careful. I would just say a misunderstanding. It is your life. You can choose what direction you want to go. Okay, Selena says as she thinks. She chuckles and hears a knock on the door. To her shock, she sees Private First Class Sophia Everett standing there. Private? Permission to enter, ma'am, Sophia asks. She is wondering why Sophia is here. She knows she hates Selena and the girls for what happened to her home, that she blames everyone Falmart for what happened to her home. She wonders if she came here to hurt Selena, but she cannot believe she would be that dumb to cross that line. Permission granted, Everett, she says. Sophia walks over to Selena. Sorry, but I was ordered to come here and drop it off. She then hands Selena this small, wrapped box. Here you go. Selena takes the box. Who is it from? I don't know, Sophia says. I was ordered to drop it off, and that's it. She then salutes to her and walks out of the room. That was strange, Selena says. Yeah, she replies. Open the box. Selena rips the wrapping off and then opens the box. She then pulls out a beautiful dark red oak angel figure. What is it? It is called an angel, she says. In my faith, Christianity, we believe that there is one all-powerful God that created the universe. Everything you see here. Angels are the ones who serve God by helping his followers. They help guide us, fight off bad spirits, protect us, whisper advice, and so on. They are with us when we need them, as the voice of God. Wow, Selena says as she looks at the angel. I know that your world has thousands of different religions and gods on earth. Like the Greek god, Ares, and Norse god Odin are both gods of war. However, I still find it hard to believe that you people now believe in a single god. Well, we used to worship many different gods in different regions of the world. However, most of us now just believe in one single all-powerful and all-knowing God while discarding the worshiping the Greek gods, Norse gods, or Egyptian gods, and calling them pagan gods, she explains. Okay, Selena replies. She then looks back at the angel. It looks nice. I wonder who sent it. At first, she wondered that. However, that is bothering her is why Sophia would be the one who delivers it. That makes no sense until she realizes it was Sophia's gift. It was from Sophia. But she hates me? Selena says. She hates everyone, I thought. Why would she lie like that? She thought that too. After Sophia's city was attacked by the Empire, she had this deep seed of revenge against everyone on Falmart. When she got into a fight and nearly killed Pina out of rage, 6, Sharpe arrested her, but stopped a court-martial. 8. She was against Sharpe on this one, but he made up his mind. He thinks that he can help her. However, she and most people think she is just a time bomb. She wonders if he was right. Selena, she says, Sophia got you that. She was just lying that someone ordered her to drop it off. I think she felt bad about what happened to you, but unable to say it publicly. But that doesn't make sense, Selena mumbles. I know, she replies, but not everyone is strong enough to say what they truly feel for Selena. Selena looks at the angel and smiles. I want to do something in return. In my country, if someone gave you a gift, you had to return the gift with a gift or favor. She thought about it and smiled. I like that. Once we get out of the hospital, we can do something. V15. Chapter 178, Adventurer's Day. A recent report that came out of the University of Yale comparing the current situation of the Empire to the Roman Republic during the Second Punic War. During that war, the Roman Republic lost about 400,000 to 500,000 soldiers out of the estimated 770,000 deaths. The economy was nearly destroyed, and most of the elite and experienced leadership died. And yet, Rome did not just win the war. It decisively defeated the Carthaginian Empire. Rome was still contained within the Italian peninsula and not yet an empire, as most people remember it. The report estimates that the empire has suffered more than 280,000 casualties, far less than the Roman Republic. Rome was still contained within the Italian peninsula and not yet an empire. Unlike the empire, most people remember it where it is a continental-sized country on par with the Mongol Empire. 1. There are critical differences between the two. For one, the Second Punic War was spread out over 20 years, while the current war with the empire has only been going on for over a year. Another is that the empire's economy is between 4 and 6 times larger than that of the Roman Republic. A third difference is the Roman Republic had a population between 60 to 70 million, while the Empire is estimated to be around 210 million, but only half of that is considered citizens. However, multiple sources claim other numbers. The significant takeaway from the report came from the fact that a younger and smaller Roman Republic was able to sustain similar losses both in the workforce and in the economy. The Empire should have more resources to mobilize, which it has used to form the Falmart League. The report concluded with these resources advantages. They have only been able to inflict around 600 casualties on the NATO Expeditionary Force. The lopsided numbers are thanks to superior technology and training. However, it also represents the fact that one of the biggest reasons why the Imperial Force still thinks they can win this war is because of the large reserve of manpower and resources they are able to throw at the firing lines of NATO force, and despite being significantly weakened and suffered daily massacres, the Falmart League is still considered to be dangerous. As the war becomes intense and NATO forces keep stretching in the front lines, PMCs have now been called in to cover the fronts that NATO cannot effectively cover, as well as to do some security operations. There are at least 4 PMCs groups present in Uros: Triple Canopy, G4S, FDG, and MRPI. It is reported that PMCs are often in charge of protecting the oil field in the Elba Kingdom from rebel and Imperial forces. Some reports said they are also contracted to harass the Imperial force. In other news, several days ago, the whistleblower hacker group, the Anonymous, leaked an intel from Uros stating that the Imperial force is in league with a secret sinister group that can mind control people, and several NATO personnel had been brainwashed by them, but were deprogrammed before they could cause any significant harm. The NSA tried to hide this information from the public to avoid panic that the enemy from beyond the gate can potentially control the leadership of the Earth government if left unchecked. The NSA has declared this information as a hoax. Inverse news. Date: April 10th, 2026. Hainaut Forest, 30 miles from Alness, eastern Italica. Mute stands there as she watches the battle. I have to admit, they are brave. I take it this is a legit adventure mission? Miloslav asks as he stands next to her. Yes, she replies. This is why the Empire created the guild for a situation like this. And they don't call them missions. They call them quests. I don't care, Miloslav says. She looks at him and giggles. This is the second attempt to secure these ruins. The first group that the AMP had to flee after 2 died. The local villages were attacked, with a farming family murdered. The AMP thought it was another bandit gang. When they arrived, they didn't find a bandit group, but a Barlgura beast. As the military tried to bring in the death squad and trackers to deal with the beast, Carther seized the opportunity and said that this was the exact situation the adventurers are meant to deal with. Now she finally gets to see adventurers fight, a lifelong dream. Maybe we should help? No, Miloslav says. They wanted to do this. This is their way. If they want a role in our society, they need to prove that there is a place for them. If we step in, it will ruin any opportunity for them to integrate into our ways. You are right, she says. I just don't like watching. I understand, ugh, Miloslav mumbles. She looks at Miloslav and sees his hand on his head. He gets headaches here and there, a byproduct of having a brain lug attached to his brain. She doesn't mind because if it weren't for the other worlder's medical technology, he would still be a slave or dead. She places her hand on his shoulder. It is okay. We will watch. Miloslav takes a relaxing breath. By the way, I have enough points for some leave. I'm thinking of going home for Christmas. You want to come home and meet my folks? She looks at him and smiles. Really? I would love that. I like to see more of your world and your parents. She likes the idea. She looks back down at the ruins and watches the fight. Carther is breathing heavily. The cold sweat drips down his back from the heat. He stares at the Barlgura. A Barlgura is a massive ape-like beast, about 16 to 20 feet tall with muscles that make a minotaur look weak. The Barlgura throws a rock at him. He dodges and points his sword. Lelei flank right. Gorgth flank left. He sees both of them charge at the Barlgura, flanking it. Voyuo, aim for the throat, he orders. He watches as Gorgth and Lelei attack the Barlgura from the sides. He wants to keep it occupied long enough to whittle it down. A Barlgura is extremely dangerous, and the key to defeating it is to keep it distracted and confused. Then you go for the kill. If you let the Barlgura gain the initiative, then the beast will tear you to shreds. That is why he plans to maintain as much pressure as he can. Seeing that it is distracted, he charges forward. An arrow hits the neck area, giving him the opening to slash the Barlgura in the back. The Barlgura lets out a scream and slams its fist into the ground. The beast swings its arms around. Gork slashes at the fist, but Lelei falls back after nearly being hit by it. The Barlgura looks at Lelei. Seeing this, he rushes over and uses his shield to deflect the Barlgura attack. He sees this large dent in his shield. He grabs Lelei and runs away, and both of the Barlgura fists slam on the ground. Hearthdrew, cover, he orders. He stops and turns around. He sees Hearthdrew rush up by the Barlgura's side. He tosses his smoke bombs at the beast. Small smoke explosions appear all around the Barlgura, making it roar from the confused. Within the smoke is a poison that helps confuse its target. He points to Valuo and directs him to keep shooting in the neck. He wants to weaken the neck. He points to Gorth. Gorth, ram. He looks directly at the Barlgura as the smoke and clears up. Lelei, block, attack formation. You got it, boss, Lelei says. When Gorth charges, so too does the beast. Hearthdrew rushes past the Barlgura, distracting it while the arrow hits it again around the neck. Gork strikes at its back while he advances with Lelei right behind him. The Barlgura grabs his shield and starts to squeeze it. As planned, Lelei moves around him and slashes at the beast's arm. When the Barlgura lets go of his shield, he slashes at its arm with his sword. The Barlgura takes a few steps back, and he thinks they've got it, and it seems that the battle is coming to an end. But then the Barlgura charges forward with rage. He and Lelei had to dodge its charge. He recovers and looks around. Where did it go? Hearthdrew comes up. I just lost him. Liz walks up. The Barlgura can cloak itself. We must be careful. He hates fighting Barlgura. The guild only lets silver ranks and above fight them because of how dangerous they are. Lesser ranks usually end up dead. Has your mana recharged? He asks. Just about there, Liz answers. What is your plan? I can hear him, Voyuo says. I see some dust, Hearthdrew says. He is a quick bastard. He looks around. Liz, when you are ready, do a flare. The shining light should neutralize its cloak. Everyone else split into twos, spread out, and support each other. He wants to control the movement of the Barlgura. Staying in a tight group leaves them vulnerable to the beast's strength, but prevents it from using its stealth or speed against them. Spreading out by twos should allow his party to control the field, and when the Barlgura strikes, they can surround it. Everyone rushes around as they get into position. Gorth and Lelei to the left, Valuo staying with Liz and Hearthdrew with him. Give me something, Hearthdrew, he asks. I am looking, but I see no clues, Hearthdrew states. He looks around, not liking how quiet the battle has become. Hearthdrew then points to the left in a panic. Right there, he looks and feels the tremors of the Barlgura. Liz! Liz raises his staff in the air, and this bright light blinds the battlefield. Blinded, he can hear Barlgura yelling and screaming from being blinded. He gets his vision back and orders everyone to surround the beast. Hearthdrew throws his throwing knives at the beast. An arrow from Valuo hits it in the neck. Gorth attacks it from the left, and Lelei strikes from the right. He sees his opening. He drops his shield and charges forward. The Barlgura grabs him and lifts him. Lelei jumps up and slashes at that arm, freeing him. He holds the arm and quickly climbs up the beast's arm. He rams his sword into the weak point the arrows created. The blade goes through the neck of the beast. He drops to the ground and watches the Barlgura fall backward, hitting the ground. We did it, Valuo shouts with excitement. Lelei jumps in the air. I cannot believe it. My first Barlgura. Your first, this is my second, Gorg says. He looks around and sees the excitement in everyone. Even he is happy, finally feeling like his old self again. Since this war started, he no longer felt like an adventurer because of the changing world. He understands the older ways Gorg talks about will not stay like that. He just doesn't like it. But this quest is proving to him that there might be a place for his kind with these otherworlders. Valuo, he says, go get Miut and tell her that they are clear. We can begin clearing the ruins, and the area is all theirs. Watch out, Lelei yells. He feels Lelei tackle him to the ground. He sees the Barlgura almost grab him. Gorth gets on top of it and rams his long sword into its neck, cutting it off. He looks at Lelei and sees her beautiful eyes. Are you okay? Lelei asks. Yes, I am, he replies. Both get up. Fort Minnick. Date: April 11th, 2026. Bailey leans back in his chair as Delilah makes a stew. Most of the time, Delilah stays with Tyul in Alness, picking and choosing what mission she goes on. When not on missions, Delilah works at Apex Liberty. While she and Tyul no longer need to work there, he assumes they like the attention and the consistent work. When both of them arrived at Alness, they both started there. While he doesn't like the ass-grabbing, he is glad both of them are still interacting with people. It is the only way for their people to recover and move on. I think you should talk with him, Delilah says. He puts down his mission reports. The last thing he needs is me harping around him, giving him special treatment, and making him feel worse. Delilah looks at him with a spatula in her hand. How is talking making this worse? We're guys, he replies. Talking things out isn't our way. We just punch each other. That is retarded, Delilah states. For a girl, he replies. To a guy that is like 6 months of therapy, Delilah gives him this dumbfounded look. You're dumb. No wonder we are a female-only society. He is your friend, and with his title, I bet he doesn't get many opportunities to talk to people about his feelings. The last thing he needs is someone reminding him about his stress, he replies. And it is called a rank, not title. I don't care what it's called, Delilah yells. Why can't guys just talk things out? He is your friend and needs you. Everything that Sharpe has done and been through or Uros has taken its toll on him. Sometimes he wonders how Sharpe is able to put up so much at once. Sharpe is a prideful man. The last thing he would want is his subordinates getting into his drama. Pride, Delilah mumbles as she rolls her eyes. She then gets right up at him. Is that what I am? The babies? If this happened to us, if someone tried to kill me and kidnap your daughters, would you act like this? Just drama? He glances up at her, realizing his mistake far too late. Of course not, dear. Delilah then points her spatula to the door. Then go talk to him now. Fort Minnick classroom. I want all of you to continue to watch the Hannibal series from History Marches 2, Sharpe says. I want you all to pay special attention to the Battle of Cannae. The Battle of Cannae was when Hannibal's smaller and lighter army of 50,000 soldiers surrounded and slaughtered the Roman 86,000 army. What happened was that Hannibal hid his elite soldiers in the rear and allowed his center line to be pushed back, allowing the Romans to think they were about to break through. The bulk of the Roman army was lured deep into Hannibal lines. Once deep inside, the elite forces attacked, and the army found itself surrounded from all sides. This prevented the Roman number advantage from being used because they were trapped deep within their own ranks, allowing Hannibal's army to cut them down, just like an onion, starting with the outer layer and cutting your way through. He looks around the classroom. The leadership of the Legrath Knights, Alness Militia, and the Legrath Knights are there. Today's topic is a quick history lesson on leadership. He picked Hannibal because he birthed from any modern concepts on warfare, and he was a genius, defeating a larger and more powerful enemy on their home territory. He wants them to understand that pure strength isn't enough. Being creative and understanding the environment around them are keys to defeating your enemy. Every location, every enemy, every situation provides an opportunity, and the moment you realize the number one limitation is yourself, then you become truly dangerous. Who knew working with such a badass brings so much homework? Beefeater jokingly says. Practice creates perfection, she replies. And yet you said there is no such thing as perfection, so also be on the lookout, Boza states. I am surprised that thousands of years ago, the people of Earth were just like the Empire and the whole Falmart in terms of civilization. However, the big difference was that they moved on and continuously advanced until this day to achieve many incredible things and mature in their thinking, unlike us, Shandy sadly states. The feeling of disappointment blossoms among the Rose Knights about the stagnant state of Uros. Glad you are paying attention, he replies. That is why you all have a book report. You are all going to read The Art of War by Sun Tzu. Everyone is dismissed. Princess, stay here for a moment. As everyone leaves, Pina walks up. What is it, sir? He looks at her annoyed. I heard about the fight in the mess hall. You let a subordinate attack you. I didn't know you knew about it. Pina replies. There were like 20 people there. He replies. I am pressing charges against Fyra. Please don't, Sharpe. Pina replies. It is my fault. Everyone says Fyra started it. He corrects. I was on the phone for an hour this morning, getting my ass chewed out by Major General Vilaz Mengsk. This has happened twice now. Mengsk is the 8th Infantry, Alnis Division, the leader of Fort Minnick. The 8th Division was reactivated to become a permanent division on Falmart once the war ended. It is being used to build cooperation with local warriors. Mengsk seems to be relenting in taking this command, and he ended up on the receiving end of that. This marks 2 attacks on Pina in as many weeks. I know she attacked me first, but it is my fault, Pina replies. She then explains what happened and how she now feels guilty and has vowed to fix it. Besides, you are doing the same thing with Sophia, sir. He knew she was going to bring Sophia up. He took some flack from the brass for his decision not to place criminal charges on her. He looks at her and decides to trust her. All right, princess. If she attacks you again, then I have no choice but to lock her up, or anyone else for that matter. I understand, Pina says. Another day in paradise? He looks at her confused. Andrew or school? Hamilton actually, Pina replies. But she got that phrase from Andrew. Anything else, sir? There is, he replies. He reaches into his bag and pulls out an envelope. This came from General Stanford himself. Mark is personal, so I have no idea what is in it. Okay, Pina says as she takes it. You are dismissed, he says. Once Pina leaves, he leans back in his chair. And I thought teaching for a bit would be relaxing. Sharpe quickly packs up and heads out, as he hates to sit behind a desk any longer than necessary. Outside, he sees Bailey from Vanguard 5, Ryder from the Australian 1st Commando Regiment, and Itami from Japan 3rd Recon. What are you doing here? Alnis Community, Dancing Princess Strip Club. 6 mugs clash together in celebration at the newly built strip club in Alnis, the Dancing Princess owned by a businessman from Vegas. Then everyone takes a drink. Carther sees everyone from his party happy and enjoying themselves. I have to say it feels good to be an adventurer again, and it is good that the U.S. is now allowing brothels and prostitution to operate. It seems that they listen to the input of people after all, Voluo states. I know, right, Lelei says as she leans in. A real quest fighting against a real monster. I felt so alive. Don't get carried away, everyone, Gorg says as she sets down the largest mug of the group. It was just one quest. It is not like we will be facing another such threat anytime soon. Knock it off, Gorg, he says after taking another drink. Since we came here, we have been doing only the dirt-poor tasks these people have. Tasks only the rank 10 porcelain should do. But we had a chance to prove ourselves to the other worlders, and we did. With this, maybe we can finally build a post here. Let's not get carried away, Liz says. Gorth is right. He is a veteran of war and knows a single win is never enough. However, that does not mean we shouldn't celebrate. Hear, hear, he says. Normally, when adventurers enter a town, people celebrate them. They are considered heroes, the protectors of the people from the evils this world has to offer. When the guild asked him to go to Alnis, he was eager to go. He knew it was going to be a tough assignment. However, he was not expecting this much hostility. With the other worlders' great might, they annihilated most of the bandit gangs and outlaws in the region. He heard stories about how NATO dealt with the large goblin population in the region, all exterminated. It sounded like the Americans took no chances with their kind after what happened to Philadelphia. As he drinks, the headmistress walks up. She is a winged humanoid woman with blonde hair, pointy long ears, and exuding confidence. Hello, Mizari. Long time no see. Carther, it has been a while, Mizari says. It has been, what, 2-3 years now? And I see your party has grown? Yup, he says. I am surprised to see you here. Finally done sucking the nobles from Sadera. Mizari laughs. They are too busy shaking in their boots right now. It's why I hated being there, he says as he takes a drink. Everyone in Sadera is so stuck up. The kid, that is why I came here, Mizari says. I thought I could continue my career here so my daughter didn't have to, and besides, here they pay far better, and me and other girls have what is called medical insurance and retirement benefits, which means we can get a discount when we need medical needs, and we can have a retirement fund when we become gray and old. That is sweet, Lelei says. Is it that bad in Sadera? Gorth asks. Mizari nods. Not that I care, but yeah. The guard is on every block. I didn't see a future there. Plus, I don't want my daughter to be there. I am surprised these people changed their rules on prostitution, Harthru states. With how idealistic they are, you just have to know how to talk to them, Mizari replies with a chuckle. I was able to convince the local Barker Carlin to speak on our prostitutes' behalf. While many of us like this place and the better treatment, their strange insecurities almost made me move back to Sad Era. A girl still has to eat? He laughs hearing that. As long as they came to their senses, this place is tolerable. Mizari laughs. I see you haven't changed. Because of your great victory, today drinks are on the house. You are welcome to the private suites as well. Everyone in the group cheers at the offer. He looks at Mizari, understanding her tricks. He then sees a blue cat girl with a black round patch around her right eye. She is in skimpy clothing. I see your tastes haven't changed, Mizari says. Always like to feel like the superior one? You said free of charge, he says with a chuckle. He gets up from his chair. Better enjoy yourselves, everyone. While today was a good day, tomorrow will only bring more challenges. However, we might pull this assignment off, but today, use the glory that you have earned and enjoy yourselves. Lily leans back as she watches Carther walk into one of the private booths. She watches Voluo and Harther go off to do their things. This has always been Carther's way after a major quest. It is how they first met and how she ended up at his party. Unfair, she mumbles. Don't let your youth get in the way, Gorg says. Carther has been doing this for a long time now. It is his way. She has always liked Carther. He is good at what he does, one of the best adventurers she has ever seen. A great fighter, and most importantly, brave. Yeah, but I was hoping on our first real quest here that we would do something different to celebrate for once, she said. Sharpe is being pushed into the Dancing Princess strip club. Why the hell are we here? He asks. You need to blow off some steam, Bailey says. He looks at Bailey with a stern look. You're kidding? Okay, Bailey says. Bad choice of words. But Bailey has a point, Ryder says. You've been under a lot of stress recently, and you need to get away from everything. What better place than this? Besides, I've been wanting to check this place out since they opened this district for business, Bailey says. He is talking about the new red light district in Alnus. Currently, there are only 3 strip clubs and brothels. The only reason it was set up was because of local pressure, using the libertarian argument. He has seen places like this all over Southeast Asia, especially Thailand, where prostitution is often seen as one of the most important contributors to the national economy. He always stayed away from them, seeing them as immoral. He stops and points at Ryder. You don't want her wife to know what happened in Thailand. He points to Itami. I haven't forgiven you for tricking me into going to a maid cafe and for what happened. Still cannot believe that is a real thing. He then points to Bailey. I'm not backing you up when Delilah finds out. She scares me. Itami smiles. We were celebrating that you didn't kill yourself when you took out those terrorists 3. Would you rather go to the bar where everyone knows you and will bug you about everything? Bailey says, look, Delilah wanted me to take you out. A couple of beers, trying out a new place, away from the war and all the drama. Ryder crosses his arms. And Itami and I had a bet if you would come here or not. Don't be a pussy. He looks at them all. I hate all of you. They all go inside and take a seat. Once he takes a seat, he looks around. To his surprise, the place is quite clean. To have this place approved, they probably had to agree to many regulations. As an orange cat girl hands them beers, Itami looks around. This place is every otaku's dream. He looks around and mainly sees non-humans here. A bunny and a human woman are currently pole dancing in the background. He ignores everything and looks at his friends. How is Delilah? Bailey takes a drink. Ultrasound scan shows that she is going to have twins. Both girls, of course. Better start beefing up the savings account, Ryder says. Women are expensive. Daughters, even more. Jackson knows this better than anyone. He has 7 girls to finance support. He was about to respond, but thinks about Rory, Lelei, Tuke, Selena, Yao, Sarah, and Noriko with her son Tenchi. Spending most of his time in the military, he never developed many deep roots, not even buying a car because he was away so much on missions. Yeah, he mumbles. It is costly, but worth it when someone is not trying to kill them all the time. None of that talk, Ryder says. I meant to ask you, Jackson, Itami says. Are you and Sarah going all the way? He thinks about it. He likes Sarah a lot, but marriage hasn't been on his mind. Only the war and daily drama with the girls. Now that he thinks about it, Rory represents about 50% of it. Don't know. This isn't the time. Wars come and go, but love is forever. Hearing that, he looks and sees this wing woman walks up. Excuse me? I am Mizari, the head courtesan of this place, or bottom bitch of this club, Mizari says. I was surprised to see military officers here, so I came to greet you. This is just a little social visit, Bailey answers. Just relaxing, catching up, get away from things. I see, Mizari says with a chuckle. And you happen to be here. But I guess you want a distraction. I guess this is a good place for it. And I am sorry, but I overheard the conversation. It is okay, he says. It's not like it is a state secret at this point. No thanks to the girls' damn phones. I will assume that makes sense to you, Mizari says. But in this short life, you shouldn't wait for the right time. He thinks the recent events could have lost Sarah and Selena. Before his response, he noticed Mizari about to speak again. I did have another reason for coming to your table, Mizari says. I have heard of you mating with a local schoolteacher. He glances around the table and sees his friends chuckling. You could say that. Why do you ask? Mizari is hesitant to ask. I was wondering if my daughter could attend it. I am happy with what I do for a living, but I don't want my daughter to follow in my footsteps. I can ask, but I don't see an issue with it, he replies. Sarah would love another student. It has become a passion project for her. Mizari smiles and laughs. I am happy to hear. I thought it was because of my station. Nonsense, Ryder says. Don't worry about that stuff. Thank you very much, Mizari says and starts walking off. If you get lonely, you are welcome to any of the private suites. He looks at everyone. No funny ideas. Carther is kneeling on the bed. Below him is the blue cat girl. You have to wear it, Malua says. It is mandatory. He holds up a condom, not believing other worlders use such backward and insane devices, especially putting it on his pens. It is to prevent unwanted children, Malua says in a cute tone. First, you are forcing me to pay by hours more plus taxes, he states angrily. Now this? How did these people ruin sex? He then tosses the condom away. In ancient brothels, there was no such thing called hourly pay, so clients often pay one time to get pleasure for indefinite hours. When NATO legalized prostitution and implemented the hourly pay along with employment benefits, native prostitutes are very happy that they can make more money, and this even attracts many prostitutes to leave imperial territories. CIA teams in Sadera are also involved in smuggling a lot of prostitutes from Akusho to Alnus to increase manpower in the brothels, and in exchange the prostitutes will supply any intel they can get from those imperial soldiers or nobles who come to fuck with them as much as they can. I am the one that has to deal with the consequences, Mr. Malua says. Now put it back on. He has paid for brothel services for a long time. People have asked him if he cared if he has bastards running around Falmart. He never cared if he has bastards from whores. They're not his children. This is normal in brothel houses, so he sees no reason to see it as a big deal. Only Alnus seems to care about this matter. He looks at the cat girl pissed. He is getting sick and tired of rules, and this high moral lecture he sees everywhere in Alnus. No, you are a whore. Any consequences are your problem, not the client's. He then holds her down, kissing and grabbing her. Malua struggles. Hey, not so rough, and put it on. He is not used to a whore telling him what to, which is annoying him. He leans his weight on her. Do what I paid you to do. You are a cat. This is your role and station. Take it. Cats, being naturally weak, have long been considered servant races for the stronger races on Falmart. Malua then scratches him and kicks him in the balls, then pushes him off. She then gets off the bed. You bastard. You cannot treat us like this. She grabs her robe and rushes out. He gets out of the bed and puts his pants on. He then walks out, pissed at all of these new rules, and pissed at that whore for not doing what she was told. He sees Malua talking to Mizari, crying. What kind of business are you running, he states. This is the worst server I've ever gotten from a brothel. Mizari looks at him angrily. This isn't a Kusho or Napnai. You cannot just abuse my girls here. There are rules here. He walks up and grabs Malua's arm. I paid 3 times more than anywhere else. I expect the basics. None of this crap. He then feels someone grab his shoulder. He looks and sees an American soldier standing there. Let go of her, he orders. Sharpe, let him go, Mizari says. I don't want trouble. Where I am from, you don't grab a lady like that, Sharpe says. He then looks at him. What is your problem? Just leave and do your thing. He heard of that name all over Alnus. Many of the townsfolk have a huge amount of respect for him. The respect he should be given. My problem is you. I don't give a fuck, Sharpe replies, looking directly at him. You are hurting the lady. He looks at Malua crying, seeing that he is squeezing her arm. He looks back at Sharpe. She is a whore. Stop changing everything. This isn't your world. Sharpe didn't respond, just looking directly at him. He sees the same veteran status in Sharpe's eyes, the look he sees from experienced adventurers. These people think they can change their way of life. Everything was okay, proper, normal before he and his people arrived. He lets go of Malua and throws a punch at Sharpe. Sharpe grabs his fist and swings him onto a table, breaking it. "Do not continue, please. You will not like how this ends, and I'll just end up needing to do more paperwork." He lays on the broken table. "You think you can command me? I am Carther, rank S. I am one of the best adventurers of these lands. I was known before anyone knew who you were. As I said, I don't give a what." He watches Gorth ram into Sharpe before he finishes speaking. He laughs and gets up. "Good job," he says. "We work as a team. We die as a team," Gorth says. He laughs. "Let's finish this." He then gets rammed by someone and hits another table. He rolls on the ground and gets on top of this soldier. He sees the flag on his shoulder, being Australian. He punches the Australian, but his left fist gets caught and flips to the ground. The Australian starts punching him, but only gets a few punches before Voluo jump kicks him off. "Thank you, Voluo," he says as he gets up. "He is mine." Voluo stays and charges at the Australian. He looks over and sees Gorth fighting another man. He wonders how many of his friends are here. "Carther!" Lelei yells as she attacks Sharpe. However, Sharpe grabs her and swings her into Hearthdrew. He looks over. "I thought you didn't hurt ladies." "Not ladies," he says. "Pricks are fair play." Sharpe charges forward, and he starts his blocking attacks. He is surprised how fast Sharpe is. He is then kicked away and hits the wall. Sharpe takes a step back. He sees Ryder fighting Voluo and Hearthdrew. Bailey is dealing with Gorth. The woman called Lelei is helping Carther fight. He heard them calling them by their names. "Itami, a little help here," he calls. "My hands are all busy. Jesus Christ, I wish Shino was here," Itami states as he struggles to defend himself against the lizard man Liz. He grabs Lily's arm. He pulls her in and knees her chest. She loses her breath, and he pushes her to the ground. He dodges Carther's assault. He is impressed by how skilled Carther is. If he had more of a technique, he would be more afraid. He blocks a punch and then counters punches for the chest. He feels a pain in his chest around where his bruised ribs are. However, he grabs Carther and rams him into a table. He sees Bailey struggling against Gorth. He grabs a chair and hits Gorth with it. After being freed, Bailey punches Gorth 3 times, knocking him over. He grabs the chair leg and tosses it to Ryder. Ryder takes the leg and uses it to block a high kick. He then hits Voluo in the arm with it. He blocks an attack from Hearthdrew, and then he rams him into the wall. He then punches him and tosses him onto the ground. He sees Carther coming at the last second and dodges. There is a hole in the wall where Shapri was only a second ago. He then punches Carther hard. Suddenly, he feels Lelei jump onto his back, trying to lock him in place. Carther punches him, but then Ryder rams him into the wall. Seeing his chance, he rams Lelei in the wall as hard as he could. He sees Hearthdrew stand up and go after Ryder. He rushes up and strikes Hearthdrew, knocking him into the strip dance floor. He looks to his left and sees Voluo get into a fighting stance, but Bailey tackles the elf into an already broken table. He looks at Gorth as he holds up a table and comes for him. He grabs a plant from a table and tosses it at Gorth, stopping him. He rushes up and then uses Gorth's weight against him, bringing him to the ground. He stands and looks at Gorth. "I deal with apostles for launch. You're nothing." He sees Ryder get pushed back from a joint attack from Carther and Hearthdrew. He steps on Gorth and jumps at Carther, knocking him over. Both roll on the ground. Both get up and look at each other. He attacks first, wanting to stay on the offensive. He punches Carther and then intently gives him a weak spot, which Carther takes. He grabs Carther and throws him onto the strip stage. He walks over and punches him. He looks over and sees Bailey kick Voluo into the wall. Ryder drops Hearthdrew onto the ground and then does an elbow drop. Itami is having trouble with the lizard man due to his large size and superior upper body strength than a human. It doesn't take long for the lizard man to throw Itami across the room, and he is knocked out from the hard impact of his face in the wall. Liz then chants a healing power from his personal magic amulet, which a small cluster of sparkle dust starts flying toward his downed comrades, causing them to heal from their injuries quickly. They then quickly get up with full health to continue the fight. "Oh, come on, that's not fair," Bailey states. "Now we're going to teach you people not to mess with us adventurers." No matter how many rules you make, we are still more warrior-like than you three, Carther boasts. With Ryder to his left and Bailey to his right, Sharpe smiled. You forget, Carther. In war, there are no rules. Get them? The 6 adventurers charged forward with renewed determination. The soldiers stood strong, waiting. Once they approached, their special forces training kicked in. Sharpe grabbed Carther's fist, swinging him into the elf. Bailey sucker pinched Gorgth and then dodged Lelei attack. She was grabbed from behind and swung hard into, knocking them over. Ryder, deflecting Hearthdrew attack and then kicking him into the Lizard Man. Once there is an opening, Ryder folding his hands together and knocked the lizard out. Seeing Carther and Gorg standing, Sharpe nodded at Bailey. Both charged forward and knocked them out. After a high five, they all then walk back to each other, realizing the damage. That is when he realizes he is going to be in big trouble. They all look at each other and begin to laugh. A half hour later, Sharpe is standing there with his 4 friends. He sees the adventure party being arrested by the AMP. The only reason they are not being arrested is that Mizari vouches for them, saying they were defending her staff. However, he knows that is not going to save them from Sarah and Delilah. He glances over and sees Delilah yelling at Bailey. Bailey tried to explain that this was just trying to relax him, get him away from the daily drama. Nothing ill-intended. Delilah didn't care for that answer and only made it worse. He hears a snap and looks. He sees an angry Sarah standing there. Don't look over there at them, Sarah says. You are in big trouble right here. It was just a drink, and if we weren't here, this could have been worse, he replies, speaking slowly and choosing his words very wisely. You're right. 13 tables were destroyed, 2 damaged walls, dozens of dishes destroyed, hundreds of dollars of damage. Yes, nothing could have been worse, Sarah replies. He was going to respond, but decided against it. That's what I thought, Sarah says. You had no reason to be here. I didn't even want to, he replies. They made me. They? Sarah repeats, stunned. She leans forward. They are your subordinates. They can't make you do Jack's hit. He glances to the left and sees Rory standing there crossing her arms in with upset manners. Rory then waves her figure. Don't look at me. I am not saving you. We were in the car for an hour talking about how we are going to punish you. She then turns around, holding her hand in the air. And for once we agree. This is going to be fun. Don't look at her, Sarah says. You were supposed to be a good example for Selena and for your unit. How the hell are you going to explain this? He tries to think of an answer. He only came up with one. There is no good answer, isn't there? No, Sarah says, and then points to the Humvee. Get in the car before you destroy any more public property. Sarah watches Sharpe walk to the Humvee. Bailey right behind him. Mother right, she mumbles. Boys will be boys. No wonder she keeps a spatula around all the time. She then looks at Ryder. And you are married. How would your wife think if she knew you were here? Don't tell her, please, Ryder mumbles, knowing he is in trouble. She points to the Humvee and Ryder walks over, not needing her to say a word. She is not angry that they were in a fight. She is happy they defended a woman from a sexist prick, even getting her another student. The issue is that they came here. I know, Tommy says with a yawn. Get in the car. He then walks towards the Humvee. The second Sarah turns away, he slips away into an alleyway, probably going to check out the other brothels. I like how you can command them like that, Delilah says as she walks over. She looks at Delilah and smiles. As Mom says, equality with benefits. It is a man's will versus ours, and last time I checked, no man has ever surpassed the will of a female, and they know it. They know they are in trouble, and any disagreement only makes it worse for them. Now let's go home and discipline them. I will say, Delilah says, I am glad they will become stupid to protect us. I agree, but don't tell them that, Sarah replies. Oh yes, Sarah, I will be the one that disciplines Sharpe first. I don't think you are tough enough to do the job, Rory enthusiastically said. V15, Chapter 179, Happy Anniversary. Archaeologists from the University of Oxford just made a breakthrough in the discovery in the ancient Roman Empire artifacts. The Roman dodecahedrons, which are the mysterious objects that baffled archaeologists and historians for decades, have finally learned its true function. While it was believed it was a piece of Roman directionation, however, it was revealed to be a container with a secret map hidden within it. The object's layout that led to the secret passage beneath the Colosseum in the lion dens of the secret passage led to a secret altar that contains the lost books of Livy, a famous Roman historian who wrote many books depicting the whole history of the Roman Empire. Most of his books had been missing for centuries after the collapse of the Western Roman Empire. Further investigation and examination of the lost books of Livy are now in progress with cooperation of University of Oxford and University of Copenhagen, as well as top Italian archaeologists and historians to discover what might be the lost history of the Roman era. Lotus Eaters. Fort Minnick Barracks Section. Date: April 12, 2026 1. Hamilton walks into the Rose Knights barracks. She sees everyone relaxing, some watching the television, some cooking, and others playing games. "Welcome back, Hamilton," Ginebra says. "You were gone for a while," Jalen points out. She looks to the left and sees Ginebra, Jalen, and Ellison playing cards at the table. "It was not that long. It's been 3 hours," Jalen says as he plays a card. "You missed your dish duties this morning." "I'm sorry," she replies as she puts away her jacket. "I will go cook what we are bringing tomorrow." Tomorrow is the North American holiday, Thanksgiving, Tuke. Each barack is making something to contribute to the party. Part of the holiday is bringing food as a tribute to say thanks to your fellow neighbor. "Are you okay, Hamilton?" Ellison asks. "You've just been acting strangely for the past few days." Ellison came with panache during their attack on the Harrio tribe to rescue the enslaved Americans. 3. When the Rose Knights were banished, her parents tortured her. However, this was a ruse to trick the Oprichnina into thinking that her parents were loyal to Zorzal's regime. They helped smuggle her out, and she regrouped with panache before they left to rejoin Pina and the rest. "I said I am fine," she replies and walks away. She stops by the kitchen and sees Success and Shandy cooking. "Sorry, I missed everything." "It is okay, Hamilton," Success replies. "You can help me clean all these dishes once we are done." She looks around and sees a mess. She nods. "Where is the princess?" Success points down the hall. "Thank you, Success," she says. She walks over to the table and grabs some tea and a tray. She then heads to Pina's quarters. Pina is sitting on her bed. She is looking at the letter Sharpe gave her, crying. It is a simple letter saying only a few words. Stanford Hand wrote her a letter with a message from Giselle, Apostle of Hardy. It says she talked to her father, Emperor Molt, before he committed suicide to prevent Zorzal from using him as a living bargaining chip to Famulus and denied Famulus the pleasure of torturing and killing him. 4. Reading about his death didn't bother her at all. However, what made her cry was the last part, a message Molt asked Giselle to tell her. That her father said that he loves her and wishes he was more of a father than an emperor. All her life, she has never heard or read those words from him. She doesn't understand why it is affecting her. She knew her father would never say such words. She has always tried to prove herself to him, to show that she matters, but never got the opportunity to hear those words. Assuming the letter is true, his final words were saying how much he loved her. Why now? She asked herself. Does he think that solved everything? That I just forgive him? Did he say that because he was close to death and felt regretful about everything a bit too late? What about your sons? What about Crisis? You try to kill your own son, your own child, and now you want to say, I love you. She hears a knock on the door. She hides the letter in her desk and wipes her tears away. Come in. She sees Hamilton enter the room. She softly closes the door and stands there. I am sorry for my lengthy absence, Princess, Hamilton says and bows. I had an appointment this morning, but I am here now. What can I do for you? She can see this stressed out look on Hamilton's face. She can see something is up. Are you all right, Hamilton? I am fine, Princess, Hamilton says. She then walks over and sets the tea on the desk. It was just a busy morning, but I am here now and ready to serve. She grabs the tea and drinks it. The tea is cold, a mistake Hamilton has never made. We need to, she says, but suddenly stops. She stands up and leans forwards towards Hamilton. What are you hiding? Hamilton freaks out. What? Nothing. Hamilton, she says. I've known you for a long time. You're not a good liar. Tell me what is going on. Has something happened between you and Andrew? Did you two break up? No, that can't be. You would be crying. Was he mean to you? I cannot see him getting mean. She thinks of what the reason could be. Hamilton has a soft personality, and she always protected her from the world. Hamilton takes a nervous breath. Well, I was at the hospital today. I was feeling sick, and I couldn't stop throwing up last night, so I went to the infirmary. Hamilton looks away shyly, poking her fingers together. I am pregnant. She could not believe what she just heard. She knew Hamilton and Andrew were mating or, as the other worlders say, dating, but she didn't know it would go this far. She is happy for her. She hugs her tightly. That is wonderful. I knew something was going on. Please don't tell anyone yet, Hamilton says. I still don't know what to do yet, but I promise I won't neglect my duties to you, Princess. She looks at her. I know. We can deal with that when the time comes. Come on, we need to finish cooking. Let's go help. She suddenly stops and places her hands on Hamilton's shoulders. Everyone, our Hamilton here is going to be a mother. Hamilton looks at her nervously and then looks out. She is then tackled by a wave of her fellow knights. Andrew is walking down the sidewalk with Sharpe. His nerves are beginning to get to him. He just finished telling Sharpe that Hamilton is pregnant. Hamilton told him only an hour ago, right before she left for her barack. Congratulations, Andrew, Sharpe says. Thank you, he replies quickly. I was not expecting it, especially so soon after Delilah. I just thought I would come to this world, bust some heads, and go home as a war hero. When we played poker that night, I didn't realize it was going to lead to something. 5. He remembers the first time his people ran into the Rose Knights. When they captured Sharpe, Vanguard 7 stayed at Italica an extra night. Hamilton was ordered to serve them as a way to protect the treaty. It was a fun night, everyone blowing off steam from all of the recent events. He taught Hamilton poker. He thought she was cute, but never thought it would lead to where they were now. While not underage, he knew there was a small age gap between them, which made him uncomfortable at the time. I just didn't think this is what would happen, he says. I don't know what people are going to think back home. Sharpe waits a moment to reply. Let me say this, Andrew, who cares? When I was in Delta, everything was simple. I woke up, and I knew what my life was like for the next month. Sharpe stops and places a hand on his shoulder. When I was put into the Rangers and came to this world, do you think I planned or expected everything that happened? He reflects on that. Of course not. Exactly, Sharpe says. When I rescued Selena from those slave traders, it never crossed my mind that she would be in my life forever. I have never even thought about kids, let alone adopting one, but then Selena appeared. And let me tell you something, I regret dragging my feet. I was looking for all the reasons not to. And then there are the girls, Andrew adds. Who saw that coming? Yup, Sharpe says. Who saw all that coming. And now I can't imagine being without them. Each brings their own headaches, and I wouldn't trade them away for anything. I understand, sir, he replies. I don't think you do, Sharpe says. Let me make this clear. Who cares what people are going to think? My right-hand woman is a girl in the body of a 12-year-old. My support is a 17-year girl who is smarter than me, and there is a dark elf who keeps making me look like a slave owner. I hear degrading comments all the time. I don't care. Life's too short to let little things like that get in the way. He thinks about that. While he agrees with Sharpe, it is easier said than done. He wouldn't say that Sharpe doesn't care what people think about him. However, he always controls the situation. It is something he always admired. He takes another breath. He then directly faces Sharpe at full attention. Under the military courting regulations, sir, I request permission for Hamilton to be Mrs. Steele. The U.S. military courting regulations is a set of social regulations for soldiers taking romantic interests with natives. 6. The laws are based on medieval Europe, where men would request permission to enter a relationship with a woman. The idea was to create a level of standard to keep both men and women honest. The reason the U.S. and Alnus Command implemented this was to help protect both its troops and the natives. If a soldier wants to date a native, they need to request permission from their superior officer. The idea is to make everyone commit more to the relationship. It also lists responsibilities the soldier has to maintain, and if a child is conceived, they are responsible for it. Breaking these courting rules won't land someone in jail because of the Constitution, but there are still very weighty penalties within the military should a soldier break the rules. Sharpe looks at him carefully and then pokes his chest. It isn't about you anymore. You are a man now. Your number one priority is protecting and providing for Hamilton and the baby. Your needs come second from now on. Every day I think about what the girls need and what I can do to make their lives better. There isn't time for anything else. Do you understand? He can see that Sharpe is making a point, setting an expectation for things to come. While he finds Sharpe a bit intimidating because of how strong he is, he knows it is from experience. He witnessed all the time Sharpe had to go above and beyond to protect Selena, Rory, Lelei, and the others. I understand, sir. Sharpe nods. Good. Permission granted. Congratulations, son. I'll buy you a beer. He nods, feeling more relaxed now. If you don't mind keeping this on the down low, sir. We don't want the word out yet. Sharpe looks at him and then laughs. Andrew, there is no way this is going to remain a state secret. Let's go. Apex Liberty Bar. Date: April 13th, 2026 1. Sharpe stands there and takes a drink. He watches everyone enjoying themselves and giving Andrew and Hamilton, as well as Bailey and Delilah, a garden time. After the incident in the strip club, Bailey stood up to Delilah a bit for her roughness in their relationship, causing Delilah to learn to be a bit more gentle as a wife. You know what this means, Alicia? Rory says as she drinks a large beer mug. Andrew and Bailey didn't just get a mate before you. Now they knocked up both Delilah and Hamilton before you found a man. You little bitch. Alicia yells and tackles Rory and starts strangling her. Those two are something, Sarah says. Tell me about it. He replies as he watches Alicia and Rory wrestle. He sees Tuke and two of her tribesmen playing violins in the song Victory by the violin band Bond. Tuke and her people have recently taken up earth musical and instrument lessons to make the natives within NATO-controlled territories more civilized, sophisticated, and modernized than those in imperial territories. Many artistic programs have been organized and promoted by the military and volunteer university students from art schools to teach arts to the natives, ranging from painting to music to dancing. Many Alnus native civilians and militia members have taken up playing instruments, singing, and dancing. The most notable are the High Elves as their affiliation to the goddess of music, enabling them to form an orchestra within the militia. Some Vardans start to have a hobby of painting pictures and, shockingly, making poems, and some demi-human like the bunnies and cats even learn how to do ballet dancing. Can I speak with you? Yao asks as she walks up. He sees her and takes a quick drink. As long as you're not going to strip this time, Sarah says with a strong tone. Yao gets scared of Sarah and looks at him shyly. I am sorry for what happened with Selena. Wood elves are a dark spot on elf kind. Thank you, Yao, he says. They are a problem, and he stops himself before saying how he truly feels. All that matters now is that Selena is alive. Is there something else you wanted to say? Sarah asks. Well, yeah. Yao mumbles nervously. I was going to tell you earlier, but I was scared to bring it up. Your ways are different and ... Spit it out, Yao, he orders. Yao takes a nervous breath. There was once a wood elf tribe in the Tube Mountains. 273 years ago, we removed them. They were aggressively attacking our tribes, and in the way we saw it, it was them or us. I was afraid to bring it up because your people are against such things. He quickly understood what Yao was implying. Her people committed a genocide against the Wood Elves. Usually this is something the U.S. would look down on. However, he understands how dangerous the Wood Elves are, and his superiors do too. As far as he is concerned, Lord Lashin started it, and he will end it, one way or another. Let me be clear on our policy, Yao, he says. It is against all of our values to commit a genocide, purge, or eradication against people. He sees Yao's ears bend down. However, he says, we have no such policy against monsters, so we are on the same page. We will talk later, Yao. Thank you and your people's support. Yao smiles and nods. She then walks away to the dance floor. He looks to Sarah, expecting to get lectured. What? Sarah asks. They shot Selena. I would be a terrible mother if I let child killers run free. Oops. He smirks, knowing Sarah was trying to fill that role in Selena's life. Knew it. He then takes a drink. I heard you gave Andrew the talk, Sarah says. Some things I picked up over the years, he says. I think he will be fine. Might get overwhelmed at times, but he's a good guy. That brings up another issue, Sarah says. At this rate, half of the unit will become casualties through pregnancy. That crossed my mind, he says as he looks around. Because of the courting regulations, it has become an official U.S. policy to allow relationships to help deepen the roots of U.S. presence in Alnus. However, his command is about 40% female. Most of that are natives like the Rose Knights. While it hasn't been a massive problem now, he already lost Hamilton and soon Delia for combat duty. Having men and women working this close together under stressful and life-threatening situations, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out what will happen next. Biology is a powerful force. I was thinking of getting the female soldiers on the pill, Sarah proposed. I agree, he says. This came up today with my meeting with Colonel Young. It was surprisingly easy to convince him. The whole of his command is to show how NATO and native forces can work together, to help train and support native who wish to fight against the Empire. Pina is the figurehead. Sarah giggles. That's because he took an interest in Beefeater. You miss the obvious sometimes. He didn't expect to hear that, but then realizes he has seen them in the mess hall together. All right, he says. Get them together before the trip and introduce them to the new rules. We can't risk the war effort. After that, they can do whatever. Very romantic, Jackson, Sarah says. And I think you should explain the pill to them. Consider it the last part of your punishment for being at that strip club after the pink belly and Indian burns that Rory gave you. He groans at that idea and thinks back of the quite painful experience when Rory sadistically disciplined him after the strip club fight, which she made him to be bare chest, and she slapped his belly with her strong hand, brushing his tummy. Despite not being as painful when she punched his ribs in the raid of Darlco Research Facility, but it was still painful like Rory wanted to hammer him in the belly. After that, she squeezed his arms, causing him to feel like she wanted to cook his arms. Luckily, Rory still has not learned the concept of wedgie or wet willy. He then gets a text message from Lelei saying she is outside. He then gets an evil idea. Got to go, Lelei's outside, he says. And you're right, I will teach the female soldiers sex next. I totally don't abuse my power in this situation. What's the worst that can happen? He then winks at her. Sarah groans and takes a long drink. Never mind. I don't want you to give them bad habits or stories. Knowing you, you would switch out the pill with candy. It worked in Guam. He quickly replies and leaves before she can react. He heads outside and sees Lelei pull up in a Humvee. He is glad that she has gotten comfortable with driving. He sees Selena and this other boy in the passenger seat. Selena bursts out and then tackles him. Hi, Daddy. He rubs her head. Hey, Squirt. Stop it. Selena says, do you like my dress? He never understood why she loves dresses so much, but he is fine with it if it makes her happy. Not really. He then feels a playful slap. All right, you look pretty, sweetheart. He looks up at Lelei. Thank you very much, Lelei, for picking her up. He then sees the boy walk around. Who's the boy? No need to worry, Colonel, Lelei says, rolling her eyes. His name is Jaleo Y. Algan, a friend from Rondell. He wanted to see Alnus, and I ran into him during Halloween. He is more of an entertainer than a fighter. He looks at Jaleo, who is poking the Humvee in amazement. He knows people give him a hard time being overprotective, but history showed him to be careful. He has invested a lot of energy, time, money, and love into her, and just wants to protect her from thriving to become the woman he thinks she could be. As long as he's just a friend, he is welcome. Jaleo walks by. Thanks for letting me come. Pops? Pops? He asks, confused. Don't worry, Jaleo says with a smirk. Lelei told me all about ye. She speaks very highly of ye for a quiet girl. Don't worry. I will give you guys a show for your Thanksgiving event. He watches Jaleo goes inside. I like his boldness. Once he walks inside, he sees everyone celebrating Selena's recovery. Lelei is sitting at the table. She is watching a small poker tournament between Vanguard 7 and 3rd Recon. Huh, you lose again, Shino yells as she stands up. God damn it, Andrew says. He then pulls out $20 and tosses it to Shino. Don't tell him, Mitten. If I do, then I won't make money off of you, Shino says. Why do you keep gambling? Lelei asks. You don't seem to be good at it. Have you learned nothing from losing to me? Gambling isn't always about the money, Lelei, Jerry says as he shuffles the cards. And besides, shouldn't you be more worried about the fact your boss was at a strip joint? Takeo says. I don't see the big deal, she comments. Not like the colonel wouldn't do anything inappropriate. He fought off those pricks, and besides, wasn't your captain there too? You were so innocent, Lelei, Mari says. But she is right. Our captain was there, and got his ass kicked last time I checked, Scott points out. While ours kicked ass. And then they all got their ass kicked by Sarah, Delilah, and Rory. I heard the colonel got the worst punishment as Rory gave him a pink belly and an arm burns, Tamita points out. She watches another round of poker, fascinated by the game. She has learned chess and checkers quickly, however this game seems to require far more luck than the other two. She managed to beat Sharpe, Rory, Sarah, Selena, and Tuke all the time in chess. She sees a flash and looks over. She sees Jaleo use his magic to create magical birds flying around. Selena's friends are enjoying the show, and many of the soldiers. Lelei, Andrew says, "Why don't you show the mage what you have learned? We all know you could do better than him." Normally, she would say no. That magic should be treated with the respect it deserves. Since joining these people last year, she has learned that logic doesn't work with them. "I have been studying some interesting magic, and it might surprise or even shock everyone," she says. "I think this would be a good time to try some of it out." "That is cool," Jerry says. "Show us what you got." She gets up and walks over to Jaleo. "Good magic. I see you have been studying your craft." "I am here to entertain," Jaleo replies. "What is the point of having power if you cannot have a good time with it?" "I would like to join in if it is okay with you," she asks. "Totally," Jaleo replies. He then gets out of the way. "Attention everyone, I will now perform a spectacular magic trick that will blow your mind," she announces. Everyone in Vanguard 7, 5, the Rose Knights, Alnus Militia, 3rd Recon, and some of the Alnus military police gaze their eyes. She takes a step forward and raises both of her hands in the air, which her entire body turns into a swarm of butterflies flying across the bar. The butterfly swarms then transform into a flaming phoenix that glides across the bar, splitting into many tiny phoenixes. Then all the small phoenixes accumulate together to reform back into the original phoenix. The phoenix eventually explodes in the massive flaming explosion, leaving only ashes. However, the ashes are then being reformed back into Lelei. As the final act, Lelei conjures her hands with a strange magic spell that causes the floor to collapse, causing all people to scream as they fall hundreds of feet to some hard surface. But they then realize that they fall gently right back to their seats, and everything is normal. "Don't worry, the collapsed floor is just an illusion," she states. As everyone calms down, they give her a very big applause for her spectacular performance. "That is so awesome, Lelei." Selena cheers. "That was the most wonderful stuff I have seen so far." Rory amazingly states, "I thought you hate magic being used for fun? That kind of magic you just pulled out was extraordinary. No mages or alchemists can perform transmutation like you do. Those magic must be derived from those scientific principles." Jaleo acclaims with a smirk. "You really outdid yourself this time, Lelei. Once again, you amaze me and everyone with your magical innovation," Sharpe states, giving her a prideful look. "Actually, everyone, I didn't make up this type of magic based on any scientific principles. I learned this from the Book of Shadow, the grimoire the Wiccan sent to me by the Wiccan Coven in Pennsylvania. They are the mages from Earth. That's right, everyone. Magic does exist on the other side of the gate, and there are mages on Earth," Lelei loudly states. Everyone shocks at Lelei's statement, especially the NATO personnel. She can feel the mood change in the bar from happy to tense. "You people have magic all this time?" Pina shockingly asks. "Your extraordinary advanced technology is shocking enough, but magic? That doesn't make any sense," Tayul inquires. "If Earth has magic, why don't I see any mages from your world in Alnus or in Philadelphia? I thought you people said there was no magic on Earth." "Is it true, Dad?" Selena asks. "I thought you said magic doesn't exist on Earth." "Calm down, everyone," Itami says. "I think Lelei just made a big exaggeration to make her magic more interesting." "Lelei never jokes about magic," Rory states. "I don't think Lelei is joking," Tuke states. "I think she was telling the truth because we did meet mages from Earth the last time we visited Philadelphia. At the mall when we bought a gift for our friends in Alnus, a Wiccan witch, a shaman woman, and a voodoo man came to us and we detected their mana signature," Yao adds. Their words cause further confusion among everyone. Sharpe then take a step to clear things out. "Okay," Sharpe says, taking control of the situation. "To make it clear, there is no magic on Earth. People have claimed to be in the past, however, they always proven to be con artists who use tricks to make people think they have magic to con money from people. Tuke and Yao must have been subjected to hallucinated agents from some con men much like Lelei when they are on Earth to believe that they are mages. If we have magic and mages on Earth, then why are we so interested and amazed in magic spells that's so mundane and normal to the people of Uros? Why were we so ignorant and naive about anything magical when we first came to this world. But most of all, why Vanguard 7 and I have to rely on Lelei here to be a magical expert every single time. Sharpe's words make everyone rethink, and they then admit that Sharpe was right. His reasoning made sense. I think the Colonel is right, Mute says. His words make a lot of sense to you people naivety about magic, so that makes sense that magic does not exist in your world. Are you sure Master Cato isn't pulling some prank on you? Alicia asks. Lelei breathes a long breath and raises her voice. Sharpe, I know you and everyone in NATO, and even on Earth will tell me what I said about Earth mages and magic are jokes, but I don't blame you all. You people's lack of awareness is caused by the witch hunt centuries ago, she states as she pulls out her tablet and reveals some pictures of the dreadful events. The witch hunt? Jaleo asks. What is that? She can see all the natives looking at each other, confused by what she said. It might be shocking to all the natives here, but despite all the marvelous, awesome, and godly technological advancement achieved by the people of Earth, they actually shun magic and despise mages to the extreme. The witch hunts was an event that happened many centuries ago on Earth, in which the vast population of Earth started hunting down mages and burning and decapitating them. She then shows everyone the pictures of witches being burned on the stakes. Unlike here, where mages are treated with respect as revered members of the society and civilization development, mages on Earth are treated as demons that need to be eradicated. The root cause for all this to happen was the action of the few evil mages which caused mass hysteria among the population, causing them to generalize that all mages were evil and demonic. Coping with religious influence, the majority mage population were hunted down and the knowledge of their existence and magic were lost through time. Fortunately, the mage population survived the witch hunt and went into hiding to avoid persecution from the population for the next centuries, with several witch prosecutions reappeared and being forgotten later on. Until today, the mage population is still in hiding to avoid the fear and hate the mass population gonna subject it to them until the gate opens and my magic performance and Tuke's appear favorably on the internet. This event makes the Earth mages decide to finally come out of the shadow and to be accepted into society and live in harmony, she passionately says. Everyone comprehends what Lelei says, and no surprising NATO people scoffs harder at what she just said. Itami and the 3rd Recon clap their hands to applaud Lelei for making up the most fake, but the most fantastically interesting story ever. However, it is not the same for the natives, and they seem to believe what Lelei said to some extent, most due to the existence of magic in their world, and the fact that the vast majority of Earth advanced technology is like powerful magic to them in the first glance, and they still not even comprehend all of the aspects of Earth technology. Sharpe takes a stressful breath. That is a very interesting theory, Lelei, but let me explain why we find this hard to believe. You have to be very careful what you read and what people tell you. They were called witch hunts because people believed they were witches. However, they were just normal people looking for reasons to kill. I'm not lying, Sharpe, she says. She can understand why the others don't believe her, but she cannot understand why Sharpe won't after everything they've been through. I don't think you are lying, Sharpe says. If there's this Wiccan group hiding in plain sight, then why has no one ever recorded them? At some point, one of these mages would have been caught doing their magic trick somewhere. They are hiding because of the witch burnings, she responds. They are scared to come out. So there has been a secret underground society of magic users for thousands of years. Sharpe asks, with these witch huntings, people will find any justification to kill someone. It was a backwards time where they thought a woman knowing how to read was proof of being possessed by the devil. All of it was the church maintaining its control and power over people. But I met a few of them, she states. Sharpe takes a frustrated breath. Those gypsies. Gypsies been around for a long time, Lelei. I know about them. Most people do. You have to be careful what you read on the internet. A lot of people make bold claims online. This isn't something you can hide. Sharpe looks around. All right, this conversation is over. Everyone go back to what you were doing. He then looks at her. Lelei, a moment outside. She takes a frustrated breath and follows him outside the bar. As she leaves, she hears people going back to partying. However, she can still feel that the mood has changed. What you did in there was inappropriate, Sharpe states. I expected that from the others, but not from you. It is the truth, though, she states again. I cannot understand why you can't see it. I saw what I saw. Tuke saw them too. Crazy people do crazy things, Sharpe replies. I once saw someone jump off a roof and got up like it was nothing. He was on an extreme drug that prevented him from feeling pain, nothing more. You've been on Earth 4 times now? I was born there. Same with Alicia and the others. What you were saying is that everything in my planet history is a lie. It just doesn't make sense. It was probably some people who recognized you as a mage, so they said they were too. They might believe they are mages, but that doesn't mean they are. When I was in Delta, I went to places that had been cut off from society. He continues, I have seen some of these tribes claim that they can do supernatural things. Each time it turned out to be bogus. Their people say that they are psychics, but they are just scammers, manipulating people's emotions to make them think what the guy wants them to think. I felt mana, she replies. I know this is true. It isn't fake news from the internet. I wouldn't be saying this unless I was certain. Sharpe takes a deep breath, looking directly at her. You really believe this? She glares at him. All right, he says. I think someone is pulling a fast one on you, Lelei. People make insane claims like this all the time on Earth, but this is what I will do. When we go to DC, you can show me all of your evidence, and I will tell you if it is legit or not. I will give you that chance. Fine, she replies. She then storms back inside. Sharpe walks back inside the bar with a headache. He has never seen that from Lelei before. It is not like her to burst out like that. If it wasn't for the fact that he knows there's no Earth mages, he might have believed her. When he introduced Lelei to the internet, he was worried that she would believe fake information online. Some websites can be very convincing at pretending to be truthful. Even credible sources have been shown to lie at times. She clearly hasn't figured out how to sort out what is true and not true. Everything okay? Sarah asks as she walks up. Lelei is pissed. I know, he says as he looks around. Everyone is hanging out, however the mood has changed. Well, the party has officially crashed, Sarah says. Looks like it, he replies. I better go make a fool of myself. He walks up to the empty dance floor. Hello everyone. Happy Thanksgiving. First, let me say congratulations to Delilah and Hamilton for being ready to be mothers. When we first came to this world, we thought we were just going to fight, wanting payback. No one could have expected everything would have led to this. There are many different groups in this room celebrating with us today. Many used to be enemies. I know it has been tough over the past year. However, we always pulled through them because we always had each other. No credit goes to one person, but to all. Getting here hasn't been cheap. We lost many people on the way. While not all were directly with us, many were with us in spirit, like General Crisis and Legatus Proprietor Mwilk. Both of them died in the attempt to bridge our two worlds for peace. While today isn't the exact anniversary, that being April 25th, it is close enough for us to remember where everything began. It all started with us meeting at the Cone Forest during that exploration mission, fighting a flame dragon. While none of us understood at the time, the direction and meaning of the war and why we are here changed. This is the only reason we have different types of people from all over Falmart, different classes, culture, races, everything in one room. This only could happen at that one moment. While sometimes we don't see eye to eye or struggle to understand each other, he says as he nods his beer at Lelei. We are always family. It has been 1 year since I met Rory, Selena, and Lelei. From that point, we met more friends along the way. I think I can speak for everyone when I say that every step, the good and the bad, has been an honor, and I wouldn't trade it for anything. The crowd cheers. Take this evening to think about your deeds and where you want to go in the years to come. We will meet new challenges, new threats, and allies. We may have differences of ideas, culture, and creed, however, we are always stronger together, and let's be thankful for what we have today. Another round of cheers. One last thing, Sharpe says. I have an official order from the president herself. She is holding a summit at Washington, D.C. next week. Be ready to go. This will be a diplomatic meeting. V-15, Chapter 180. The U.S. Air Force Global Strike Command, GSC, and JSDF Air Force on April 10th reported this second bombing campaign on the significant imperial harbor city of Proptor, south of Sadera. The B-52 Stratofortress and 4 French Rafale multirole fighters did a bombing run, destroying the entire harbor. The Air Force conducted a smaller-scale bombing mission with two F-35 and two F-3 experimental stealth jet fighters of the JSDF on March 5th, destroying essential port facilities. The city of Proptor is the primary port city for the Empire and home port of the Imperial Navy. 3 military installations and all 12 ports were destroyed for military and economic uses. According to the defected imperial leader, Princess Pina Co. Lada, that 1/3 of the Imperial Navy was stationed there. The strike was a retaliation to the Empire defeating the Elba Navy in the Blue Sea and then attacking the Elba Key port of Kasaw on February 22nd, nearby destroying the city before a NATO counterattack of fighters and long-range missile platforms destroyed the Imperial attacking force. The airstrike also serves as a field test for Japanese latest 6th-generation jet fighters F-3, also known as FX, developed by Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. The FX is a joint project between the Japanese and American governments in developing next-generation technologies, which many will go to the U.S. Air Force FX and U.S. Navy F/AXX programs. However, on April 7th, the British Royal Air Force Zephyr UAV discovered the Imperial engineers quickly rebuilt the harbor. It was believed it would be recommissioned within weeks, far quicker than Air Force intelligence predicted. The B-52 and French Rafale multi-role fighters mission was to level the area in a scorched earth policy, making it impossible for the Empire to rebuild the harbor. The Air Force said the bombing mission was a complete success, stating that Proptor Harbor was destroyed. This includes ports, warehouses, and other military and commercial warehouses near the docks. The bulk of the Imperial Navy relocated to the port city of Liko by the island Straits of Chovers, which is the gateway to the Avian Sea. This is a current debate within NATO leadership to divert resources to destroy Liko, so the Imperial Navy couldn't re-establish the Alnus region's blockade. Only the 2 B-52s at Alnus are within range to strike Liko. The other proposal is to forge an agreement with the Elba fiefdom to establish a NATO air base that will host American/British P-8 Poseidon. While military expectations are that this war is a major low-intensity war, many Western militaries have used the war as an opportunity to test next-generation weapons, to test and integrate them into their current military structure. National interest: Sadera Royal Palace. Date: April 10th, 2026. Famulus looks out the large window in the throne bedroom. It is dark, being the middle of the night. The only source of light is all the torches throughout the city. For most of her life, she has wanted to raise Sadera to the ground. However, she admits that the city is beautiful since she has arrived. Beautiful architecture. Many fancy trees bring some natural beauty mixed with their stone architecture. The only source site is the propaganda litter the Americans have been dropping on the city. Besides pursuing her dream by burning Sadera to the ground, she decided to coup it for her gains. Usually, this would be impossible. However, the war has opened many other opportunities that were once closed. The Imperial government is focused on NATO. They are blind to many other events. He hears a weak scream behind her and looks. She sees her husband raping his personal slave, Caslita. Zorzel is proof that while Molt was a great warrior and leader, he was a horrible father. He was never groomed to be ready to take the throne. However, she does see an inner strength in him. During the summit, she was impressed by him. He laid out a convincing argument on why the people of Falmart should unite against NATO. He was an inspiration to an extent. While he is not as strong as a leader as his father, he has one powerful skill: public relations. Until she got to Sadera, she wondered how Zorzel gained the throne and not Dabio, but it made sense once she saw everything. Zorzel spent his life befriending everyone, forging alliances with important nobles and generals. He knows how to sway people to his side. While she did not fall for that trait, she understood how she could use it for her goals. The struggle has been getting him to follow through on his plans. You need to deal with these consistent propaganda attacks. Zorzel lets out a grunt before getting off the bed. What is there to do? It is not like it is effective. He then walks over naked. Right now, but what about later? She states. If the people think you are doing nothing, then they will no longer support the war. You worry too much, Zorzel says as he grabs his robe. I don't think the people will falter. The real issue is the cowards in the Senate. The Senate isn't the issue, she says. You mean they won't be an issue? Zorzel says with a chuckle. The trap is set. She looks back at the beautiful city. Your father ruled by the throne. She then glances at Zorzel, wanting to see his reaction. Zorzel looks at Famulus angrily. I am nothing like my father. He led this great empire to ruin, and I had to bring it back from the brink of destruction. She can see that he is angry. Good. I know. So, what will Emperor Zorzel do? Zorzel takes an angry breath. If people want to see the Emperor, then they shall see him. Zorzel walks through the streets of Sadera. This isn't the royal district, but the Commons marketplace. He sees the citizenry staring at him, baffled and shocked to see the Emperor here when there isn't a significant event or parade. However, he wants to show everyone that he isn't his father, not Famulus' puppet. He is the Emperor of Falmart, including the League. Seeing an opportunity to seize the initiative, Zorzel started walking to a raised platform, with more eyes following. On a platform, he stands in front of a large crowd. My fellow citizens, stay strong. I know how you must feel. This war has been hard on all of us, he says. All of us, a woman yells. We are here suffering from your war while you all stay safe in your palace. He chuckles hearing that. He can see some of the people agreeing with that woman. What the people don't know is that she is a planet agent. He calms everyone down with his hands. I respect why you think that. However, let me remind you that the royal district was nearly destroyed when they attacked. My father started this war blindly. He continues. My father believed that we could fight this war from the safety of the throne room while our brave soldiers fought for your homes and station. Let me be clear about this enemy. They are far stronger and far more advanced than any kingdoms in Falmart. However, they are weak-hearted. They gave no morals or character. He walks to the crowd and enters them. These people speak many things: freedom, justice, liberty, property, and yet they align with the savages' warrior bunnies. These people promise the heavens, and yet they are lies. They claim to value property, but they steal your slaves. They openly promise to strip your means to make a homestead living, declaring you barbaric. Sadera is a beautiful city. We are the ones who brought stability and order to Falmart, not these other worlders. We built this mighty empire. Every noble, every soldier, every citizen, we built it. He then pulls a leaflet out of his armor and holds it up. This is how they see you all. Ignore the words and look at the message. These Americans drop value paper like it is nothing like Sadera is a dump for trash. Another thing, this leaflet represents something more horrific. The Americans and their friends claim to champion the people's will, yet they see you as barbarians. The moment you wake up, the tasks you do, whom you work for, to what you buy, see it below them. With these papers, they litter over us, showing how they truly see us. And worst of all, everything about you they despise. Our history, our culture, our pride, everything we grew up with, everything our father and grandfather have built. All of our sacrifices since the birth of our mighty empire. He stops and glances around. He sees the reactions he wanted: patriotic support. I say no. This is our world. These are our homes. Our values and beliefs are not wrong. I won't let people who are not even from this world lecture us about morality. Our ways are not wrong. We will fight for who we are. We will defend our history, our honor, our culture, our dignity, and our place in this world. He pulls out his sword and holds it up in the air. The crowd started cheering with pride. He waits a few moments to continue. How we all heard the stories of Alnus and how it is a utopia. I have 2 women, and a man who moved here loved them and chose to leave. He then points to 2 people. Unlike that first woman from before, these 3 are not agents. They did come from Alnus and hated it. Famulus believed finding real stories would be more impactful. A man steps forward. I was a simple trader. I first arrived at Alnus 7 months ago, thinking they would bring new wealth and opportunities. I was wrong. When I got there, they stole all my slaves and refused to reimburse me for them. The Emperor is correct. I was looked down on like an inferior cat for doing what is legally right. I tried to live their ways afterward, but I never could afford to because of their constant meddling and the high business costs. Then this prostitute walks up. When I was there, I thought I could get a decent living and wage. I was promised that I would have been respected because I am a woman. When I got there, I found hostility because of my profession. They outright outlawed my work line, forcing me to live on the streets and work in the black market for any source of coin. They say I am empowered because I am a woman, but I was denied my right to choose my work. He hears people yelling Zorzel, showing their support. Not far from the common marketplace, Agent Gracia watched the Emperor's speech from his laptop at a cusho. The laptop is uplinked with a Black Hornet mini drone. He looks up at Neligia, a Nico 1, who owns this house. She has been nice in allowing his CIA team to stay here as a base of operations. Neligia hands him some tea. Thank you. What a joke of a speech, Mike says as he laughs. Wrong, Mikey, he says as she stares at the screen. The last thinking we need to do is underestimating him. Why not? Neligia asks. He is no leader. Your people will defeat him. Gracia reflects on the speech, seeing the reaction of the people. Everyone sees Zorzel as a fool, however he sees the threat. During the American Revolutionary War, it was General Washington's character who got us through it, he explains. During World War II, it was Churchill's speeches that got the British Empire to get through their darkest hours. Never underestimate the power of the word. Wars can be won or lost because of the leader's ability to say its people. While Zorzel isn't knowledgeable in the arts of war and government, as long as he can win the people over, then swaying the people to our side will be tough. I found it interesting that he was able to use our propaganda against us. But Famulus is the brain behind it, since Diabo states clearly that she is the one that is truly in charge, Tyson comments. We should have been more prepared for that. That is why we need to play the long game, otherwise we will end up with another Baghdad, he states. He remembers the invasion of Iraq in 2003. The U.S. military easily defeated the Iraq army and conquered the capital city of Baghdad. The situation devolved because coalitional forces did not understand the situation on the ground. They had to spend a decade on the streets to gain the trust of the people. This time, the CIA is trying to prevent a similar situation from happening by discrediting the regime from within, besides overthrowing it from external forces. Lay the seeds of distrust against Zorzel, so when NATO takes the city won't descend into civil war. However, the Hario tribe, the Oprichnina, and Empress Famulus have proven to be worthy opponents. It has gotten harder to keep their activities in the city a secret, and recently their asset, Prince Diabo, has to lessen his spying to avoid suspicion. He has been forced to use the crime lords and their prostitutes more often for intelligence, which he doesn't like. Not to mention, they have to make several Oprichnina members disappear to lessen the risk of being exposed. You might think that however, Zorzel isn't Joseph Stalin, Adolf Hitler, or Mussolini. They really knew how to rally people around them, usually with a bullet, but you are right, Zorzel is a lowly amateur compared to Stalin, Hitler, and Mussolini when it comes to the art of oratory and charisma, Tyken replies with a chuckle. When Gracie's boss Branson Castillo learned that a few numbers of natives are leaving Alnus because they were displeased and unable to fit in with Western values, he saw it as an opportunity. These natives who came back to Imperial territories knew what life was like under NATO-occupied territory. Now they have something to compare. Beside the harsh environment with the elements of banditry, monster attack, or general lack of basic services like healthcare or social security outside NATO-controlled territories, the war is getting worse for the Empire. That means there will be more stress on the government, economy, society, its institutions. Words will begin to spread of a better alternative and be ready for change when it arrives, but most of all, those who left NATO territories will surely regret leaving and crawling back, which will create even more positive public opinion in Imperial territories toward NATO. That is the hope. Anyway, back to business, Mike. Have you finished preparing the gifts yet? He says. All done and wrapped up, Mike replies. Good, he replies. Sending those gifts to the Fermentarii to congratulate them for sending our bridge in Valtris to the bottom of the river. Yellow Highway by Minruna. Date: April 14th, 2026. Gagnog Sand Shield stops his Griffin beast mount. He looks around and sees nothing but trees and the highway. Legionnaire tents scattered all around, hidden within the trees. He sees Hogus boar's hides being used as tarps or cloaks, which confuses him too. He knows the Hogus boar hide to help prevent heat-seeking monsters like dragons and wyverns from finding them. He does not understand why the Empire is using its hides as clothes and tents. He wonders if it is related to the other worlders in some way. I thought the Legionnaire was strange, but this is baffling, he says. All of you are strange to me, dwarf, Saskak's Fury Skin replies. But I must agree. I thought the Imperial Army uses metal armor. And why are there tents like that? What a wasteful society. He looks at his orange draconian comrade. Saskax is the leader of his draconian clan. His clan is one of the oldest in the Ticaret Conglomerate. Commonly, his people wouldn't get involved in a war like this, especially working with the Empire. However, the Empire made a deal that he couldn't turn down. The return of the eastern half of the desert to the Ticaret, along with the prospect of unimaginable riches and slaves the Ticaret could plunder to enrich themselves for generations if the League managed to push back NATO to the other side of the gate and invaded Earth. The Empire offered this to all the major houses within the Ticaret. Everyone except the Falson house, since they didn't vote for the war. The Empire agreed to allow the Mortimer Gummis house and Boldus Keswick Tessum Union to expand its business operations within the imperial economy. Nara Tezuko will be allowed to leave Falson Shadow and grow her banking and brothel business throughout the empire. For Gagnog, this isn't about money or economics. It is about tradition, adventure, and most importantly, saving Falmart from a foreign force with their barbaric and unreasonable ideology. He was at the summit of Napni 3, and he was convinced by Zorzel and how much of a threat NATO is. He looks back and sees the Ticaret army, his dwarf army, Saskax's smaller draconian army, humans, elves, and other races who make up from the different houses. It took 2 months to mobilize and march 40,000 warriors here. There are fewer legionnaire warriors here than I was expecting, Albin DAC Calv comments. He looks at Albin, a human who is the second sanctum commander in this theater, the second being the only military institution within the Ticaret Conglomerate. Each house raises and leads its own armies. However, to maintain the peace, the second acts as an independent military force to maintain balance. He looks around again and sees how few legionnaire warriors there are. I see that now. Where are the heavily armed legions the Empire once fielded? I take it for you, the Ticaret contingent, a legionnaire human asks as he walks up. Didn't you get our messenger? He looks at the young man. I don't take orders from your legionnaire. I am no fool to separate my army to be ambushed. Who are you? Albin demands. I am Oppius. Oppius answers. I serve Legatus Fabius Aulus. I have been ordered to wait for you by my master. Please wait here for my master, and please scatter your army. Quickly. He aims his war hammer at Oppius. Do not give me orders, legionnaire slave. I did not come all this war to be told what to do. We came to save your sorry asses from a war you started. Point me to the enemy, so we can crush them once and for all. This man on a horse rides up. He stops in a panic. What are you doing? I sent a messenger to you to scatter your army. They refuse to master, Oppius says. He looks at the young man, too young to be a legatus. You must be Fabius? That is the correct dwarf, Fabius replies. Now do as I say. Hurry. I will explain everything soon enough. I am no fool legionnaire, he states, spitting up my army so they can be picked off. Our peoples have fought for generations, Albin explains. We know how you legionnaire fight. We are here to help you in your war. However, that does not mean we won't be keeping an eye on you. We still remember the massacre at Mount Obdo. Mount Obdo was a major battle 378 years ago. The Empire proposed a peace summit to end the war. And while the Ticaret leadership was in negotiations with the Empire leaders, the Ticaret army was being slaughtered. The Ticaret leaders had no idea until they returned to camp. Fabius glares at them all. Fools, you don't understand. I will explain later, but you are attracting the enemy planes. What is the plane? Saskax asks. I said I don't have time to dash, Fabius says before a soldier yells a warning. He sees Fabius looking to the eastern sky. He sees legionnaire soldiers pointing in that direction and others taking cover, hiding in the brush. He has fought the Empire before, and this is not the Imperial army he has faced before. He looks up and sees these 2 strange flying objects that are shaped like that. They are desert tan and with these large teeth on them. What kind of dragons are those? He asks. They are not dragons, Fabius states in a panic. They are 10 Thunderbolt airplanes. You lured them here with your large numbers. Scatter. He watches Fabius and other legionaries running. He has never seen legionaries flee like this before. The 2 A-10s unleashes their Gatling guns and missiles. tearing through the large Ticaret formation. They fire missiles, destroying the dozens of wagons that are lined up. Gagnog was nearly killed by one of the explosions. An explosion forced him to the ground. One of his assistants helps him up. He pushes his assistant away and watches the A-10s fly away. He is amazed by the amount of damage. That was just one strafe. Saskax chuckles. The rumors were true. They are a powerful enemy. He looks at Saskax and laughs. He then looks at Albin, but only sees this horrific look. Now, do you understand? Fabius yells as he rides up. They can see your large army. They will be back with more devastating planes. More devastating? He asks, struggling to believe it. Take your army and scatter them, Fabius orders. My centurion will escort your forces to safer camps. You three follow me to my command camp. Fabius command camp. Fabius looks at the Ticaret dwarf, human, and draconian. He never expected to work with the Ticaret scum in all his life, but these are not regular times. You are saying they can see us everywhere? Gagnog asks shockingly. Not everywhere, but if we are in large formations, it attracts them, he replies. He just spent the last hour getting the Ticaret up to speed. He explained about NATO air power, how they could see at night, and body heat. That explains why you are using boar hides, Albin states. I am impressed. It was General Crisis' idea, he replies. The standard triple-line formation is worthless. Our legions in Alnus were wiped out easily when they were in the open. We were able to dig in, making the enemy come to us. Yet you people were still being defeated, Gagnog states in a prideful tone. We held the enemy at bay for the past 5 months, he replies. We did the impossible and survived. No one else has lasted as long as we have, and our ways have been implemented throughout the Imperial Army. It would be wise to listen to us. What is the situation now? Albin asks. He looks down at the large map of the Greater Elis region. Flags are placed all around, representing both sides. On the NATO side, there are the Americans, Japanese, French, British, and other NATO nations he is fighting. On his side of the map, the different Imperial legions scattered, trying to maintain a foothold. His slave assistant is adding the Ticaret to the plan on where he wants them deployed. Gagnog gets on a box and looks over the map. I didn't realize you lost so much territory. Why don't you just counterattack and retake Havkirsen? According to the map, they are spread thin. Any direct attack at this time is foolish, he states. He then points to the map. Besides the fact they would see the army coming, they could outflank us from the north and south. We will be slaughtered before we get to the capital. What is your current strategy? Albin asks. Right now, I plan to hold what we have, he says. Thaluilas is the last major city that is still under our control, and it is currently under siege by the enemy long-range artillery and planes. I have the army scattered into small grounds all along this line here. He then points to Arugo ruins and the Yaman forest. The main force is holding here, denying the enemy a ground route. Because the territory in these two places prevents the enemy from using their full might, they have to use their infantry, which gives us a chance. Saskax grunts and crosses his arms. I thought you said the enemy could see us from above. They can, however, not be perfect, he explained. Let me introduce my head sage from Rondel, Olvur Ladernoa. He is the lead researcher on the enemy of my technology. An elf steps forward. Thank you, Legatus. Olvur passes some notes to the 3 Ticarets. Here is some information you will need. Enemy types of armored wagons like the tank. The terminology they use and other equipment we know they use. Get to the point and answer the question, Gagnog demands, handing the notes to his assistant. If you don't already know, Rondel and Sadera have been jointly researching the Otherworlders' technology, Olvur explains. While we barely scratch the surface, we have come a long way in understanding them. For example, we know they can communicate at great distances without needing a massager, Olvur continues. Same with their flying machines. They can communicate with their soldiers on the ground. But you said this doesn't always work, Albin points out. Correct, Olvur replies. The enemy relies on invisible waves, which allows them to communicate with each other with their devices. Allows them to see and even drop their bombs so precisely on their targets. Gagnog laughs at that. Invisible waves. You have to be kidding me. I know the enemy is more advanced than us, but this is ridiculous. It is true, he states firmly. The prisoners and our spies confirmed it all. and the enemy brags about it all the time. Expect to hear crazier abilities these people have. Thank you, Fabius, Olviewer says. While we don't understand how these invisible waves work or how to use them, doesn't mean we haven't made progress. We developed spells that jams those waves. Impressive, Albin says. Has it been effective? We have used it a few times with mixed results, he replies. The problem is that they are still stronger than us. But we have a plan. Correct, Olviewer says. Rondell has been able to manufacture jamming towers that enhance the jamming and other spells. We have already set up 2 of these towers here, he says, and points to Arugo Ruins and the Yaman Forest. We are planning on putting them all over the place. How does this help us exactly? Albin asks. It means if the enemy wants to kill us, they have to come to us to find us, he states. We need to keep the enemy as close to us as possible, or their tanks, artillery, and air power will wipe us out. These jammers should make it harder for them to find us and kill us. I don't know how clear I can be. And this is why you were playing defense? Albin asks. I hate fighting defensively, Saskak states. There is no honor hiding under rocks. We are stronger in our numbers, so we should use them. I hate to agree with Saskaks here, but we won't when staying on the defense, Gagnog says. Don't be foolish, Albin says in an annoyed tone. Fabius is correct to fight defensively. We are Ticaret. We excel at fighting defensively. As the 3 argue, he is starting to get a good read on them. Gagnog is a great general, but is too aggressive. Saskax wants to fight directly, not liking how complex the war has become. Both seem to not fully understand the enemy military might. Only Albin appears to grasp the situation. Then this war seems pointless, Gagnog growls. Why do we march all the way here just to sit in the mud waiting for the enemy to come to us? The war is not pointless, and it is not a pointless cause, he replies. My legions are still here, and this is part of the Woods plan. General of the Imperial Army Woody La Carelius' grand strategy is to open up as many fronts against the enemy. While they have the technology, we have numbers and the warrior code. Our mission here in Elis is to survive. As long as we are here, the enemy has to focus resources here and away from Sad Era. He then points to Havkrisen. While the enemy occupied Havkrisen, Duke Medius Fla Agonix was loyal to us. He is leading an insurgency in the city and providing us information on the enemy. And the other counts? Albin asks. That is the problem, he replies. The Darfellans clans have a lot of influence in this region, and they are siding with NATO. Most of the counts are siding with them. That is why I plan to hold this line and keep my forces spread out. I refuse to play the enemy's game. I know what they want me to do, so I won't do it. I'm keeping a force here at the Elidmer ruins to the north with small units between the main forces, he says. As long as we keep the army intact and do not suffer major defeats, we will be ready to strike when the time comes. In the meantime, we will hold the line, avoid direct attacks, continue supporting the insurgents, and conduct raiding parties behind enemy lines. He then points to the Ligas mountain range where Fortress Legrath is. The dark races have been attacking from the south. We effectively have NATO surrounded on 3 flanks. All right, Albin says, let's begin integrating our forces and see what we can do. He nods and starts talking with them about where their forces should be deployed in the next phase of his plan. Earth, Russian Federation. Date, April 14th, 2026. How is the operation going? Agent Yurievna, Sergei Narishkin, 5 asks. CIA, MI6, and other NATO intelligence agencies are stretching thin, sir. With the Harrio, Wood Elves, and the MSS harassing them, our operations remain unseen. Shall we contact our assets in Alnus to get the brain slugs? Yurievna inquires. No, Dmitry Medvedev states. The brain slugs are not a reliable tool, and people will abuse them too easily. The last thing we want is internal strife. Proceed with our harvesting and smuggling operations in Uros. Easier said than done, Yurievna replies. Security is only getting tighter, which we expected. We need to be very careful on further operations, but it seems they are more focused on countering Chinese spies than ours. Big mistake, Medvedev states. It is what the Chinese get for hacking our research, backstabbing bastards. By the way, have you got Lelei's DNA yet? Not yet, sir, Yurievna states. The CIA figured out our disposed mole, Dr. Sabani, behind the poisoning of the girls to get their DNA sample, so it is far harder to get to Lelei's DNA sample without getting exposed. We expect we won't be able to get more samples from them anytime soon, if at all. However, we made progress with what we have. Good. I hope you bring in some results soon. Dismiss, Sergei says, and then ends the transmission. Dr. Zimsky, how does the research about magic go? Dmitry inquiries a scientist on another screen of his laptop. After carefully examining the DNA of Tuke and Yao up close, we just found out that Sabani's data from St. Lee Hospital sent to us is right about the fact that mana, the form of energy to open the gateway to the ether, or the dimensions beyond the third dimension to enable magic phenomenon to occur, is actually inept within the cell of magical beings. It means that mana itself is useless unless a mage controls them to open to the ether to perform spells. Zimsky reports. So we need live samples for further research? Dmitry asks. Correct, Mr. President, Zimsky replies. That is troublesome, Dmitry contemplates. However, continue with your research, Doctor. What do you think about the Imperial force and the situation in Falmart so far? Sergei asks. Well, they have numbers. They're going to play with the numerical advantage tactics of the Soviet Union and the mindset that thousands and millions of deaths are just statistics, so the war is going to be dragged quite long. Dmitry states. China. What is the status of Project Moonrabbit? Chairman Wei asks. The serum shows great progress in slowing down the aging process and stimulating regeneration within the cell while maintaining stable metabolism. However, we will need to test further since the rejection of the serum is pretty high and we need more samples, Dr. Newar replies. We are working on it, Doctor, Wei replies. Our agents have been able to gather further shipment of elven DNA samples as well as other demi-human samples. They are not the best quality because of the extra security all of a sudden. I believe the Russians were behind that, Wei continues. We should have taken care of the Russians back in the 60s. Please continue, Doctor. Newar nods. Most of all DNA of 3 apostles and Alnus from our mole network was sent from Alnus. Longevity cannot be easily achieved since our ancestors had failed so many times in the past. What about Project Yaoguai 6? Some subjects show promising results. Greatly enhanced strength, speed, senses, and agility after being spliced with warrior bunnies, orcs, Valradin, and Nico DNA. However, some subjects have gone quite animalistic due to some side effects like licking their legs or wolf-like aggression. We have gotten a lot of raw data, and we should be able to go to Phase 3 in 2 months. Dr. Newar states, excellent. If this project's work, not even Navy SEALs or SAS can stand a chance against our new enhanced infantry. Chairman Wei optimistic about the project. Well, I almost forgot. How is the research about magic so far, Dr. Wei asks. We need live samples, Chairman Wei. Our DNA samples are not enough to determine the mechanism of magic, Newar states. Well, it looks like our moles are going to be busy. However, refraining this for later since the Russian are on our tails. We need to lose them off first, Wei states. What do you think about the Falmart League and their shady allies so far, Chairman? Newar asks. Just let NATO get rid of those vermins, Wei states. The more they fight on that planet, the less they watch our activities. However, we also need our assets to help NATO take down the Hario tribes too. If they can pose a threat in controlling the leadership of the US, so will they do to us,